A man in the garden loudly tells the main character that their wheat has sprouted and suggests baking bread after the harvest. The young man is eagerly waiting for this. He walks away. He is greeted by 4 beautiful girls. They call him Lord and King. All the boys are having a good time, and one of the main character's girlfriends approaches him and offers a delicious dish she specially prepared for him. The boy tries it and says he never thought it would be so tasty. She is pleased with his reaction. Another girl approaches them and says this became possible thanks to his castle. The boy thinks she is exaggerating. In front of them stands a 2-story wooden house. This island was not marked on the map just 3 months ago. It all started in his past life. The story goes back in time. A boy in a hospital gown plays on a game console. He was sick from birth and died before reaching 20 years old. He has almost no friends, so he plays in the garden, and there creates his dream corner. And because he was constantly ill, his parents were depressed. When he dies, the young man considers himself happy because before death he can see his parents. No one is to blame, but life was full of regret. He thinks about a second chance. Suddenly the main character wakes up in a baby's body on the street. He opens his eyes and looks around because this is clearly not a hospital. Nearby, he notices another child. The boy wants to jump up and rush to help the baby. He is outraged that they could leave the child in such a place, but then he falls. At this moment, he notices that he himself has become a child. It is very cold outside, and the hero understands that everything is bad because he and this child are in danger. Suddenly someone approaches. An adult man appears before him. He speaks in an unfamiliar language. Some kasurbe takes the main character and another child to his home. He puts them in the crib. The main character realizes he was not mistaken. This is a real raber. The man brings a portion of food, and again speaks in a foreign language. The baby understands that first of all, he needs to learn everything about this world. We return again to the past. The slightly grown-up main character enters the library and takes a book. He studies the writing of the new world. The action takes place 2 years after reincarnation, when they were picked up by a man who gave them the names Kai and Rukia. In this world, magic exists in other things. Perhaps there is God here. The boy understands that this is a completely different world. Suddenly a little girl appears at the door. She tells Kai that she will tell everything to her father. He is surprised by her appearance and asks not to tell anyone. Rukia wants to spend time with him. The boy agrees and tells a story about a god. In this world, God is called Farley. The father of Kei and Rukias is Calm. The boy begins to say that this world was created by God Farley. Besides him, there are 13 more gods whose children are blessed by the god and receive a sacred mark on the left side of the chest. If the name of the god is called, they can use special abilities. This is a blessed personality, not magic that destroys incompatible abilities. The girl asks if she can become like her dad if she gets the seal. Kai explains that the seal will only be visible when she becomes an adult. The names of many gods are kept secret. Blessings will become known only after the sacrament in the temple, when they turn 12 years old. But one day, the main character notices a book on the shelf. This book is available only to the high priest. It contains the name of God which is not spoken in the temple, so Kaya immediately got scared and closed the book. Kai and Rukia are bathing. The boy hopes that he will be able to use magic. The girl says she will stroke his head again if he cries. Kai cried for a long time when she found out he would not be able to use magic. The girl shouts that he is playing with her voices. He apologizes. Rukia shouts that she will wash him now. The main character suddenly freezes. In a few minutes he is already near his father. The boy says that Rukia received the sacred seal. The man pays attention to the chest of the little hero and does not understand what he is talking about. After some time the man looks at the girl and cannot believe his eyes, and Tai is very happy. The girl turns to him and says what she said. The priest hugs his adopted children and sincerely greets them. He thanks God, says that these children are a miracle to him, and is proud of them. Just as Kai relaxes, the man asks him if anyone will come to his office. 10 years later, the adult hero lists the names of the gods, but nothing happens, no matter how many times he repeats them. The book had the names of these 10 gods. He does not think that his god is among the other 3, or he still needs to go to the official ceremony at the temple. The boy wanted to check the office, but it is closed. The main character trains every day, but still worries about something. His sister approaches him from behind. She is again surprised that he is training again. The boy smiles slyly and remembers that the girl does not know about his note. Kai asks Rukia if she wants to know which god blesses her, and the girl recalls her father's words that it is a secret until the ceremony. The boy insists, and Rukia finally agrees. Kai says they will start with the gods he knows, and begins to name their names one by one. The girl repeats after him, and when the name Idea sounds, light appears around her. Rukia confirms that this is it and hears a voice, and the girl begins to think that she has become a saint. The boy is a little puzzled by this and says that her god of truth is quite powerful. He should not have touched the note. Kai turns to his sister and asks her to find out the name, and the girl agrees to try. Rukia applies her power to him and says that the god who blessed him is named Alamir. Kai and the gods ponder this. The girl boasts and wants her brother to praise her. Then he strokes her head. He asks her how much she knows about his power. Rukia says she understood nothing except the name of the god. The boy remembers that he should not talk about his previous life and that their father is adoptive. He believes he will not be caught lying and wonders if his sister has any good abilities. With this sign, he is one step closer to becoming a saint. When you become a saint, you immediately start working as an assistant to priests in the temple. If they had not been picked up, they might have already died. They can become priests and repay their father. Kai is glad that he will be able to do what he could not in his previous life, namely become a good son. After some time, he begins to train using the gift given to him by the god Alamir. He goes to a large field. Here Tenno and his village are like the whole world in his palm. This is a special ability that surpasses imagination. In front of him is a sign in Japanese that greets him and says that it is up to him to decide what to do on this land. His level is 0. The village has no official name. The area is a wasteland, and he must complete the first task: gather the harvest. The main character wonders if the level will rise if he fulfills the conditions. He realizes that this is his little garden of dreams and smiles. He joyfully says that his improvement started by itself. The main character runs down the street. A familiar grandmother asks him if he goes shopping. He answers affirmatively. As soon as he returns home, Kai will move to his village. He must fulfill the conditions to increase the level of the first harvest. He takes out a hoe. The main character spent most of his savings on it. The god Alamir gave him the village Tenohira for development, but in reality he wants to have his own world. The main rule is that he will hear a mysterious voice about the appearance of a new ability. The boy remembers that he forgot the seeds. When he goes beyond the village fence, he finds himself where he can apply his skills. Kai takes the seeds from the table and says that the field is good, but too small. He comes to the village forest. He is still surprised that everything is already ready for gathering materials. The boy realizes that this forest is not enough. He plants a young tree. It would be good if there were humus or a stone from the quarry here. The key role is important for the formation of the village, and the harvest begins to grow better. He was fascinated by the search for resources and the transformation of the village. His sister approaches him and offers help. Kai agrees and performs the technique. However, he ends up in the village without his sister. Things can be moved, but people cannot be relocated like that. Moreover, you cannot stay there for more than a day. The boy lifts the hoe, but it hits the floor of his room, not the ground. He covers the crack with a carpet. Thanks to this success, he will expand the farm in a few days. The trees have also grown. He notices that changes in the village go beyond his limits, which is good, but recently growth has been slow. He looks at the field and cannot believe that everything is destroyed. Kai does not understand why this happened. The potatoes and seedlings died, and the main character assumes it is due to the soil or fertilizers. But suddenly an idea occurs to him. There are rains and clouds here. Kai thinks about what can be done with the weather and how to summon rain. The boy tries to call it with his thoughts. The main character throws several branches and sets them on fire. The boy assumes that smoke and a forest fire will cause rain. He is not sure if this will help him scientifically, but it is all he can think of right now. The fire dies out and raindrops fall to the ground. Rukia meets her brother. He is all wet. She washes his clothes. Kai understands that the problem with the rain is solved. If he digs a canal, he will be able to make a river. Now there are many more possibilities. A whole year has passed and he finally got the first harvest. Suddenly he feels something and lifts his head. System windows with greetings appear above him. The village level and its rank have increased. Kai again hears a mysterious voice in his head. The table is updated. He runs up to it. It says that the next level will open when there are 10 inhabitants. The main hero cannot wait to try the potato. Kai happily sits by the fire and roasts a baked potato. Suddenly a beautiful girl with elven ears appears next to him, and Kai offers her one potato. She happily chooses it and says that it is the first time she eats something so tasty. The main hero asks her who she is and where she came from. The girl says her name is Enel, and he knows her origin. The boy does not understand what she is talking about. The girl explains that this world belongs to him, and she is his support in improving the world. She will govern the village that he creates. Now he can change this world and will say that she is happy because the food was not bad. The assistant also gives him a pouch. The boy asks what is inside. The girl says it is seeds. First level rewards. You ask her what will grow from this. The girl says it can only be planted outside. The boy returns the seeds because if something strange grows, his ability will be revealed. After some time, inhabitants appeared in the village. The boy noticed that they resembled primitive people. The main character extends his hand to the man and greets him, but he passes by. Kai is very upset that he was ignored. The girl says they did not notice him because he is the god of this world. The boy looks at the people and asks the assistant how to increase their number. She says that life in the village must be made easier. The first necessity in life is special food. After some time in this outside world, the hero says he will grow materials. Ropes, clothes, and much more are made from hemp fiber. Besides potatoes and beans, he can also bring river shrimp and small fish. After all this, thanks to Niel, cultivation advanced. The villagers quickly changed. Kai was glad that the village grew so much. After a year, they turned 12 years old. The time for the blessing ritual came. Rukia asks if she looks normal. He calls her QD. Both are annoyed by insects. Already in the building, the girl says that after this, they will become the priest's disciples and worries whether his power is okay. And Kai explains that it activates when he says his name, so there is no need to worry. The priest invites the main character into the room. The girl asks him to be angry at her as well. Kai says that this is his plan and that he will manage. He sits on a chair. For almost 10 years, the sacred seal was hidden under the holy veil. Today he will say goodbye to it. The priest tears off the paper and sees a mark on his body. His eyes open wide in surprise. The protagonist carefully examines the seal. The priest turns around and immediately panics, searching for something in the book, ignoring the main character's question. Kai has a bad feeling. The ritual was supposed to go smoothly. Suddenly, a man in black enters the room. The priest nods to the inquisitor. He looks threateningly at the boy and says that this is the seal of an evil god. Other men immediately grab Kai by both hands, and his mouth is covered with a bandage. After some time, he is thrown into the ship's dungeon. The main character does not understand what happened. He assumes that even the priest does not know about Aramil's seal, and that he will be killed. He realizes that he has said goodbye to his loved ones. After some time, the dungeon is opened, and he is taken out onto the ship's deck. The main character finds himself on an island. He was left on the shore of a deserted island. The boy does not understand what is happening here and is outraged. Kai is not upset and remembers that this is his first beach in this world. No one definitely lives here. He does not understand what he should do here. Suddenly, he hears a strange sound like growling. A huge monster lion with a snake tail appears before him. Kai looks at it with surprise. It suddenly attacks, but the boy dodges with his last strength and teleports to his village. Inel was very surprised by his arrival. The girl asks what happened because he's very sweaty and offers him water. He thanks her. When the rope was removed, the main character tells the assistant what happened. The boy says that if he had not been blessed, he would have died. For now, it is better for him to stay here. He can only be here 3 hours a day. After that, he will not be able to get here until the end of the day. He cannot hide here forever. He asks the girl if there is anything here that he can use as a weapon. Inel is very sorry, but in this world there have never been warriors, and they do not even have the concept of war. The girl tells him that the best they have is a stone axe for harvesting and an iron hoe that he brought himself. The boy says that he is interested in what is happening outside the village. Inal does not know. Kai realizes that he needs a plan because when he returns, a fight may begin. The main character takes a hoe. The girl encourages him and says that he is protected by the wonderful god Alamir. Kai thinks to himself that this god is considered evil. When the main character leaves his village, he relaxes because the lion is no longer there. However, suddenly another monster resembling a boar appears behind him. The boy is outraged and does not understand what is happening on this island. He is going to fend off the attack. But suddenly a stranger grabs his hand and pulls with incredible strength. The main heroine realizes that she is human and that people live here. After some time, they approach a small hill with a huge tree, and the girl explains to him that the monster cannot come close to these trees. The stranger disappears as quickly as she appeared. Kai does not even have time to respond. The monster approaches from behind. The main heroine understands that she really cannot come. He sits under the tree and thinks about why he was brought to this island at all. The boy believes that it is all to kill him, but that is too indirect. He worries about the safety of his family. In any case, he needs to survive. Kai cannot return to the city. He will live on the island. The boy is sure that he can live here for at least a day. A whole night has passed. The main character grits his teeth from the cold. He teleports to his village. The boy shouts that he is very cold, and his confidence from yesterday has shaken. And he will give him water, and the boy says he has to make a bed and a hut for the night, and if he does not manage, he will die. Anel says that the locals still do not have equipment because there are no nails and tools. It is possible to build a house with your own hands, but materials need to be prepared. The boy can take a plant from the village. The boy found himself in space again. Behind him appeared a log with stripped bark, small branches with leaves, a linen rope, and stone tools. He thought for a long time whether this would be enough for a hut. Kai remembers the words of help that allow him to take materials directly from the village. The boy is glad that he can raise the village level, but first he needs to dig the ground and determine the dimensions. Compared to the village, the ground here is hard. The boy notices that he cannot stay here for long and now just wants a room where he can sleep. The main character builds his new house all day. He wants a fireplace or a place for a campfire to warm up. As he thought, it won't work. Instead of a ceiling, he has big trees, so he doesn't need to worry about rain. The boy makes a few slits to let the light in. Suddenly he notices the same stranger watching him from behind the tree. The main character recognizes the girl who saved him from the monster and tries to talk to her, but she immediately runs away from him, frightened. He does not understand her behavior and is confused by it. After some time, his hut was ready. He barely managed to finish it before nightfall. Kaya marvels that hemp has a smell that repels insects and lies down with relief on a bed of fallen leaves and shavings covered with sheets. The next morning he wakes up from the sun. This is different from everything that was before. The boy does not even want to leave here. After some time he teleports to his village, where the assistant asks if he has had breakfast. The girl says that many plants have grown in the village, and the harvest has also increased. There is water and food here. She says that this is an easy level of difficulty. The boy thinks that if he ever can no longer use his abilities, he will get stuck here. He needs a field on the island. Kai thanks his friend for the food and says that the plan for today is ready. The girl tells him that if something new appears on the island, she will help if he does not forbid her. This will definitely help him too. If something turns out to be tasty, she will be glad. The main character smiles at her and agrees. He mentally notes that in such a situation it really helps to have a friend with a good mood. The main character moves into the real world and says that he does this to reduce risk, but he likes field work. Suddenly he sees oranges near his hut and does not understand who threw them. He notices the same stranger. As soon as he calls her, the girl immediately runs away. He does not know whether the analyst brought him the oranges or if they are locals from the island. The main character thanks her with a smile on his face and shouts that he will live. The action shifts to the past, to the memories of a little girl. A boy pushes her and tells her not to come closer. She asks him to be careful, but he does not see the monster ahead. The little girl cries because she could not save the stranger. The little girl cries because she could not save the stranger. The events shift to the present time. The main character doubts whether the fruits he received are edible and recalls the assistant's words that everything he gets must be given to her. The heroine brings her oranges. The girl says it looks tasty. Kai thinks to himself that maybe this food is poisonous. The girl lives and says that it is a bit sour, sweet, and quite tasty. The main character, he also tries it and says it is tasty, notices a very strong aroma, and asks him if the residents will like it. The boy asks her if she can plant it. The girl says they are lucky, and in any case, this fruit is now available to this world. This fruit appeared in the village because he brought it. When he is not here, time flows several times faster here, so it is easy to grow it here. The boy moves to the island. He leaves everything to the assistant and immediately plans to engage in farming on the island itself. After a few days, he has already somewhat tidied up the area around the tree. He sighs and says that the fields should be enough and only the potatoes remain to be planted. Kai again notices a stranger behind the tree. She appeared again just as he turned around. She runs away. The boy compares her to the neighbor's lost cat. Although it is more about him, he should thank her for the fruits she leaves him every night, and thanks to this, they can grow them in their village. Suddenly he hears a noise behind him. It is the monster again. After some time he suggests to Aniel to make this weapon. The main character asks her why they do not bring weapons, for example a hoe, and distribute them around the village. She says it is difficult and, as she already said, there are no enemies here. I will suggest to the main character to release some monster from the island into the village despite the danger. The village may be destroyed, but they will immediately learn to defend themselves. Kite out sit. He watches as peasant families idle. They need military power because pseudo-weapons cannot win, but the main character refuses. Suddenly the girl shows him the bag and says that he forgot about it. When the boy asks what it is, she is surprised because he really does not remember. The assistant reminds him that this is the embryo of creation. The girl says it is time to plant it. She is sure it will come in handy. The main character plants the seed without hesitation and hopes it will help him survive on the island. He even prays to this seed. Suddenly, he remembers his family. He cannot count on him, and his father is also the high priest. And perhaps as soon as he finds out that something went wrong, he will come for him. He looks ahead sadly and immediately tells himself that there is no point in expecting much. He needs to prepare the ship in advance, and even if the father does something, he will not interfere. A little girl from the tree trunk looks at the main character again. The next day, the main character lies in bed and realizes that things are going badly. So he caught a cold and believes that it is not a local disease. He cannot stay in this village for long and can only rely on his immunity. His whole body trembles, and he even thinks that in a previous life he was already used to this. But the feeling is still unpleasant. It is the feeling of death. He is very cold. Suddenly, his hut opens. A little girl asks him if he is dying. Kai immediately recognizes her and reaches out his hand. He takes her and sits her next to him, hugging her. He feels warmth from the girl's embrace. The next morning, they wake up and look into each other's eyes. The main character is a little embarrassed by what happened. The girl is glad that he did not die. The boy awkwardly scratched his head and thanked her. He felt so bad that he did not notice what he was doing. Suddenly, the girl asked if he was afraid of her. The boy was confused. Suddenly, after her words, he sees her light hair, snow-white skin, and black non-human horns, and assumes that she is the demon Farley. The main character assumes that the children of this world would be scared. Suddenly, he smiles and says that she is actually quite cute. Suddenly, the girl approaches and sits next to him, asking if she seems scary to him even in this form. The boy blushes because her closeness makes him nervous, and he does not understand why she acted this way. The girl is surprised that he is not afraid. Kai asks her if she was brought here after the blessing ritual, but the stranger says that she was born here, and when asked about other inhabitants, she answers that there is no one here and they are alone. Before the main heroine appeared, there were many children here, but they all feared her because monsters killed children, and some were sick and weakened. She could not help anyone, and therefore the girl is here alone. Kai tells her that she saved him and brought him to a safe place, brought fruits, and was nearby when he got sick, so she is no longer alone. The main hero extends his hand to her and introduces himself. He sincerely offers her to become friends. The sincere girl takes his hand and says that she is Abbas Desu. Abbas says she is glad to meet him and calls him master. The main hero says his name is Kai, but the smiling girl says it's okay and now he is her master. The main hero wakes up in his house the next morning. A little girl hugs the boy as he stretches after sleep, says good morning to him, and it embarrasses him. Feeling his nervousness, she asks if he slept well, if he was not cold, and if he is not starting to get sick, and he answers that everything is fine and says that she has a good bed. But he immediately got tangled in words, and the girl, on the contrary, is happy about it. The main hero thought that she might someday have a relationship with a bad guy, and immediately caught himself thinking that he was thinking like an old man, and since then he begins to live with Abbas. The girl helps him in the garden. She approaches him and says that she has already watered the garden. He thanks her. The main character says that fieldwork to strengthen the HUD is a bit easier when there are more people with him. But the main food is still potatoes and beans, so, as expected, he needs more options. The girl sits by the bed and asks him what kind of sprout it is. He explains to her that it is a seed of creation and does not know what will grow from it. The main character imagines grains, like rice or corn. In extreme cases, this means he will soon want meat, but he immediately realizes that would be scary. It is not yet clear how this will end. The sprout continued to grow. Several days have passed. The child suddenly became an adult, and the main character was deeply shocked. He turns to the girl and asks what they will do. She suggests harvesting. Kai was surprised. Ab suggests eating it if he wants to eat meat, but the boy says he cannot eat it and refuses. You suggest somehow pulling it out of the ground. It seems it does not want to just stick out forward. When it is pulled out, it turns out it does have a body after all. Ava says it is smaller than she thought. The main character notices that now it is only the size of 2 heads. He thinks it is a warrior. Suddenly her eyes light up and the little creature comes to life. It starts rubbing against Kai's pants. The girl says she was given such a strange fruit. The boy is not sure if it is normal just to be surprised. The main character asks him to wait and sit down. The little man obeys him. Kai understands that she intuitively understood and assumes that this warrior is part of his ability. He also notices that he does not look like a warrior, because there is doubt about his strength, and the boy leans toward him, extends a child's hoe from the village, and asks for help to cultivate the land. But the warrior runs to the adult hoe. The boy tells him that it is made of iron and heavy. Suddenly the boy becomes very strong and quickly plows everything. He happily waves the hoe above his head. The girl is glad about the new workers. After some time, the main character found himself in the village of Tenohira. He was told that it was created by workers and asked if he was suitable for exploring these lands. But Kai did not even think about it. After some time, Avis tells him that it is dangerous outside. The boy says he knows about it. The girl insists that if he needs something, she will find it. And if he wants to eat meat, she can kill a monster that he can eat. The boy says it is dangerous there. Kai is satisfied with how she feels, but he needs to find more resources. He cannot rely on her alone. The girl gently strokes his head. He asks her if she has always lived in this forest and asks him to teach her all the tricks that can be used against monsters. The girl suddenly pushes him away. She looks at the floor and shyly says that it is a secret. The boy says he can retreat immediately, and the warrior will go with them. He sincerely asks her, and she hesitates. After some time, they are already in the forest. Abbas asks not to overdo it. Kai agrees and says that as a newcomer in the jungle, he will rely on the instructions of the one who knows. Suddenly, the girl stops Kai and says that some plants are poisonous, and he should not enter dark places. He says in surprise that in that case it is right to keep the warrior at the forefront. The main character says that he has never seen such a plant before, and that they are different from those growing around the kingdom of Lapelda. The boy does not have time to say anything to her because she has already taken them. He looks at her and realizes that she is a child of nature, but also notices her hair, clothes, and shiny skin. The main character and his assistant work hard, getting new plants that Kai drags to the village. Time passes and the hero says that he does not see monsters. The girl says that maybe they just do not know about the master's arrival. She says that they will attack him if they see him because the master looks tasty. Kai was surprised by her words and asked again, receiving undoubtedly a positive answer. A little more time passes and the boy notices that it is time for them to return. Suddenly the warrior notices something behind the hero. Behind him appears a huge serpent. Abi calls him to turn around. The surprised hero utters the name of the village, and at the last moment manages to teleport to a safe place. He found himself next to his assistant and says that the monster is huge. The person on their knees asks him if he brought a new harvest. The boy explains to her that the monster just suddenly jumped out. He answers her question, says that he is fine, but suddenly his face changes because he remembered a friend. The boy jumps up and asks his assistant for forgiveness, says that he will return. Now he is going alone and asks Abyss to be okay. The main character is teleported back to the real world, and the warrior immediately clings to his feet. He immediately returns but does not see the monster and wonders what happened to his new girl. A girl appears nearby and pulls him somewhere. Kai asks if she's okay, and they answer affirmatively. Kai apologizes to her because he ran away out of fear. She replies that everything is fine and is glad the master got out. If he had died, it would have been the end. The main character says he feels the same as she does. He considers himself pathetic because he can run away alone. He recalls his safe village and realizes that from inside he does not know what is happening outside. Even if she knows a little about how to avoid monsters, the main character will not endure if she gets into a dangerous situation, so he urgently needs to come up with other ways. On the way back, he thinks about other ways to use his power, and the boy realizes that the best solution would be a warrior. In the future, he will need a strong warrior. If he has good weapons, he will be able to fight well with his brain to do it. He needs to raise the village level and explore the island and monsters to the end. Suddenly, a huge shadow covers them from behind. The girl pushes the main character forward so that he is not attacked. The monster's paws hit the ground. The main character sees a huge monster resembling a bird in front of him, and at first, from stress, thinks it is a joke. Ibus panics and calls his master to run away and asks to save himself. But the main character's gaze is combative and directed at the enemy. The girl shouts at him again to run away from here as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the monster attacks the main character, but the warrior deflects its attack with a hoe. Typonders thinks that the monster can return to the sky after a failed attack, but he rejects this thought because he does not consider the monster intelligent. Escaping from the bird would be difficult. He notices the feathers of this monster and a plan arises. He calls Abyss to run to the big tree first. They are forced to fight. The warrior supports him. The boy shouts at the warrior to attack with a stone axe and aim at the monster's legs. The warrior follows the order. The girl asks him why he is not running away. The boy says that everything will be fine and asks Abyss to run away, and when the girl tries to object, he asks her not to worry about trifles. Kai convinces her that if she runs away, they will also leave. She finally agrees and runs away, and the main hero shouts to the assistant to hold on a little longer and heads to the village. In her village, Iniel is sitting and eating fried sweet potato among autumn leaves when a boy interrupts her meal and shouts for her to light a fire. The girl asks him what is happening. The hero sees a bag and pours out all its contents. He wraps the bag around a stick. Then he lights it. The main hero tells the girl to prepare many such things, and she asks why he needs so many. Kai says he has to destroy the monster and will return soon. So El gets to work, and he teleports to the battlefield. He pokes the bird with a burning torch and attacks it. As soon as he is hit, he immediately teleports to the village. Kai asks the girl for another torch and immediately receives it. He sees a warrior climbing up and attacking the bird from above. The main hero is already nearby. He will never escape again. Someone just started helping him. He opens the bird's beak. This time the main hero will fight. He rushes with a torch. He stabs it into the bird's feathers and flies into the air from the pain. At first the bird's wing fades, but then it flares up even stronger. The main hero is glad he did it. He tells the warrior that he tried. They approach the girl who was watching them. The boy is surprised that she hasn't run away yet. Suddenly they notice that the monster is still fighting. The main hero takes her by the hand and asks her to run away from here. Abus looks strange. She tells him that she hadn't told him about something. The girl didn't tell him what she was supposed to say, so he ended up in danger. The main hero asks her what she's talking about. Abba says that he needs to find out something about her, and pulls his hand away. The girl asks him not to hate her, and is illuminated by bright light. Suddenly, instead of the girl, a beautiful girl approaches the main hero. She extends her palm forward and asks the monster to die. A powerful beam from her hand hits the monster's throat directly. The bird immediately burns up. The boy saw this for the first time. He realized that Abus is a sorcerer. Unlike random blessings, the ability to unleash the power of one's own body is inherited. The young girl is a little shy around him. However, the main character is glad that she is a witch. Suddenly, Abus says that she can use magic but is not a witch. The girl sincerely asks him, whoever she may be, not to hate her and to stay by her side. The protagonist assures her that he will never hate her and wants her to stay with him. Abbas says that she is not human. Many years ago, a battle doll was created in the image of the wizard Abbas, who lived thousands of years ago, and she was immortal, feeding on the magic of an ordinary tool. The real name of his new girlfriend is Replicant Abyss. Her body is no different from a human's. It is completely the same. The main character is surprised by her words about eternal life. He believes that the girl lived on this island for hundreds of years, but she refutes his guess and says that she was created over 1,000 years ago and only woke up 58 years ago. The main character is troubled that she is much older than him. The girl says she does not know why she woke up. The main heroine understands that Abyss is a relic of the past. She never ate her clothes, and her hair always shines. If she is a replicant, then everything falls into place. The boy reacts normally, and the girl asks him if he's upset. She says that she looks both like a demon and like a real person, and suddenly the boy takes her hand. The boy thanks her for telling him her secret. He does not consider it bad and calls the office nice. She blushes. This girl saved his life, and he will not leave her under any circumstances. He will not be afraid to risk his life for her. Moreover, the girl robot is a reward. The boy asks her about the master. The girl explains that she cannot live alone and simply does not know how to do it. So in those days she whimsically decided that this man would become her master. The girl blushes and offers him to live together. The main character understands that since Abyss is a battle doll, she cannot live as she wants. He recalls the past and asks her why she calls him master. The girl remembers that she did not explain it well to him. The girl kneels before him and asks him to be her master, asking if he can accept it. The main character blushes and thinks that in a certain sense he can. Today he will give up his values and past life. If he knew nothing from his past life, he would have to fear Abyss and keep away from her. He would not understand what a replicant is. He understands that the girl is a replicant, but not a machine without emotions. And if from today she begins to explore the world, maybe she will find something to her liking. The main character agrees to her proposal and exclaims that from now and forever the girl will be his. Until that day comes, they will live together. Abus agrees, says she is happy to be with him, and asks him to take care of her. Standing by the fallen bird, the girl asked him what they would do next, and the boy replied that he was going to take it to the village materials. The main character noticed that the warrior began to behave strangely, and then shrank significantly in size. He shouted that he disappeared. He anxiously decided to ask the nail about it. He thought that at the same time it was necessary somehow to transport the monster to the village. After that, he teleported together with her, and when he saw it, he fearfully told her that they had a big problem. She said something and showed petals in his direction. Smiling, she congratulated him on leveling up. Shaking his hand, she asked him to accept her sincere congratulations on reaching level 5. The boy did not understand her. She said that it was, of course, because he brought this bird. The meat and beak could become good materials, and a new feature appeared. Looking at the sign, the boy realized that they had a guest feature. Besides, the possible number of residents increased, and a new title appeared. The girl added that he could bring other people to the village. They only needed to hold hands and activate the skill. When Kai left, they were also forced to leave. The boy agreed with her and decided to bring a demon. Suddenly he remembered what happened to the warrior. The girl calmed him down and said that he was only wounded and fell into hibernation. He would recover over time. The boy rejoiced and felt relieved. Looking at him, he apologized to him for being so reckless. The girl suggested that he invite her and arrange a party in honor of the 5th level. The boy thought that this was his chance, and decided to explain his abilities to Abyss once again. Abyss was glad that the warrior would recover. Kai wondered if the warrior would return to his original form during the battle. It was good that in that form he did not suffer damage. He said that the warrior is also part of his power. The girl replied that it was strange because, as far as she knew, there was neither blessing nor God. The boy said that 1,000 years ago it did not exist. She asked if the master brought a lot from the village. He replied that he could do it. This opportunity improved, and now he was allowed to bring other people with him. He suggested she go and see. The girl rejoiced and said she would go. Kai realized that she had never been outside the island. Taking her by the hand, he used teleportation. They found themselves right in front of the village. The boy looked at her and asked if it was strange, but the girl's face immediately darkened. She grabbed her throat and began to say something about magical power. The boy was very scared, not understanding what was happening to her, and someone else said that it was better for her to leave because his world was dead to everyone. He replied that he thought so too. He sat next to Abyss and said he hoped she was okay. They teleported back, and the girl immediately came to her senses. He asked if she was okay. She replied that she was fine but did not understand what it was. She was simply surprised. The boy thought that she was the one who surprised him. She said that she moved only because of magical power, but it was almost non-existent. She simply cannot move without magic, but she will not die without it. She is fine now. Kai realized that it was something like radio waves. He wanted to show her many things, but it was too dangerous. He pondered, and his eyes sparkled. Kai was glad that he finally got meat. Although it was monster meat, its taste was due to the anus. It was seasoned with salt from seawater. It was simply incredibly tasty. When he took a bite, he really got goosebumps. With tears in his eyes, he told about the greasy taste spreading in his mouth. He no longer remembered how long ago he had eaten it. He asked the girl if she wanted to eat. She told him not to pay attention to her. She just watches how he eats deliciously. The boy thought that thanks to the girl, he becomes 100 times tastier. 3 months have passed since he arrived on the island. Abyss used her magic to help him destroy the monsters. When she finished, she asked the boy if he was okay. He agreed with her. He added that this is what she saw on the southern side. She says the island is shaped like a pumpkin. It seems there is a large tree growing on the southern side. The girl said that, in her opinion, there were bitter fruits there. He asked which ones exactly. She replied that they were hidden in the thick emerald greenery. She pointed to a large woven tree. The boy looked closer, picked one fruit, and said it was an olive. Thanks to this, he could get some oil, and a little oil also came from the pit, so it also needed to be planted. He asked the warrior to help him. In the village on the island, he began growing mandarins and bananas. The bananas are very sweet but small and edible. Not only edible, but their water-repellent leaves are also used as roofing. This can also be used to broadcast food. Mandarins are very sweet and slightly sour, pleasant in taste. He feels rested when he eats them, so maybe he has a lot of vitamins. He thought these were local species. Maybe they were improved species created by civilization. The girl asked if there was anything else. He said there were enough to plant. What he brings to this village may take root there. The effect will soon be noticeable. If he brings many shells and small fish, he will be able to create a certain impression. The girl asked why he decided to create it. He replied that if there is an ocean, the village culture will also develop. He wanted to be able to build a boat in case he wanted to escape from the island. The girl wondered what he would do after the escape. He replied that now he wants to tell his family that he is safe. Although if there were eyes around the temple, it would be impossible, but he still wants to see them. The girl understood that he had a family. He replied that he had a sister and a father and added that of course she would go with him, because she is also his family. The girl was surprised by his words and happily hugged him. The embarrassed boy thought that the civilization of 1,000 years ago, as expected, had a very high level of development. Returning to the village, he saw his assistant, Abyss, said that the third seed also became a little person. He replied that this time he became a warrior. In the last 3 months, he reached the 7th level and had 2 seeds of creation. If there was an ocean in the village, it would have taken a long time before they had a ship that could cross the open ocean. It was terrible that there was no iron. When he was in Lapel, he did not want to spend money. He decided that he needed to survive the winter before that. Warriors approached him, to whom he said that they were all holding up well and that he was counting on them. He decided that he needed more micromen, so he needed to talk to Anal. He approached her and said that for some reason he wanted more seeds, so he asked them to do something about it. The girl was surprised that he addressed her so politely because she was not going anywhere anyway. She said that she was just a manager and could do nothing about it, that he would rise to a higher level, and that they now needed livestock. Ainal thought about cows and horses. It would be good if there was a large workforce here. She imagined 5 animals that this place could make good use of. She seriously added that there should be at least a pair because one is hard to tame. The boy agreed with her and thought it would be good if only quiet animals lived on this island. But in the north there were other things. He said that today he was going to the northern side of the island. He asked if everything would be all right. The girl replied that everything would be fine. It was not too dangerous there. After that, he raised his hand and joyfully said that it was time to start. Their goal was animals that were most likely to become domesticated herds. Everyone supported him. While running, the boy asked the girl when they would reach the northern part of the island, and she replied that they were only halfway and asked if he was tired. He replied that running at such a pace was not difficult for him. The girl agreed and said that she always enjoyed spending time with the master, and he confirmed her words. On the island, the boy said that the atmosphere here was calmer than he had imagined, and she replied that there were no monsters here because the magical power on the northern island was more dispersed. Kai thought about building a base here. The girl said that there was no large barrier tree here, so if they built a base, monsters would come for its owner, and the boy realized with disappointment that it would not be easy. Suddenly the girl stopped him. Ahead they saw a large field where animals were grazing peacefully. The girl said she had found this herd. The main character said that they did not look like monsters. She replied that if they were monsters, they would not be so lazy. She felt unwell. When magical power disperses, she feels a slight helplessness. He asked if she could use magic now. She replied that she could a little. He told her to just stun them, and she got to work. After that, she applied her magic to one of the animals. The boy wondered if she had destroyed it. She said she did not know, but it was not difficult. He suggested she go check. At that moment, bulls surrounded them from all sides, and one of them tried to attack. The girl repelled it and said she would try to stun them. He ordered everyone to prepare to retreat. He grabbed the warriors and ran, but the girl found it difficult to create new spells. She jumped into the air and made a double flash, but the bulls still chased her, and the boy realized that things were bad, so he ran to her and asked her to hold her breath. Right under the bull's nose, he grabbed her hand and teleported to the village, asking her to endure a little. If she held her breath, it would be a little easier. Meanwhile, the bulls were furious and remained in the field. After some time, they returned. The boy happily said that they, in his opinion, had done well. The girl finally exhaled and asked him to look. On the clearing lay several stunned bulls, but when the man looked closely, he realized that they were actually cows and could be taken. He began teleporting them. In the end, there was 1 male and 4 females. Elle said that the task was completed. She thought that tomorrow she could give him seeds. He was glad because thanks to this their ranch would expand. Looking at the cows, he realized that soon they would give milk, and then there would be leather and meat. So he needed to try hard and become better, putting in all his efforts. It was the main character's first spring on the island. Then came the hot summer, during which he worked hard in the fields and was grateful for the good harvest. From time to time, animals attacked from there, and the abyss skillfully dealt with them. But the seasons change, and the harsh winter has already come. The main character came to the girl, who greeted him at home. The warriors were also glad to see him. She asked him about the monster fur jacket. He replied that it was wonderful. It protected from the cold much better than his previous clothes. The peasants tanned it with oil and plant fibers. He also knows how to tan leather in pieces, but it took him time to finish. He would not call it a luxury and sat down to warm himself by the fire. Thanks to the warriors, the smoke dispersed unexpectedly quickly. As he thought, the strength of the men helped him a lot. Kai thought that cold nights were very dangerous. They were unbearable, even in the monster fur. He was not sure if he would survive the winter on this island. Noticing his trembling, the girl came closer. The embarrassed boy thanked her for being nearby. She replied that she was very pleased to be with him. It was good that he was alive. Together they sat contentedly by the fire. On a clear sunny day, the peasants worked outside, and Nell carried sweet potatoes in a basket and was happy about what was happening. The boy said that spring would come soon. The year passed much faster than expected. Flowers began to bloom in the village. The boy teleported to Nell, who happily informed him that he had reached level 10. The boy was surprised that he had a new feature for the warehouse in the village. The girl explained that now the village has exits on all sides, meaning that no matter where he comes from or which entrance he uses, he will always return to where the active ability is. If a compound is placed in the real world, it will be connected to the north. He received a point that would allow him to return to the right place even if he drifted at sea. The girl also gave him the golden seed of creation. He decided to plant it in the best field so that everything would go faster. Next time he would choose a different profession, not a warrior. After a few days, ears of grain appeared in that place. Kai and Abyss were amazed. The girl suggested simply gathering it. The boy thought it was very brave. When they started digging, they saw a girl's head with ears. Suddenly, she crawled out of the ground. When she fully rose, she said she was born and jumped out. She is an excellent Hellfire witch, simply a bomb. Please treat her well. The attendees were impressed by her appearance. It was a level 10 reward, the golden seed of creation, from which a great wizard was born, and the boy did not expect the appearance of a girl in Japanese style with fox ears at all. Approaching the main character, the girl gently said that she would like to have a name. The boy did not understand her, and she said that Watashi-chan is the first person he knows. The boy thought the pronunciation might sound different, so for some time he believed his name was L. He said her name was Ren. She repeated her name, and the boy introduced himself in Abyssa. He wagged his tail. She threw herself into his arms and asked him to take care of her, and the boy blushed with shame. Their family grew and life became more stable. When monsters attacked them, Ren asked to entrust everything to the great warlock of Hellfire and attack them with fire. Her flame was very powerful. She acted confidently, and each of her attacks stunned the main character. He asked the beast if it was magic. The girl replied that no, at least it was not the magic she knew. Magic works thanks to mana in the air, but this girl does not use the mana of this world. She did not understand what it was. The boy realized it was the same as in the village. Whether it was a power that violated the laws of this world was unknown. Ren said she would not let him freeze. He replied that he did not like the cold. Thanks to the girls, most monsters were destroyed, and he noticed that there was a surplus in the ecosystem, so he would gratefully use the defeated monsters as material. The village, which was turned into an agricultural one, finally ended up by the sea, and NL was glad that now they had seafood. The ship was not yet docked, so they could only do simple work on the shore. He asked the girl to bring a rope and a light but sturdy log. He added that he could not wait any longer, so they would continue the escape plan, and after that they began to build a raft. Abyss asked him if he could make a ship. The boy said he had tried many times already, and if they could achieve instability of buoyancy, they could make an octodox in the shape of a squid. She realized that he was really leaving the island. The boy confidently replied that he could not stay here forever. He wanted to show her the world beyond the island. He was told that everything was finished, so he suggested the girl set sail. On the eve of departure, she explained that if the millennial map in her memory was correct, then there was land to the southwest. Ren said that moving forward happens with the help of wind magic, but it would still take 11 days. Abyss replied that she only knew the terrain of the past and did not know where the cities were. The main character said that was enough. Even if they did not find a place to live, they would just have to move from one place to another. He will leave it under the big tree, so that he can return if needed. The supplies will last for 10 days. Suddenly the girl noticed something. The main character asked her what happened. She said fearfully that a ship had arrived. In the distance they noticed a large carrack with billowing sails. The boy cautiously understood that it was a large ship from the temple. He shouted to the warrior to hide the fruits behind the big tree. He did not believe that they had come to save him. At first he thought the ship came here only in spring, but they had not come for a whole year. It was the same with the previous owner. She wondered what he was going to do. She knew that he wanted to leave the island. He stroked her head and said he would help. He told the girls to be ready because he would go alone. Hiding behind the trees, he saw that someone was coming. The girl was walking down the gangway, followed by a man in black. He literally threw her onto the pier. The angry man thought it was still too early to go out. The frightened girl watched as the ship sailed away. Kai approached her, greeted her, and thanked her for the journey. She asked him where she had been and who he was. He said he would tell her about it later. She cried, not knowing what to do. He replied that for now she would live on this island. She asked if she could return home. At that moment, the boy fell into the sea unsuccessfully. Looking at her toy, she cheered up a little. The main character told her that it was impossible to return now, but he would think of something. At that moment, other girls ran up. He irritably said that he had asked them to wait. Ren shouted angrily that she had seen everything and suggested simply roasting him whole. But he replied that this should not be done because if she did that, she would have to leave this place. He added that the escape from the island was cancelled for now. Abyss asked him what he would do. He replied that as long as religion abandons the children on this island, he will save them and will not allow anyone to disappear. She replied that this was exactly what she expected from him, and that she would do as he said. Ren asked Katie if she was from the city with the big castle named Gaudi, and realized he did not know what place it was because Abyss had dried it up with magic. He believed that the temple was a huge global organization, and this island was probably a place where children from all countries were sent. He said that she was in the process of a blessing ritual. The form of the sacred seal was the same as his. He asked if she wanted to perform blessing rituals later. The girl replied that she received power from the word of God, so everything is fine. And he said that he lives on this island because of the power of the evil god. Not all church teachings are correct. On the contrary, it seems that they are not all the same. He clarified that she does not decide how to use the blessing, she herself can decide what to do. When they reached the village, she saw little warriors. She asked what it was. He replied that it was part of the blessing. He looked quite strong. He suggested going to work in the field they were about to leave. She asked if her older brother felt lonely. Abbas replied that it seemed to her he was lonely. He had a family he wanted to meet. When he first arrived on this island, he sometimes looked at the ocean. But even if he waits, no one will take him away. She believes that he is doing everything possible in front of them. Kedi thought about her parents. Later he changed clothes and approached the girls. They became interested in his outfit. He replied that such things happen in life and asked the girl to name the god he had just taught her to call. She called Alamir and everything around her shone. She asked for permission to try this power. The boy agreed, and she directed her hands at her toys. She temporarily revived them. The toys began to move and asked how she was feeling and if she had caught a cold. They were worried. Everyone looked at them in surprise and said that they were moving and talking. The boy thought that the ability to bless was the same for all gods, but this very gift gave him a completely different ability. It was very mysterious. Kade called him and said she would help with his work. The boy patted her on the head and said he was counting on her. They stayed together for 3 months while she got used to this life, and together they did various daily chores. At the beginning of summer, when security was guaranteed, he asked Renning Haiti to look after the house. To get materials that were not on the island, they set out into the ocean to find a city he had not yet seen. Wherever he headed, he saw only the horizon, and without her navigation skills, escaping the island would have been impossible, so it was good that he took her with him. He remembered how Ren stayed behind again. She really wanted to go with him. The boy replied that the raft could not hold 4 people, and that he did not know what dangers awaited them. Abbas has a map of the island and possesses wind magic. By the way, the only one who can take care of Kaede is Ren. She stepped aside with displeasure. When Katie was watering the garden, Ren suggested going to play. She said that the work had to be finished first, and Ren did not ask why because the main character left them enough food. The girl replied that the field still needed tending. The boy said that the village was not to be relied upon. The toys said that she could play with the girl later. She asked them to gather beans and to bring the girl more water. Sitting by the river, the girl thought she was bored. Since birth, she only wanted to have fun. The warrior reminded her that she had to carry water. She replied that she knew and that she had to take care of this island. But for some reason, she just couldn't. She wondered when the main hero would return. Suddenly, she heard something. Meanwhile, Keide's toy ability ran out. She heard a strange sound but didn't understand what it was. She remembered that dangerous monsters once lived on this island, but it was said that they were gone now. There shouldn't be a single living monster around them. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over her and feathers flew. The girl got scared, turned around and ran forward. The girl was clutching her soft toys and was afraid, tears standing in her eyes. A giant bird, which the main hero had already dealt with, was flying after her. Meanwhile, he thought he had escaped the ocean current. He said that the girl's magic was amazing. She replied that it was all she could do. She is just a combat replicant, so she is not very strong in battle. She uses magic like this. For example, compared to the combat mouse, Ren is much stronger than her. Kai laughed uncertainly at her words. At this time, Ran was protecting Katie, hitting the bird with her fists and fire magic, and each of her blows caused it great damage. When she finished, she asked if the girl was okay. The girl rushed into her arms with tears in her eyes, and Ren asked her not to cry because she would always be with her. When they were returning to the village, the girl told her that it was not the first time she had written on her back, and apologized, saying that she hadn't tried hard enough, so she thought her brother would not return. These words stunned Ren because she realized that she would never see him again, and this realization literally drained her strength. So Katie asked what had happened to her. She began to cry and said that she was very lonely and did not want to think about it. The girl tried to calm her down, saying that she had said the wrong thing. She hugged her and said that he would definitely return, so she suggested going together and waiting for him. The warrior supported them. Late in the evening, Katie asked Ren if she had heard any noise. The girl cautiously peeked out of the hut and saw that the warriors were doing something in the ground. Under the moonlight, they joyfully began to dig. She did not understand if it was a ritual. Ren told her not to worry. It was some kind of vegetative reproduction. She would see everything in a couple of days. In a few days, there were more of them. When the hero allowed the warriors to reproduce, they began planting seeds. Kedi understood how it happened. Ren said that since there were more of them, she was not lonely, and they were grateful to that boy for it. They would wait for him alive and well. Meanwhile, the main character Saul was walking forward, and the girl ahead said that it was exactly like on the map, and the boy was already completely stunned by this journey. If he teleports to the village now, the raft's coordinates will change at the moment of return, and he will simply fall into the sea. So first he needs to land on the shore. They pulled the fruits to the shore. The hero asked if there was a big river nearby, because usually there is a city near the river. The girl began to remember. She said there is one in that direction. Walking there will take about 3 days. The man sighed and said that it is better than staying here. But girls in the village cannot be made to wait so long. They definitely need to get to the city, so they will have to hurry. After 2 days of their stay on the mainland, they began to approach the city. The main character asked the girl to take her adult form, and the warriors were to come to him. Then he teleported to the village and soon returned with a cart full of various vegetables and fruits. He left the warriors to guard the village where the products were brought by cart. Someone noticed that he looked different. That man laughed and said he had slightly adjusted his outfit for this occasion. A bit tight, but better than before. From now on, he is a great merchant, and the girl is his personal guard. They will stick to this version when they arrive in the city. He gave her a cloak to cover the horns. When she put it on, she asked if he liked it. He replied that the cloak was simply wonderful and suggested they go. As they were crossing the bridge, they heard human voices from the bushes. The boy said that if they were locals, they could ask them about the area. They decided to check. When they got closer, they saw several people hunting a tied-up girl. These people were already tired of chasing her. One of them grabbed her by the hair and said he would no longer let her escape. The second told him not to be so rough with her. Abbas asked Kai what he was going to do. The boy said it looked disgusting but would think later, and told the girl that they were weaker than their buffaloes, so she could attack. The girl immediately hit them, striking each one. The captive was shocked to see magic. The main character stepped out from behind a tree and asked her if she was okay. He said that in his opinion the danger was too great, and asked if he was in the way here. The girl replied no and thanked him, then asked if he was a mage. He replied that he was a merchant opening a business in the city. His name was Kai. The magic she had seen earlier was done by his guard. Then he asked her name. She introduced herself as Sarah Bianchi. That was exactly what he saw. But the man did not understand what she meant. She replied that he was a merchant and should understand this. She liked that he turned a blind eye to it. A merchant would not lift a finger without getting something in return. The boy happily asked her if she wanted to help them and take them to the city, and she wondered if that would be enough. It would be good if she told him this information and helped him during his trades. The girl asked for some time to think. She thought she had fled the city only by accident and would be glad to accompany him. Pai said that if avoidance was impossible, she should forget what he said. An approximate direction and general information would be enough. The girl replied that she understood his concern. She will lead them to the center. The sense of justice in her heart would not allow her to refuse this request. The boy thanked her and said he hoped it would not bother her. Sarah added that honestly, she had been on the run from people who could not be trusted. It was just a quick matter in this city. Perhaps it was fate that she met them. He recalled how she asked to borrow his scarf. The main character did not understand why she wore a collar. He asked who those men were. She replied that they were a private army of a trading company. They were good at intimidation. He said he understood everything. He grabbed one of them and thought he was seeing such coins for the first time. After that, he began taking all their valuables. Meanwhile, Sarah watched them in shock. Winking at her, the main character said that if he had done so, they would not have been able to immediately trace their trail. They tied them to a tree and set off. The man asked if this district had always been treated so badly. She replied that it was the last empire annexed, and according to mercenaries, entire districts of the port city were destroyed. Soon they arrived at the port city. The boy looked around with admiration. The girl said it had been an important port since ancient times. She asked where they wanted to start. The boy with shining eyes said that first they needed to eat something, so they approached the nearest stall with various dishes. Having tried it, the boy was very happy. He could finally enjoy not only rural food and return to human civilization. The boy understood that Abbas was visiting the city for the first time. He was in another country for the first time. Previously in his life, he had never had the opportunity to travel. He cannot use his powers on such a crowded street. At least he thinks to buy some supplies and return home. He approached various stalls and looked at the goods, bought fish, apologized for the wait, and suggested starting with the grocery section because the prices seemed reasonable, then asked Sarah what she would do. She replied that she would like to stay with them if they did not mind. The boy said he was glad that there would be someone nearby who knew the city. The girl asked if he really did not know what that color meant. He asked if it was jewelry. The girl laughed and said that they seemed to be from high society. The collar blocks the wizard's abilities until the owner decides what will happen to him next. When the owner decides, the collar deprives him of emotions and makes him obedient. It is like a magical seal. After this explanation, the boy understood everything. In this world, magic is passed down through blood. When emotions are removed, the owner receives magical power through the family line. That is why they are sold at an inflated price. Now they are fiercely searching for Sarah. The boy realized that this world is much more dangerous than he thought. The girl apologized for keeping silent about it. She added that he is from those homes where people are usually kept as property, and at the same time his companion is very quiet. She would not be surprised if her emotions had already disappeared. And Bis replied that she did not need such methods to monitor the protagonist. She said she understood everything. Kaya asked if she could take it off. She replied that she did not know how to do it. It was done by a blessed man. That man thought the temple was saying terrible things. He would not be surprised if it was the same group that dealt with children. The main character stepped aside, approached the girl, and suggested she come with them on the raft they had arrived on, but the girl did not believe him. He added that they could not just abandon the people they had helped, so they would find a way to get this off her. She replied that she owed them. She thought that she no longer had time for either conversations or to ask the sky for help. The main character gave her a cloak and said it was spare clothing from his escort because she needed to change a bit. The girl put it on, blushed, and asked what it was, after which the boy decided to joke with her. Later, a large crowd gathered at the market stall where people wanted to sell their fruits. They were happy to sell, and the girls shyly consulted with everyone present. There were too many people at the checkout, and Sarah thought they probably had too good a flow of customers. The boy smiled and said he did not expect that either. In the evening, they counted the money they had earned. Abis admired their shine. The boy realized it was incredible, and Sarah said that this amount was enough to buy a second-class palace. He wanted to raise the price a little, but the demand for them was too great. Those bowls and fruits were a miracle from a deserted island for some, but for those who grew up in the village, it was just trash that happens everywhere. Ibis asked what they would buy with that money, and the boy replied that first iron, then, depending on the price, chickens, horses, and sheep. They would also need a shepherd dog, and then grain and wool. Besides materials, they needed knowledge, for example, about how drinks are made and general information about leather processing. He also wanted to learn more about how olives are grown. He was interested in the girls in the village. After shopping, they were returning home. He asked Sarah if she agreed with his plan. While they were shopping, she could wait for them in the tavern. After that, she would have nowhere to go, so she could hide with them. Although the island was deserted, she asked not to reveal her identity. He replied that she also did not ask anything about them. He handed her a pouch with money and said it was not much, but if she wanted to drink before sleep, she could use it. The girl took his hand and looked at him intently. She said that he had beautiful eyes, full of innocence. She intended to tell him her story and hoped he would listen carefully. The boy agreed. She said that he assumed she was of noble origin because he was a merchant and must have heard about the Principality of Mandial. He thought he knew nothing, but replied that he did know. She was one of the court sorceresses of the Principality. Everything happened before the Principality fell under the pressure of the Empire. They, as the third squad, accompanied the princess to a neighboring country. However, the enemy caught up with them. They were glad they could surround them. They could return to the leader with good news. The princess's soldiers said they were not from the regular army, and therefore would not lose to some bandit. One of them replied that anything was possible, then began to cast a spell, which dispersed all the soldiers. After that, Sarah rushed to respond to the attack, and the forces clashed. The man said it was a bad deal. At that moment, the girl's magic disappeared. He threw her, and another managed to grab the princess. The girl screamed to be released, but they told her to simply obey. Then a man approached and told her to just behave decently. After that, other people took her away, but she broke free and rushed at them. Suddenly she fell to the floor and, bowing low, asked them to save her princess. This request shocked the young man. She crawled to him and said he was an influential merchant and could help her. He replied that he could not save the princess. The princess was captured by the imperial army, but the captors were mercenaries hired by merchants, and Kai thought about how much money would be needed for her ransom, as the girl was being taken exactly there. He can give her to another person. She is a sorceress, and since she offers herself, she can be sold for more than a princess. She hoped that he would use this money to help the princess and her friends. The boy asked her again, and she said that children born from sorceresses always have magical potential. If such a boy is adopted by nobles, he will gain noble status. Without a doubt, Many millionaires dream of this. It is not entirely clear whether merchants exchange information among themselves, but if there is merchandise, the rules can be ignored. The boy began to think about her words. The main character asked her what she would do if he simply ran away with the money. These words frightened her greatly, but it was because of this that the boy understood what it means to be sold. She trusted a person she saw for the first time too much. She did not even think about anything else. The boy considered this very sincere. It is so easy to deceive and discard this naive soul. Let's start with the fact that he has nothing in common with her. Many people helped him in this world, so he cannot act like that. The boy agreed with her and said that he had two conditions. First, no matter what happens, she must trust him. She replied that she would always trust him. Then he decided to name the second condition. He asked Abias to take off her cloak. The girl asked if everything was all right. He agreed. When Sarah saw her, she was frightened and thought she was a demoness, and the boy replied that she was not a demon and thought it was a risky move. In this world, people consider themselves close to God, but in myths there are also demons that people of all ages fear. If she worries too much about her appearance, nothing will come of it. She replied that she did not know all the details, but it cannot be that such a beautiful girl is a demon. He said that once it was like that she was not afraid, because Ibis was very important to him, and from these words the girl blushed. She told him that it was time for them to go to sleep. He replied that for today that was enough. Sarah asked if he would really save her. He answered that he had already decided and would definitely do so. At that moment, Ibis began to insistently call him to go to sleep, saying that she had a fever. She had a strange feeling that sleep could help her cope with it. The boy fell out of bed and asked her to wait, but the shy girl did not understand him and thought that he really did not like her. At first he objected, not understanding what he was doing. Then he agreed. She went to sleep, and Sarah shyly said that she wanted to join. After that, the three ended up in bed. The boy realized that he would not be able to fall asleep. He just needed to stop thinking. Sarah said that this night was the last when she could rest, and although it was short, she was grateful to him for everything. Kai asked her if she was afraid. She said she was ready, more worried about the princess, who was like a younger sister to her, and would be calm if he looked after her. The main character thought that she was really simple and honest, kind by nature and did not even doubt, so he must definitely save such people. Walking through the market, the boy noticed that no one was selling iron. He asked the girl where they got it from. She said she did not know such things. He informed the bee that in that case they would first buy tools. He added that before saving the princess they needed to buy a few things, and suggested Ibis say if she needed anything. Then they looked at various goods. The main character said that the animals were bigger than he expected. He wanted to buy horses and pigs, but the horses were too expensive and there were no pigs. They managed to buy many necessary goods, but it still was not enough. He went to clean everything up and asked them to wait here. Hiding in the alley, he left Ibis and teleported to the village with the goods. NL saw him and asked how everything went. He pointed to various barrels and animals in the cart, and it literally made her head spin. Looking at her, he realized she had lost consciousness. It was the first time he brought so many things, so he decided that she would unload everything when she woke up, and he would still have some left until the next level. Meanwhile, Sarah was alone. He suddenly approached her, scaring her. She wondered what mask he was wearing. He said it was for disguise. She replied that she thought he would not return, and he said he would not do that. Cheered up, she replied that in moments of loneliness she became very helpless. Usually she was not so weak. She cheerfully got up and said she now felt good. Yastra led him to the trading company to find out where the princess was. They answered that she was in Malini's company, and the girl herself was meanwhile combing her hair in front of the mirror. The man who entered greeted her and said not to be afraid. They know how to deal with them, and with such girls one must be careful. But there is no guarantee that if someone else had picked them up, they would be treated as politely. Her sorceress will not return, so he wonders if she knows where she might have gone. He did not care who took her. She would not be able to greet anyone. It was useless for the princess to think about escape because, having lost her country, she could only live in a gilded cage. Essie approached her. A bright invisible barrier appeared around. It was the power of the princess's blessing. He ordered her to stop the futile resistance and cancel this ability. At that moment, the sorcerer who had previously captured them entered. The man ordered him to deal with this. The sorcerer replied that it was impossible because no physical or magical attack could penetrate him. He added that the man should not worry. She will not be able to escape from this barrier. He replied that the sorceress should be captured by any means. He agreed with him. The man added that he must report as soon as the group returns from the north. The sorcerer told the princess to continue nurturing this vain hope, for everything will only get worse. The girl sat curled up in fear. Meanwhile, the main character arrived at the trading company. He told Sari that he had a plan. She had to be silent for a while. Before the door, he thought that from now on he was a nobleman. He imagined who he would be when he opened the door, and an employee approached him and offered help, and that man said to call the owner because he intended to offer him a profitable deal. The owner came down and was glad to meet the client. The boy said he was traveling to Cognito and came from a small kingdom. Today he managed to find something interesting. He ordered the demon with his eyes to take the hood off Sarah, then did so and threw the girl on the floor. The master was shocked. The boy asked if the girl was from here. He was shocked and inquired if he should return her. The boy agreed and said that he should be compensated for the efforts spent. He agreed and asked why he decided to return her. After all, he does not know how much a sorceress costs. He replied that she herself asked him to do it and then take the princess away. It was simply amazing devotion. Therefore, he became interested in this princess who had such things. To gain access to them, he had to be very frank. The owner understood him. Sarah grabbed him and began demanding explanations for why he was acting that way if he had promised to save her. The boy replied that this was exactly what he had planned to do. He added that money is not a problem for him. He does not need it to win the princess. Therefore, it would not be better for her to simply return to the company. If they do as he says, everyone will be in the plus. The man apologized to the owner for the wall. The owner thanked him for considering his proposal. After that, he asked where the princess was. The owner said that for this one must go to another room. Then he ordered the workers to take the girl away. That man suggested allowing her to meet the princess as a reward for her loyalty. After all, it was their last chance to say goodbye. The man said he did not mind if it was not for long, but he was a little sad, and the main character added that he liked such things. The man said he almost lost his mind when she ran away. He pays the mercenaries well, but they still let her go. Kai asked if they worked under contract. He replied that he sent them straight to the front line to recruit people. Now they were in the room behind. The man replied that he understood. They entered the spacious living room, where many people had been brought. The boy noticed that they were accompanied by guards. When one of the girls came in, Sarah shouted loudly. The man began to say that this girl was of a special class, recommended by the company. The Pearl of Mondial, Princess Yuri Cecilia. She was a short blonde. Posing as a buyer, Kai infiltrates a company trading slaves, finds Princess Yuri, the target of his rescue operation. The slave trader shows him the captive, and she introduces herself. The man advises the young man not to rush with the score. He cannot take his eyes off the princess, noticing her luxurious light long hair and bangs that barely reach her eyes. The longer Kai looks at her, the more he realizes that she resembles Rukia. The young man says that she is beautiful and asks about the price. The slave trader announces the amount, and the young man cannot hide his reaction. For this amount, he can buy a nice house, and for the full amount, he can buy a luxurious estate. All this surprises him, and he asks if everything is all right, clarifying that this price is already discounted, while the slave trader laughs and asks how the young man guessed. He says that Yuri Cecilia is their best product. She is called the Pearl of Mondial. Her beauty has conquered even the emperor. He cannot afford to skimp on her. The slave trader agrees to give Yuri for such a price only because Sarah was returned. The young man understands this and is about to buy her. But suddenly Sarah rushes forward, calling the princess's name. He catches her and they fall together. The princess realizes that Sarah could not escape. The girl looks at the boy, and everyone understands that it is because of him. Sarah shakes her head. She believes that if he saves Yuri and the others, she does not care what will happen to her. She has already decided to trust him. The boy asks if her nose is broken. The girl tells Yuri that she is sorry and thinks she should be grateful. Sarah asks for one last chance to say goodbye. The girl wants to meet her lady one last time before her heart breaks. Princess Yuri is upset. Other slaves try to calm Sarah, and the hero addresses the slave trader with a request not to make him watch this pitiful scene, although in fact he does not mind. He adds that since he is already here, he also needs to buy guards. While he chooses, the slave trader can go free. The man smirks and exits through the door. A creak is heard from behind the door. The slave trader frowns. He finds the young man strange and too talkative, his hands as if digging the ground. Suddenly a servant runs in and says that the soldiers urgently call him, and the slave trader feels a premonition of trouble. Meanwhile, Sarah begs Kai to buy all the guards. She understands that he has his own circumstances, but still insists. The young man is upset, seeing the expression on her face. He knows how hard it is to be far from loved ones. A girl in a hood with ears takes out a dagger and cuts the ropes on Sarah's wrists. Kai says he doesn't want her to feel the same pain. The girl in the hood removes the bonds from all the prisoners. Sarah is shocked and asks what he is doing. Kai replies that there is little time, so he speaks briefly and asks everyone who wants to escape to hold hands. The prisoners are confused and do not understand what exactly he means by the word escape. Kai does not expect them to believe him so easily, and he has no proof that he can really save them. He says they have a chance if they do not want to end their days here. Princess Yuri Cecilia steps forward, then another step, and stands before Kai. They look each other in the eyes. The girl notices that his gaze is not like the vulgar look of a merchant or the greedy look of a mercenary. She also realizes that his gaze is different from her desperate look. Yuri takes Sarah's hands and squeezes them tightly. Then he extends his hand to the young man nearby. The other prisoners exchange glances. Everyone stands in a circle and holds hands. Sarah calls Kai by name, and he notices that she is the last one whose hands are tied. Kai asks Abyss to act according to the plan, and to do everything as quickly as possible. Everyone stands in a circle, holds hands, and utters the spell Heroes of Tenno. Slave traders ask the guard what happened. He is informed that the squad from the north has returned and seems to have found the sorceress. He is furious that they took so long to return. The guard tells that when the squad almost caught the witch, they were attacked, stripped, and tied to trees. The man cannot believe his ears. He understands that the enemy brought Sarah here. The slave trader hits the guard with all his might, and he flies aside with a dull clang. The man realizes that Sarah has fallen into enemy hands. He quickly orders the guards to call Fuzel and hurries back. The door suddenly opens, and he sees a girl in a hood with a flowing cloak. Biss turns around, and their eyes meet. The girl jumps down through a hole in the wall. The slave trader curses and orders the guards to chase her. At that moment, Fuzel enters and asks what the noise is. Looking around, Fuzel assumes it was an enemy mage. The slave trader says he relaxed, and now a special class slave has escaped, and he is sure they are from Mondial. Fuzel says the girl had no real combat experience and did not amuse him. He admits that there might be someone strong among them. The slave trader reacts with surprise and orders him to follow him. The man says the slave's leg must be shackled because the slave himself could hold them. The slave trader orders to return every runaway. Outraged that Sarah escaped and Fuzel's subordinates were left without clothes. Now Yuri Cecilia also escaped with her guards. He demands an explanation from Fuzel on how to fix this. Fuzel replies that an order is an order. Meanwhile, Abyss peeks around the corner. The guards notice her. Kai advises pretending she is covering the rear because it will be hard to handle them alone. She hesitates. The guards demand that she stop. The girl starts running and thinks it would have been easier to use magic. Then she is tormented by doubts whether her master and the other prisoners are all right. Sarah screams at the top of her voice from shock. The fugitives were moved to a strange place resembling a village. Ahead they see a house, a mountain, a forest, and a fence. They look around and do not understand where they have ended up. Kai tries to calm Sarah. He notices that the others are not as surprised. Princess Yuri thinks that she is not so much worried as frightened. The girl runs up to Kai and asks what to do with the supplies, whether to give them to the locals. He is surprised that she has not done this yet, and promises to decide later. Then Kai asks to bring him the sword he took from the mercenaries. He apologizes to Sarah because she was sure that he had betrayed her. The girl asks where they are. The young man promises to explain everything later. First, he needs to get rid of the shackles. Kai says that he did not even know that a country with such a name existed. Yesterday, he accidentally met Sari, and she asked him to save the princess. The young man says that he is interested in Sarah Sand, so he decided to save everyone, and her first of all, and the girl cannot hide her surprise. Kai apologizes for not explaining everything immediately. He smiles and reminds that he promised to save, but did not specify whom exactly. Princess Yuri laughs and says she would lose count if she tried to recall all the times Sarah saved her. Since the country and its people are in the past, now she is simply Yuri Cecilia. Sitting on the grass with a sword in his hands, Kai thinks he would like to tell Yuri, but restrains himself. He thinks about how Sarah treats Yuri like a younger sister, but does not consider it necessary to talk about it. He concludes that he is not as stupid as he seems. The chain on the blade rattles and breaks. The guards curse and rush after Ibis. They are surprised by her speed, and do not know where the other slaves have gone, and how they could run down the road in chains. Suddenly the guards realize they are being deceived, and one of them suggests returning to the company building. Kai contacts Abyss again in her mind, and asks her to distract the guards as long as possible. He says he doesn't mind if she beats them. The girl likes this idea. Abyss returns to the guards and approaches them. They ask where the others have gone. She says everyone has already gone ahead. Suddenly the girl is surrounded by flashes of lightning. She has to defeat them all. The guards realize that they are dealing with a sorceress, and the beast directs a magical explosion at them, knocking them off their feet. All the guards are defeated, and Ibis decides to hurry back to her master. At that moment, Fuzella catches up with her and admires her skills. He challenges the girl to a magical duel. Tai asks the others if they are ready. He explains that as soon as he cancels his ability, they will all return to the company building. While Ibis distracts the mercenaries, they need to get out of the city as quickly as possible. The young man asks Anal to prepare that thing. He relies on her and gives the command to cancel. The slave trader wonders why Fuzzle has been absent for so long. He is sure the slaves could not have run far and are probably nearby now. Kai and the others appear behind him. The man retreats, not understanding where they appeared from. The slave trader wants to curse, but the blades are pressed to his throat. Sarah asks Kai what's to do with him, thinking he is alone. Kai suggests simply tying him up. The man is tied up despite his protests. Kai listens to a distant sound and assumes it is a demon fight. The young man thinks he wanted to ask the merchant about Sarah's collar, but now there is no time for that. He asks everyone to hurry. The slave trader calls everyone merchandise, and the young man replies that he is just a morator who decided to profit from the ashes of a ruined country, adds that there is no point in hoping to return Yuri and Sarah, and advises to consider it a dream. Over the night city, a rumble is heard. Yuri Cecilia steps onto the road and Kai urges her on. He thinks it might be faster if someone carries Yuri. Sarah tells the woman to sit on her back. Kai objects, thinking Sarah is too fragile for that, and suggests turning to one of the men, and the girl is outraged and says the princess will not agree to ride on a man. The young man replies that Yuri is no longer a princess. At that moment, mercenaries catch up with them, and Kai thinks how untimely this is. The guards suddenly appear, surround the fugitives, and say that escape will not succeed. Sarah asks Kai what they should do, realizing they have been found. He thinks that if the mercenaries are here, then Ibis is now fighting the mage. The girl tells him she has little combat experience. She only knows how to shoot magic. Kai thinks she will be fine. But a more experienced opponent can outmatch her in battle tactics. Others consult with him, preparing for battle. One of the princess's guards says that they don't need to participate. They can just take Yuri and leave. And another replies that Kai has been helping them so far. The young man replies that it's very kind, but everything is fine. He thinks so. He turns back to Sarah. Tai asks the girl if the wizard who defeated her is here. She answers no. He asks to be covered, and everyone stands behind him. Kai tells them to stay like that, promises to return soon, and utters the Tenno spell here, and at that moment disappears. A second later, the young man appears not alone, but with a team of combat experts. A scream and noise sound. The guards look at the man before them in surprise. The stranger falls to the ground. One of the guards says that fights are forbidden within the city, and asks if he understands that, and the man turns to the guard and talks about slaves. The guard asks if the man is from Malini's company. Another adds that during their shift, slaves rarely escape. Suddenly they notice where the noise is coming from and order the slaves to put on the shackles again. The guards can't believe their eyes and don't understand who is before them. Kai points to the attacking little ones and explains that this is his squad of combat spindex, whose numbers he has been diligently increasing for a year, and asks them not to hold back. The guards curse. They marvel at the agility of these little ones and ask for someone who knows how to use Bose's blessing. One of the combat spindex waved his tiny sword and struck a mercenary on the head. The princess's guards are surprised at how strong and cute these Korotons are. Sarah asks if they are on their side. Kai answers affirmatively. When all the guards are defeated, the combat spindex rejoices and Kai praises them. He gently pulls the baby's ear and says that they did a great job. Now they can return to the seeds and rest. Kai snaps his fingers and the spindic disappears in a puff of smoke. The young man then addresses those battle spindics that can still fight. The surviving mercenaries flee before reinforcements arrive. The city trembles from the sounds of battle. The sorceress fights the demon. Foysel is impressed by her magical abilities. The girl thinks it doesn't matter how many attacks she repels. There are countless. Kai sees how the demon repels an attack. Sarah notes that the demon exceeded the Mage's expectations. The young man encourages the girl, praises her actions. The abyss spirits come alive. She is glad that her master is alive. Foysel is gasping, tired from the fight. He realizes that the demon belongs to Kai and asks why the young man, who had a powerful mage, did not allow her to fight so they would not lose their country. Sarah addresses Kai and says that Foysel seems to think he is from Mandial. The young man replies that the mage is mistaken. He just came across them and decided to help. Kai offers Faisal to surrender, saying that he has already neutralized the rest of the soldiers. The wizard responds sharply. Foysel says that soldiers do not surrender halfway and will fight to the end, and Kai notices that he is completely exhausted. The young man asks Abyss to buy them 3 minutes. She agrees and decides to change the angle of fire. The mage and the girl take to the air and exchange magical charges. Meanwhile, Kai makes a dash to the side. Ebba attacks, and Fuzzle does everything to parry her strikes one after another. Suddenly, Kai appears out of nowhere and grabs the mage by the elbow. Foisal is surprised and does not understand where this guy is from. Kai says he is from Tenohira, and it sounds like an invitation to a wonderful place. Kai grabs the mage by the elbow and everything around flashes with bright light. Fazal squints. He thinks a new day has come and waits for a break in the fight. But suddenly Foisal notices he is sitting on the grass next to a grazing bull, looks around, sees a young man, and does not understand what is happening. He shouts at the top of his lungs because he cannot understand where he is. The wizard asks Kai what he did to him. Meanwhile, the young man hurries to Anel, determined to carry out his plan. The girl is ready. And Elle takes a deep breath and loudly announces that the enemy is coming. This is not a drill. She orders everyone to take sticks and farming tools and gather together. Women and children must stay inside the house. She warns the villagers that some villain will come to take their harvest. If they do not get rid of him, he will take it, and Elle says she is worried about this too. She warns that the enemy may also take their dear daughters and asks what they will do then. Foisal sees a man with a weapon approaching him and says he does not know where he is and has no reason to fight them. He is only interested in Kai. The villagers look at each other, not understanding whom he is talking about. The mage explains that they do not see him, and one of the villagers asks if he is really targeting the children. The men will not allow this to happen. If we assure them he is a magician, it does not matter how many of them are here. Suddenly, the mage realizes that his powers do not work here. He is stunned. Kai praises him for the accurate assumption and explains that here, in this place where the abyss constantly radiates magic, he cannot even move, while the villagers are approaching him closer and closer. Foisal demands that Kai stop looking down on him. He feels the magic draining from his body, but eventually he manages to release a wave of magical fire towards the peasants. The men look anxiously at the staff damaged by the fire explosion. They are shocked that the mage actually used a fire attack and decide to protect their village. They intend to seize him. Foisal is surprised that they do not know about mages. He is attacked and finds himself between the peasants on one side and a battle spindle on the other. The mage realizes that now he will have to fight this enemy. Foisal is not thrilled. He hates realizing that he is losing due to his carelessness but cannot accept it. There is no way out. He already knows that he will lose to the opponent. The mage falls to the ground and looks up at the men pointing sticks and pitchforks at him. Anel decides that enough is enough. She does not think he will wake up soon. Everyone did what they could. The peasants tied up the mage. Kai asks Anel if it is possible to hope that the world will someday become less cruel. She says maybe. They tried to explain to them that sometimes a person is more dangerous than a monster. Although she is not sure if it was right. Kai adds that if the world remained peaceful, it would not seem so bright. The girl tells him that everything is fine, and advises him to just do what he thinks is right. Kai, thank you, Anel. It is getting dark. Sarah asks how Kai managed to defeat the mage. He says he won thanks to his strategy. Yuri asks what he plans to do with him. Kai just wants to leave him somewhere. The young man explains that somewhere means outside the village and believes that it will be quite far. Kai praises Ibis and says that she is probably tired of constantly using magic. And Ibis replies that she is not tired but feels useless because she could not fulfill his request. Kai reassures her, explaining that the enemy was simply more persistent. She is the best, and her help was invaluable. It was thanks to her that he was able to save everyone. Ibis asks again if she is really the best, and upon receiving an affirmative answer, asks to hug her. Kai did not expect such a request, and the girl explains that hugs will calm her and help her feel better. Kai firmly hugs Ibis by the shoulders. She clings to him with both hands and purrs contentedly, and at that moment someone whistles. Princess Yeri thanks Kai for saving her. He replies that half of his actions were just whims. The boy asks that after everything that happened, they have somewhere to go. He says he will take them to an island if they have nowhere to go, but he cannot force them because even he finds it hard to survive there, although he has such an ability. Yuri sincerely admits that they have nowhere to go, and even less to return to, so she asks to make them their slaves. The princess says that as slaves they will become their property. The people of this city will not be able to rely on them. Kai laughs and says that he is actually not a merchant. Yuri does not know what to answer, and Sarah reacts with surprise. Kai explains that they live on an island in the middle of nowhere, unmarked on maps, where for the sake of life you have to give up everything you have. He asks the princess if they will do this. Someone says that an island without people is the best place to hide. Yuri asks what kind of place it is. Kai replies that there are rivers and forests there, and the girl notes that this means there is fertile soil near a water source. The princess says that Kai really knows nothing about the Principality of Mondial. This country is often called by different names. The country where there are almost no wizards. The country where nothing can be taken during an attack. Or the country where everyone is a farmer. Kai was sure that it was a big country. Yuri replied that it was interesting, called it No Man's Island, and said that they needed to think about a plan. The boy asks her to promise something, and the girl assures that she will do everything. He tells them that revenge is strictly forbidden, and asks to forget everything about the Empire, to consider it a rebirth. If they cannot keep the promise, he will not be able to give them the island. Yuri listens carefully and assures that he no longer thinks about revenge. She adds that even if she did think about it, there is no one to rejoice with, so there is no point. Kai calls Ibis home and extends his hand to Yuri. They hold hands again, and find themselves in another place further north, and someone is impressed by the mysterious power. A path opens before them leading through the forest. A sign points north. Kai warns that if they leave from here, they will end up on the island. He asks the newcomers to get along with the two girls who live there. Finally, they reach the north. Ibis sighs tiredly, and Sarah jumps up. Everyone shouts. Kai announces that this is No Man's Island, and asks if they are disappointed because there is nothing here. Suddenly, a girl with fox ears attacks the young man, calling him "Milord." She knocks him to the ground and lies on top of him. Ren is glad that he finally returned. Tears flow down her face. She thought he would never come back. Kai smiles, calms her down, and apologizes for upsetting her. Another girl named Kaida appears with two cute little tails. She is also glad to see him and hugs Kaida tightly. She asks who these people are, pointing to Yuri and Sarah. The young man replies that they are new residents. The princess is glad to see them. Kaida is too. Sarah does not believe that they are the only ones on the island. She asks about their families and homeland. Kai answers that they have families but cannot return yet. Kai spreads his arms to the sides, showing everyone that there is nothing on the island. He says that now they are all pioneers of this island. They will create fields, wells, houses, roads, gardens, and farms themselves. Chi declares that she will create a country. It will be a place where we can all return. Sarah happily says that her heart is just dancing now. Ren confirms that this is what they expected from Melord. Kiata adds that she will help too. Ibis promises to follow her master because she is part of his family. Princess Yuri sighs with joy. She likes that they can start everything anew. They will be able to take root beyond the flower yoke. The girls hold hands tightly. Yuri calls Kai. She takes his hand and enthusiastically suggests creating a beautiful country together where everyone will be happy. With a sparkle in her eyes, she promises to do everything possible to make this dream come true. Sarah, smiling, says that as his wife, which she became since they slept together, she will also do everything possible. Light surprise is heard around, and everyone present whispers to each other. The magic in Bishan's hands works so fast that only the flickering of her fingers is visible. One of the men asks another if she looks like a demon from Legends. He is seeing such strange magic for the first time. Kaida replies that Abis is not a demon at all because the demons she read about in school are scary. But Abis-chan is very kind and gentle. She admits that Ren-chan was a surprise for her when she arrived on the island. At this time, Ren is chasing a battle Spindic. She is asked if Ren is a beast person. Kaida answers that she doesn't care who or what she is. The main thing is that she is strong and gentle. The girls, hugging Ren's fluffy tail, agree that she is cute, gentle, and soft. Kai tells Abyss that everything is going well from the very beginning. The girl notices that his shoes are very worn out, and the boy says he has been wearing them since he was 12 and would like a bigger size. Kai realizes that the problem is not only with his shoes, but also with his clothes and tools, and Abyss believes that it is worth finding out everyone's opinion. In this regard, the young man decided to open the first meeting of the Islanders' Council and be its head, Kai Husqvarna. He asks the peasants what they want. Some want meat. Others want oil to cook new dishes. Some ask for more toilets. Others want a bath. The peasants also ask for fishing and farming tools. Kai thinks that if they manage to get this urgently, the problem will be solved, but the work with plumbing will be a bit difficult. Yuri interrupts his thoughts. The princess names 3 elements needed to create a state: citizens, territory, governance. The island, of course, lacks them. Kai believes that the territory is the island itself, and control is military force. They have several mages, so it should be quiet on the front. The young man realizes that they have too few citizens. He asks Yuri if there is a quick way to increase their number. The girl says that such a way exists. Kai says that more military Huns are needed. Yuri smiles and replies that there is a more usual peaceful way, adding that it depends on Kai-sama's efforts, and he clearly does not understand what is meant. Princess Yuri finally asks him to have children. A pause follows, and everyone around looks at Kai, who stands speechless. He finally asks again to confirm that he heard correctly. Yuri says that if they create a country, he will be its king. The princess continues and says that she is from the royal family of the Principality of Mondial. Kai is surprised that their conversation could come to this. Yuri insists that if the boy acknowledges that he will become the king of their country, then he must take responsibility for continuing the lineage. It is the same as increasing the population of cities, and it is important. Kai hesitates, has many doubts, tells her that he understands what Yuri Cecilia's son means, and she asks him to call her simply Yuri. He thinks that he does not understand at all what is going on in her head. Kai guesses that it is because she is from the royal family, as if it is a duty. It seems it is not her own decision. But Yuri does not stop there. She decides to live with him. Kai finds it a bit strange, and their house is a bit cramped. Nearby Abbas and Kaida nod twice, agreeing with him. Kai says that their hut will not survive this winter. He plans to build a new house and hopes that someone knows how to do it. One of the girls says she knows how to do it. The boy asks if she was a carpenter. She replies that she was not, but her family was. The girl only knows how to build it. Kai asks her to help build the hut before winter. They need a house for everyone, about 10 huts. Shaking her hand, he assures that the raccoon warriors will help them. Yuri is sure that they do not need to build that many. Princess Yuri believes that the king will be satisfied with one large palace. Kai is impressed by how grandly she thinks. Yuri asks if it is true that Bison and Renson are magicians. The young man says that one of them is a magician on guard and both will serve in the palace. They are both military and citizens. Kai asks if all the guards and those who want to serve in the army want to have their own house, and he is told that actually they can live in 2 rooms. Yuri believes that kindness is a virtue, but as a king he must think more logically. After thinking, Kai decides that the girl is right. There are 14 people on the island, and having a separate house for each is impractical. The princess believes that one luxurious palace is enough, and from there they will start building the country. Kai's eyes shine with anticipation. Standing under the branches of a sprawling tree, Yuri dreams of a magnificent palace, a place where they can return, and she says they will live in such a place with honor. Kai thinks she is right. It will be easier that way. People will be lonely if everyone lives separately. He decides that their main goal is to build the palace and make it before winter. The boy tells Einal that they are going to build a palace, so they need materials. Here is Spellus cast, and the girl congratulates Kai on the village reaching level 20. They arrive in a city where resources can be found. Chi remembers that it was level 12 plus another 8 levels, so there should be a reward. A strange girl appears and says she is an elf assistant who watches over clothing, which is just as vital as a hut and food. Her name is Koromo. She is Nell's younger sister. Kai is glad to meet her. Kai asks again if she can really sew clothes. The girl confirms that she can sew clothes for him. The world's magical winds rise into the air. The boy is delighted. He was just thinking about what to do with clothes for everyone. This solves the problem. Koromo says she is not like Anel-chan, who only knows how to eat. Koromo has special abilities. Anel is outraged by her words. She does not understand why her sister humiliates her like that. The girl says she has a very important job. She is a guest who can find the tastiest food and check it for poison. Kai laughs. He thought Enniel was just a glutton. The girl is outraged. She was sure that at least he understood her. The young man admits that he actually had suspicions. Since Kai settled on the quiet island, he has never been poisoned. He thanks Nell. Koromo says that if Kai orders her to do something and Tenochera has the materials, she will do everything, but clarifies that she cannot do many things at once because one outfit takes 3 days. Kai asks again if 3 days are needed in Tenochera. Koromo says that in the outside world it is 3 days because she first counts and then prepares the materials. The boy wants leather boots. Kai laughs and calls Koromo a beauty. He runs to find out the sizes of others. Anel says that he opened not only Koromo, Kai snapped out of it and remembered the status. From the scroll he learns that their village has become a magical hidden village, and its development level is called Magical Hidden Village. To move to the next level, a mage must be born. Nell explains that this happened because the mercenary leader often attacked the village, and now there are no mages. The concept of magic has simply become something that existed, and Koromo says that new functions were added, such as seed output and synthesis. Kai understands that the output has increased. Enel explains that this is the synthesis of seeds of similar color. Kai will be able to create more powerful warcunes. The young man says that he would like to test them, but unfortunately all the seeds have again become warcune. Even those that in the city were turned back into seeds have also returned. Enel says that the tests will be conducted after reaching the new level. Kai reminds her of the condition for moving to the next level. They must wait for the birth of the Magus. Imal says that this may happen before he realizes what has happened. Meanwhile, the Kunasi were so careless that they set something on fire. Chromo takes measurements for shoes from the villagers. After 3 days, the new shoes are ready. Kai thinks they are cool. The girl explains that the skin from the water buffalo is a bit different to the touch. She explains in detail how she made the shoes, and in the end Kai has to stop her. Kai tries them on. The girls watch how he ties the laces, then ask if he likes them. The boy is delighted. The shoes fit him. He thinks they are cool. The girls are pleased with him. Kuramos says she was sure of it. Kai asks her to make the same shoes of the same quality for others. Koramo asks the boy if she is more useful than Onekon. Anil asks her to stop comparing them. The new shoes squeak. Kai admires them. The girls see him with a smirk. Kai meets Sarah, who says that everyone needs either freedom or running water for the household, and adds that if that is impossible, a pond or a jug of water will do. Kai thanks Sarah and wonders how they had not thought of it before. He likes this idea. Now he needs to find clay and make clay pottery, or better ceramic. Kea thinks about pottery. He believes that pottery products can be used for storing water, like jugs, as well as for cooking food in clay pots. However, his knowledge is limited to what he has seen on television. Kai believes they are lucky to have someone nearby who understands this technology, but the girl says she knows nothing. She explains that she comes from a family of merchants, and her father used to take her to the pottery workshop just to watch. Kia tells the girl that her knowledge of glaze making is already very useful, and adds that she does not need to start with ceramics. A young man decides to start with clay and asks the best woman where to get it, but she has never seen such and does not know. Kai calms Abis, says there is nothing to worry about. There is no clay on the road. At first he decides to look for some swamp. One of the girls can help him with this. They approach the river. Chi remembers Ria's words that clay can be found where river silt settles, and large trees do not grow near good clay. Kunisi bring dirt and show it to Mikaeu. He looks and says that the consistency is not quite right. Kunisi thoughtfully talk in their language. Kai does not understand their language. He regrets not taking Ren with him because she usually translates for him. He tries to explain to the Kuns what dirt should look like, and the Kuns, apparently, understand him. Abyss wondered if the children understood what Kui said. He thinks they at least looked confident, so there is no reason to worry. They walked along this river for a long time but found nothing. Kai advises the girl to look for clay on the surface of the stone. Suddenly, a joyful cry of a raccoon is heard. He brought a basket of clay. Kunasi brought many baskets of clay, spread it on the ground surface, and Kai thoughtfully squeezes it with his hand. The clay takes the shape of his clenched palm. He tells Abis that it is soft enough to mold easily. After firing, it will harden. It will make a nice water jug. Abis admires how much Kai knows, and Kai says that his knowledge is superficial and regrets not studying more. The young man asks the Kunas to take as much clay as they can carry. Meanwhile, he will bring some tenohira. Kai shows the girl the clay. She likes its plasticity and stickiness. To get rid of impurities, it will be dried. All excess will be beaten out, and then it will be strained with water. The girl asks where they will place the stove, and Aniel explains that the locals use banana leaves as cooking utensils. Kai says he wants to install a stove he saw on television. It will consist of many chambers arranged in an inclined tunnel. He plans to light a fire near the lower chamber. The girl says she knows the basics and is ready to start. Another boy previously made a bread oven, so he can help. Kai says he counts on them and asks Anel to turn to the locals for help. Everyone is busy. They are extracting clay and forming bricks. The work is in full swing. In a few days, everything is ready. The ovens are built. The main part of the work is behind. Kai wipes the sweat from his forehead. And now it believes that the most important thing is principle and understanding. It only needs to show the peasants what and how to do, and they will learn quickly. Kai has an idea. Ren calls and asks him to look at the funny plush animals. Looking at them, Kai thinks they are faster than he expected. Ren asks them to play with them. The young man says it's a good idea, but he has a request for her. He wants Ren to go with him to Tenohira. Kaida also asks to go. Kaya allows and casts a spell. Holding hands, they find themselves in the village. Kayaida holds the toys in her hands. She admires how big the village has become. Kai says that the wheat fields are finally ready, and the population has also recently grown. Kaida falls silent. Tears shine in her eyes. She tightly presses the toys to her chest and remembers her mother and father. Ren asks Kaaya if his hometown was big, and he says that if you walk along the sidewalk you can reach the castle. Kedi says that she often went with her mother to meet her father, who worked in the castle. She was an only child. Kai promises that sooner or later he will find his hometown. The girl knows it is not easy, but she relies on him. She thinks her parents cried when she disappeared. The boy says she has good parents. Neil asks if Kai is already finished. He asks her to gather the peasants to whom he has something to say. Kai says that now a real mage will create fire for them and wants to see their facial expressions. Anol understands him. A young man tells Kaidi that he does not know if the kilns will hold. so he will first heat them well to get rid of moisture and will bring the locals. Pointing to Ren, Aniel informs everyone that she is a famous hellfire sorceress and that now she is used to ignite the kiln with magic. The villagers are surprised that this girl with animal ears is a sorceress and ask her to teach them. People believe that Ren will succeed. Kai asks her not to use a strong flame, but just to light the stove for him. The girl agrees and lights a tiny flame on the tip of her finger. The flame grows, Ren's magic worked. Joyful shouts are heard. Now Kai is ready to get to work. The island buzzes with life. Kaidi and others diligently mold clay. Yuri thinks it is difficult. Kaidi is surprised that she manages it so easily, and says that she is very skilled. Rin made a clay figurine of a warrior, and shows it to Kai. The boy says that it is Hanua, an empty, unglazed clay figurine. Kai calls it a kun warrior. She asks Kai if he knows how to make dolls. He does, but is not sure if he can fire them properly. They will crumble if there is air inside. Kaidi is pleased with Kai's answer. Abbas sees how much kitchenware is already ready, and Sarah shows her all the pots and storage jars and hopes that all this will survive until practical use. Abbas notices that Sarah looks happy. She laughs. The dishes here dry in the tanori. They put sun-dried clay pots into the kiln. Kai and Kaidi fill the kiln with bricks and worry. The kiln is packed with firewood and lit. Inal and Kai show each other that everything is going according to plan. El tells the boy that 10 hours have passed and soon the dishes need to be taken out. She suggests increasing the temperature, and the girl thinks that they will fall apart if she looks at them now. According to NL, the temperature needs to be gradually lowered, and each stage lasts longer than she expected. The girl suggests he consider it as the transfer of knowledge and skills. The boy agrees. The next day they carry bricks. Kai looks into the oven and sees that the pots are not as burnt as he expected. Tidy is worried about her flower pot, and Ren is interested in her combat weapon. Enil greets Kai. The girl thinks that now the village will become the cradle of ceramics. The young man thinks she is exaggerating a bit, but he is pleased. Everyone laughs, holding the dishes, the warrior kuna, and the flower pot. Kai is reminded that all the dishes still need to be glazed. He realizes that the path of ceramics is not easy. Sounds of shovels are heard from the pit. Coupons are digging a pit. Kai asks them if it works. The coupons answer. Ren translates. It turns out they are not very successful. She asks the young man why they need a well if they have jugs. Kai replies that it is a big difference. He believes he must make the island self-sufficient and stop relying on Tenohira. Everything will end if something happens to him. Ren is always there to support him. Keita wants to show something to her brother and calls Kai to follow her. She leads him and Ren to the clay shed. The girl shows what she wants to fire in the village. The girl shows a clay doll. Kai asks if she made it herself. Kaidi says yes. She wants to make the doll move. Then it will help with building the castle. But first it needs to be fired, otherwise it will fall apart. Kaidi sneezes and presses her throat. Kai understands that she has a cold. The girl says that when she woke up, her throat hurt a little, but now everything is fine. A young man asks Ren to stay with Kaidi and touches the clay doll with the Tenochera spell. He is taken to the village with the doll. Kai tells Anel that he wants to burn it, and the girl notices that it is quite large and will ask the villagers about it. According to Kuromo, the locals' skills are improving quickly because this world was created by the blessing of Alamila. She offers Kai a cup of tea. The young man notices the complex shape of the doll, but Anal is confident that they will handle it. Ceramics production has increased significantly after they made many tableware and pots. Kai asks Ino why Sarah is so happy. Elle jokes that most joys in life come from delicious food. Kai asks if that is really true. Sarah returns, sees him, and calls him. She asks him to bring more food. Kai apologizes and asks what he forgot. Sarah says he forgot nothing, but she wants to replace the main component of their diet, and Kai involuntarily makes a sound of surprise. He laughs that they can finally say goodbye to potatoes. Sarah laughs with him. She asks him to help if he has time. The young man thinks it is a great idea. On the table are laid out the products they had, those they took from the scorpion, and those they started growing in Tenochera. Kai thinks it would be great if they could harvest on the island. Sarah agrees. The young man tells her that they now even have wheat flour. Sarah opens the bag of flour and shows it to Kai, a silent question in her eyes. She asks if this is really wheat flour. Kai asks what the matter is. The girl says that it is completely white. Sarah believes that it should be brownish and not ground so finely. She wonders how Kai did it, and the boy says that he bought wheat grain in the city and simply ground it on a regular water wheel in millstones. The spells of Tenochera transported Kai to the anal space, and she assumes that it was probably distorted due to Kai Kagan's unusual perception. She thinks the flour is white only because Kai believes it, so the wheat flour, which contains husks that darken when mixed with yeast, has whitened. Kai is surprised that his perception determines everything. Now they give an example with eggs. She asks if it is possible to eat raw eggs if they are fresh. The boy nods. Then the girl asks how to know exactly if the chicken was healthy. This means that natural safety is doubtful. Recently brought eggs have already become a product of Kai's distorted ideas, so they are safe. The boy is tired of explanations. Kai knew that the rules in this world were broken, but he did not understand that everything was going well because of his superficial knowledge. He thinks he knows a lot, but all his knowledge is superficial, and the young man regrets not studying more, so he does not know if this is good or bad. Tai returns to Sarah and confirms that this is really wheat flour. She says that she sees such finely ground flour for the first time, so it must be of good quality. Sarah suggests baking bread. Kai agrees to break the eggs. Sarah addresses him and asks if eggs are really added to bread dough. The boy replies that they are not added. Kai thinks he did it again. Sarah says that they do not have baking powder for bread, and without it the dough will not rise. The boy does not know what baking powder is. He wonders if Sarah meant bread yeast. The girl says that she needs to knead the dough and let it stand. She has never made baking powder. Sarah remembers that in the royal guard there is a baker's son. Kai says that he is currently busy with hard physical labor. The girl asks if he wants to bake flatbread. The young man promises to check with Tenno here. Kai returns to A. Neil and asks her for a leavening agent for the dough. The girl says that bread is not baked here. He then asks what the locals make from wheat flour. L replies that they make noodles. Kai wonders how this happens. Nell reminds him again about perception, and the boy says that he likes noodles more than bread. He returns to Sarah and says that there is no leavening agent. Kai suggests she prepare noodles. She asks what happened. The boy explains that he gave in to his selfish desires. Sarah thinks about noodles. The girl remembers that they ate this on the streets of Scorpion. She knows how to cook this dish. If they want to eat it together, then they will cook it together. The girl smiles at Kai. Sarah suggests making dough for noodles and warns that it will not be easy. They knead the dough together and divide it into small pieces. Kun helps them. Kai asks if the dough needs to rest. Sarah nods and adds that meanwhile they will prepare the sauce. She believes that everything will be ready by dinner. While they cook, Kai asks if Sarah is happy in life and if she has everything she needs. The girl says that she has a place she can call home, where she is not afraid of neighboring countries and where she can cook. And Sarah admits that this might be the life she always dreamed of. Sarah is glad that she can cook so easily with him. Kai brought Kai to eat. He is sure that kamatama is exactly what is needed for a cold. The girl tries the noodles and closes her eyes with pleasure. It tastes very good to her. The young man believes that the thought that the food is pleasant is correct, and he continues to drip. Abbas comes to Sarah's kitchen and asks Sarah to teach her how to cook. The girl does not understand why she needs this and worries that she has not yet been useful to the master. Sarah is sure that this is not the case. Abbas wants Kai to be full and happy. They decide to start with an omelet. The clay doll for Heidi is ready. Kai shows it to the girl. She says that the doll is completely dry and looks quite sturdy. Heidi casts a short-lived existence spell on the doll. His eyes lit up. The clay man came to life and stood up. Kai was surprised, and Kai D was pleased. The boy examines her from all sides and notices that although she is made of clay, her movements are smooth. The doll bows and looks at the boys. Kai says that this Kelowna has the highest manners. The girl does not know what a Kelowna is. He explains that there is a story about a clay doll that was once brought to life in a similar way and called a Kelowna. Kaidi calls the golem a golesh and praises him. He replies something to her. Kai suggests testing him. The girl orders the golem to go and he sets off. The golem runs with all his might and makes a loud noise. Kaidi admires his speed and feels that the golem is about to fall apart, but he is very strong. Finally, the golem stops. He makes a jerk with all his strength and raises dust around. Kaidi jumps on the spot. Kaidi says that next they need to carry the weight. The girl lifts a huge stone. Taidi orders Goli-chan to lift the stone. Golem tries. Kai doubts that he can handle such a stone. The golem lifts the stone and holds it in outstretched hands. Kaidi hugs the golem and praises him. Kai realizes that the girl received the blessing of Alamela, just like him. You think that his consciousness also forms order in the village of Tenochera, and perhaps the abilities of the Gallams are also determined by Kaeda's logic. The blessing of Alamela is a strange thing. Kai says that Golem's strength can be relied upon. She is glad that she can be useful. She wants to make a few more such golems. Kai considers this madness. Golem helps the villagers with construction. Sarah teaches the best cooking. Yuri takes care of the garden. The farmer greets Kai, says that the recently sown wheat has already sprouted, and suggests baking bread from it as soon as it ripens. A young man sees Ren and reminds her about the party he is currently preparing. 4 months have passed since Sarah and others arrived on the island. Kai and Ren are walking with a fishing rod and a basket full of fish, and on the way they meet Cade, who is looking for him. Their castle is ready. Everyone gathered for the party. Kai brought fish. Ren asks him how often he fishes. Sarah tells Kai that he should have come first because he is the star of the party. The boy apologizes. Someone calls him. Kai asks what happened. The girl says that she has trained for a long time and prepared a dish for him. She will ask him to try it. Kai willingly agrees. Abyss impatiently awaits his reaction. Kai says that it is tasty. He cannot believe that she had not cooked before. Abyss shines and jumps up from his praise. She is glad that she did it. Yuri cannot believe that their royal castle is finally ready. Kain says that it is hard to call it a castle, but the girl believes that it is important to perceive it as a castle. She says that now that there is a castle here, everyone will try, but the boy doubts if it is true. Yuri suggests starting the celebration and asks Kai to take the best place that belongs to him as king. Kai laughs, imagining himself as a king. He thanks Abyss for the cup she brought him. A harsh winter is approaching. Raising a glass together with everyone, he decides to work even harder as a king from now on. In the evening, he finds himself in the bedroom with Abyss, Sarah, and Yuri. The girls argue about who will sleep with the king. Yuri thinks they should take turns, and Kai does not understand what is happening. Abyss hugs him by the shoulders and says that her duty is to warm the master. But Yuri disagrees and pulls the young man to herself because she believes that Kai has become a king for everyone. Kai thinks that this is not exactly what he meant when he said he should try harder. Ren suggests that they all sleep together. Yuri thinks that it would be too awkward. Kai says that the bed is big enough for everyone to fit. He wishes the girls good night and turns away from them. Yuri does not give up and calls him, not letting him fall asleep. He realizes that she is obsessed with air. He wonders if the girl wants to preserve the lineage or sacrifice the child so that she becomes a representative of Mondila, and in any case, he will not support this. Kai wants to ask Yuri about a few things again. The next day morning comes. Sitting at the table, the young man asks Yuri about her blessing and says he still doesn't understand which blessing she is talking about. The girl asks if Kai prepared the room for two just to find out, and the boy confirms it. He wants Yuri to tell him if there is no good reason to hide it. If this ability is useful, they could use it all over the island. Yuris Myosin says that although the temple ordered her to hide it, Mandel left, so there is no more reason to keep the promise, and the girl agrees to tell Kai everything. Yuri wants something in return. Kai did not expect such a turn. The girl says she will be rewarded with hugs. Kai looks embarrassed. He suggests doing it later, but the girl does not want to wait and throws herself on Kai's neck and pronounces the name of her blessing, Shelter of the Warrior. Yuri pressed him against the wall. She is still very close. The girl tells him that she received the blessing from the god Shita Lane, the ability to create an impenetrable divine shield. The priest in the sermon at the Sunday school Rabarud told the parishioners that the saints by the power of their blessings saved many people, and they asked what the difference is between magic and blessing. He answers that blessings are miracles of the supreme god Farley, and these powers have nothing to do with war. Yuri laughs and says that her blessing is an amazing combat power, and explains to Kai that Shelter of the Warriors creates transparent, impenetrable walls around the one who uses the spell. The girl says she used this spell when they pressed closer in the Scorpion. Kai feels that they are standing too close. Yuri whispers in his ear that she deliberately made him smaller to seduce him. The girl says she will not let him escape. Yuri laughs, then asks if Kai is tired of her. He asks her to be herself. Abyss enters the room. She said something, but the boy hears nothing. Yuri explains that the sound blocking is a drawback of her ability. Meanwhile, Abyss approaches closer and encounters a transparent obstacle. Yuri turns and smiles at her. The princess blows Mikaeu in the ear, and he asks her to stop. Abyss watches them and does not know what to say. Yuri asks if the boy minds if it happens where no one can see, and he replies that this is not what he meant. Abyss hits the barrier hard with his fists. A loud crack is heard. Gathering all her strength, she directs a magical charge at the transparent wall. Kai realizes that Abyss made a mistake and perceived it as an emergency, so he asks Yuri to cancel the ability. The girl asks not to worry because the warrior's shelter is not threatened. Kai shouts that he has nothing to worry about. He sees that Biss is sad. She says something to him, but he does not hear. The boy asks Yura if she does not feel guilty before Abyss, and again asks her to cancel the ability. But the girl only presses closer to him, not wanting to interrupt their intimacy. Kai utters the spell Tenokiri to temporarily move from this hideout. Yuri panics stops him by placing a hand over his mouth. Kai does not understand what is happening. The girl wants to say something to him but does not dare. Everything trembles from the terrible roar. Beast releases magical discharges. Kai says that if Yuri does not stop this, he will get angry. The girl understands that she has no choice. She cancels the spells, the barriers disappear. Abyss rushes to Kai and hugs him. She carefully examines him, checking if he is all right. She thought he was worried. Yuri happily says that Abyss cares too much. She adds that if Abyss continues to behave like this, Kai will get tired of her, and she asks if Abyss is a wizard. Yuri says that mages are the fighting force of the country. She reminds them that they are needed in battle, and understands that Kai has special feelings for Abyss. She says that as a king, he should not give in to feelings. Kai replies that he understands everything, but if Abyss is not like that at all, then she is not only a fighting force, and the girl asks who Abyss is to him. The young man says that above all, Abyss is family. Yuri replies that then Sarah is also his family. Yuri does not mind. Abyss can become a lawful wife, but then Kai will have to take him and Sarah. Kai explains to the girl that there are no romantic relations between him and Abyss. This confuses Yuri. The young man says that the wizard just likes to hug. Kai decisively says that right now, he does not want to be in a relationship with either her or Sarah. Abyss gently takes him by the sleeve and asks if he is tired of her. And Kai, looking into her eyes, answers that he will never be tired of her. He asks her to just remain herself. Seeing Abyss sigh with relief, Yuri watches them hug and thinks that Kai also cares too much. Sarah and Tukuna run into the room. She is worried if everything is okay with KM. The girl says there was just a strong negative magical reaction here. The boy asks her not to worry. Sarah says that it made her nervous. Yuri asks if he can ask Kaya. She says that she has never heard of his blessing, the power to create a village where only he can enter. In Yuri's opinion, this power is not just amazing. The girl knew that the religion of the god Farley hides many secrets. She asks if Kai can reveal his secret. He replies that since they live here, he can no longer hide the truth about this island. The young man warns that they will not be able to forget this, and if the temple finds out that they know everything, they could be killed. Sarah and Yuri exchange determined glances. Kai says he received a blessing from the god Alamila. The temple considers him an evil god, and only a few saints within the temple itself know about him. He tells them that the whole secret is that the children who received Alamil's blessing are sent to this island. The girls are stunned. Kai says that he was captured during the ceremony and thrown onto this island. At first, this island was full of monsters, so it and Kaidi were supposed to die like the other children who were thrown here before. They talk about the amazing abilities of Kaid. Kai says that she can bring dolls and golems to life. Yuri recalls about God Farley and 13 minor gods, among whom there is an evil god, and the young man asks to listen to him. He explains that the temple revealed 3 deities: Luke, the god of light; Idea, the goddess of truth; and Medina, the goddess of healing, and his father's book, who was a priest, contained the names of 7 other gods. The last 3 were not even in his father's book. Kai believes that they were deliberately hidden. So the young man believes that Alamila was one of the last 3 gods or not related to them at all, and Sarah leans towards the latter option. She believes that if they went into exile to hide the existence of the evil god, then he is definitely not one of the 13. Yuri says that there were also several temples in Mundial, which were part of people's daily lives. She says that the blessing ritual is performed only in large cities to find and prepare children blessed by Alamela. They concluded that the priest in the black robe, called the Inquisitor, most likely pronounces the verdict. Yuri recalls someone similar at the ceremony. Sarah feels an epiphany. She understands that if they find someone else blessed by Alamila, they will send them to the island. Kai says that this happens not at any time, but only in spring. Abyss adds that a large ship will come and throw the children overboard. Kai does not understand why they are expelled to a deserted island instead of being killed. He promises that as long as he is alive, he will not give up. He wants the children thrown on the island to survive. Kai says that this is the first reason why he wants to create this country. At the table, silence fell for a moment. Then they conclude that if the temple finds out that people with Alamilus's blessing are still alive, no one knows what they will do. They might do nothing and stay on the island or send an army. But one thing they definitely know: if the temple becomes their enemy, it will be the strongest among them. Yuri believes that they just need to make their country stronger. Kai agrees with her. The young man enters his room and stretches. He lies down on the bed and thinks about a powerful country. Kai believes that if you are weak, you will not be able to protect your right to life. He decided that when the time comes, he will not regret it. The young man shouted in surprise, finally noticing the demon lying next to him. The girl asks why Yuri did that. She says that if he doesn't mind, she also wants to do the same. Kai is outraged by such a spirit of rivalry. Abyss reaches out to her, trying to get closer. Juno shouts that it bothers him, and she stops. She leaned over him and promised to protect him from the people on the ship. The girl added that also from Yuri. Kai laughed and thanked her. The young man does not know what Yuri is thinking. She united everyone for his sake and thinks about his future. Kai asks Abyss not to be angry with him, says they need to strengthen the country. The young man thinks about strength and combat readiness. The Kuni carry a basket of fruits somewhere and chat. Kai enters L. He asks if she has anything suitable as a weapon for a Kuni warrior. The girl clarifies against whom. The young man replies that it is against people, and they say that the Kuni will have difficulties against archers, and Kayla says that they still do not have iron. Vigor says that among the peasants, knives and agricultural tools have become common, and that traveling merchants have begun to arrive, and Kaid, to his surprise, is not tall. The young man became very interested in the traveling merchants. Kai decides to check the village later, apologizes that he cannot give him things not made in the village, and asks him to approach the scroll of announcements. The girl asks if he has already tried seed fusion, and Kai hears about it for the first time, and Ino advises him to try it because it will increase the variety of warriors. Kai takes 2 red seeds, covers them with his palm, and reads a spell. The seeds merge into one and begin to glow. The boy shows Anila purple seed and asks what will grow from it. She does not know but believes that something useful will grow. Kai runs to Enel, holding Kun in his arms, and tells her that the purple seed gave birth to a warrior. Next time he wants to try 2 purples. The girl greets him. Enel says that a religion has appeared in the village. Kai cannot believe his ears. Kai thinks that Tenohira is no longer a pioneer village, but a village of incredible size. And suddenly he sees a shop in front of him. The girl hears the creak of the door and turns to greet the one entering, but there is no one there. She goes outside and looks around. The girl thinks it is just the wind. Emergen enters and greets her. She helps in supplies. The girl says she felt someone's presence. Something strange is happening in the village. She is sure that this noise will appear again. Suddenly the hole flies up and hangs in the air. The doors creak. Someone knocks and then stops. Greetings, Kai. That you brought religion to the village. Kai is surprised. The girl says that rumors have started among the villagers about flying objects, doors that open by themselves, and the disappearance of food supplies. The young man asks how it became a religion, and Annie admits that she is involved in it. He asks if the villagers really worship Kai, the elf of mischief, or consider him an evil god. It turned out that Emil told the villagers that it was thanks to Kai, who brought things for everyone, that the village developed so much. The boy froze. Kai hesitates whether to tell everyone that the village is a world created by his power. Elri assures him that she did not tell them so much, and Kuoromo adds that the villagers will not understand anything, even if you try to teach them. Kai finds out if the village will disappear after his death. He does not want the villagers to know that their world exists, thanks to his skill. The girls say that he needs to try to live long. They promise to help him with this. The 3 of them hold hands, and Elle says that she and the other villagers share their lives with him. Kai hopes that someday he will be able to show them the world beyond the village, and Elle says that the unveiling of the monument is about to begin. Kai's mouth opens in surprise. It is himself in the form of a statue. Elsewhere they say that this is a monotheistic religion that worships Kai. The girl says that this is the god of creation who brings what they need, and sometimes comes to the village and plays pranks. Kai reflects on the irony of it all. Once he was expelled for his faith, and now he has become the one they believe in. The sound of an axe is heard from the forest. Kun is chopping a tree. The young man thinks that even a stone axe is too small for the warrior Kun. Cade tells him that the royal guard wants a sickle for harvesting wheat. Cade is upset that he cannot bring iron goods from the village. He plans to develop their world so that they can take care of themselves without the help of Tenohira. Kai wants to expand his fields and stock up on firewood to support immunity in winter. The boy tells Kaida that winter on the island is very cold. The girl asks if it snows here, and Biss is sure that there is no snow here. A representative of Nightfall notices that it is getting chilly, and Abyss offers to warm him up if he is cold. The young man jokes that if the girl has her own room, then they should not always sleep together. The Abyss reminds him that it is a large futon. It also fears that the master might suddenly die. Kai objects. He does not agree that he is so weak. Kai says that he is going to Koromos to check her winter clothes, and she can spend the night in her room today. The young man utters a spell and is transported to Tenohira. Abyss remains alone and upset. Kai asks Kuoromo if she knows what doTERRA is. Kuoromo and Eniel congratulate him on reaching level 25. Kuoromo believes that the founding of the religion played a decisive role. Kai asks if anything new has been discovered. Eniel talks about the television. Enl and Kai sit in front of the television. They do not understand why it is in their house. The boy asks if it is possible to watch programs from Earth. The girls suggest checking. It turns out the television shows the place where Kai used the ability, and this eliminates one of Tenno's weaknesses. Inel is glad that now she can see what is happening outside. The girl says that it is like seeing easily without obstacles, and now she will know when Kai is up to something. She turns on the television and sees a huge pond on the screen. Abis lies on the bed, not sleeping and seemingly just waiting for Kai. From the screen, the voice of Abis is heard, who says that she is the master's futon. The girls find this strange. Kuromo looks at Kai. Elle says that it's time for the young man to go pamper Bis, and she is waiting for it. Kai returns to his room and sees a girl. He says that they will sleep together tonight and extends his hand to her. Kuromo and Inol look at the screen. Ibis says that the adult form warms better. The girl hugs Kai, he thanks her, and they fall asleep. 2 years have passed since Kai arrived on the island, but he has hardly had the chance to explore its northern part. He decides to fix that. One of the raccoons keeps him company. He notices that the gardens and wheat fields are in perfect order, and onions, turnips, and garlic are beginning to sprout. The young man realizes that ahead lies a road and uncertainty. He goes down to drive a stake into the ground. Kai reads a spell and disappears. He meets Sarah. The girl wants to clarify the ingredients for dinner. The boy notices that she looks terrible. He touches her hand and feels that she is all hot. Sarah says that she feels dizzy. Kai says that she shouldn't work in such a state. He asks the raccoons to accompany Sarah to the room. The kunas cover Sarah with a blanket. He leaves the girl's room and meets Kaida. She promises to take care of Sarah. The young man stops her. He is afraid that the disease may spread, so he wanted to ask Abis or Ren to take care of Sarah. Kai advises the girl to wash her hands thoroughly and gargle. In Scorpio, he bought a lot of soap. Kai is convinced that everything will be fine if they stay warm and drink plenty of water. The young man still fears that if the disease progresses, it will lead to death. In the kitchen, Yuri helps wash the dishes, and Kai tells the girl that since Sarah has a cold today, he would like something light to eat. The young man names dietary and nutritious foods, and says he would prefer something warm to strengthen the immune system. In the kitchen, the women discuss Sarah's illness and treatment options. Kai asks Yuri how to cure Sarah's cold. The girl says that potions are sold at the temple. Yuri says that it is a good remedy for minor illnesses, but one bottle costs 5 or 6 gold coins. Kai thinks that the temple knows how to fleece people. He knows he must buy it because people can catch this disease at any moment. Biz takes care of Sarah. Kai worries whether they will survive this winter. The young man believes that since he brought them to this island, he is responsible for everyone's lives. Yuri says that they have a warm home, warmth from the fireplace, clothes sewn by Korma, food they cook together, and she finds it touching. The women in the kitchen assure him that they lack nothing and are not afraid of the winter. Yuri is confident that they will survive this winter. The girl says that in spring they need to focus on combat strength. Yuri worries that if they are ever exposed, it will lead to complete destruction. Kai agrees that they need to strengthen their defense. The girl says that her country was destroyed due to the lack of military power. She asks Kai for mercy a second time, and the young man promises. He thinks that if the battle is on a rocky island, they will have a geographical advantage. Kai decides to make a world map and a map of his island. He turns to Bis with this request. She is a master of writing instruments. They tell her that they have never seen such a detailed map of such a large territory, and Bis points to the location of their island on the map. Then the girl shows the city where they once traveled. Yuri points to the former territory of Mondial. Now it was the territory of the Empire. Kai asks Yuri to show the exact borders of the Empire. The girl says that everything around is the Empire. Kai is asked whether he or she knows any countries that produce or trade iron. One of the girls recalled how once a trader from the Magic Federation came to talk about iron, and she overheard their conversation while accompanying the Prime Minister. She says that they couldn't agree on the price, so he left them. Another girl shows where the Magic Federation is located, and it turns out it is south of their island. Kai thinks their next stop is the Magic Federation. He asks if she knows where the Kingdom of Laverda is. Yuri doubts that they ever traded with Mondial. Kai is preparing to set off on the ship. Kayada arrived with food and drinks. The boy says that Ren will go with them this time. The girl asks to be taken with them. She promises to be helpful. Ren believes that Cade wants to find her family herself. Kai thinks they cannot take her with them. He promises to show her the city. Kai tells her about the Pioneer Village and the stakes. The girl can walk between the island and the city through the Pioneer Village. There is Katie's hometown. The girl thinks about Kai and says she will wait for him. Ren is sure that she must do everything possible to help. Kea thinks that today it has gotten colder. She decides to warm up and drink a lot. Find out, Ren, if everyone would like it if she did something like a big warm bath. Ren thinks it's a good idea because she has never really bathed before. She suggests telling my master about it. Finally, winter has passed and spring is already felt in the air. Kai reports that he, Ibis, and Ren are sailing to replenish supplies and heading to the Magic Federation. NL brings tangerine juice. Kai thinks about her. Ibis is sulking. Kai says he has returned and invites the girl to talk. Ren says that if there were an element of evil in the village of Kotoku, Ibis would have gone with them. It was the 12th day of their journey. Rin sees the land and suggests going ashore. There is no pier and they decide to walk along the shore. They see the mountain when he says he smells monsters. Kai asks Ibis to climb to the top of the cliff and drive a stake into the ground. The girl flies into the air, and from there the entire village of Kitoku is visible as if on the palm of a hand. Ibis says it is a day's walk to the nearest city to the south. Kai asks the girls to help him climb the mountain. Ren promises to roast the monster if necessary. They climb the rock. Finally reaching the top, Kai says that it was not necessary for everyone to climb together. He replies that he will make the phase transition on their hands, as last time. Ren says that it's mean. She says that as soon as she drives in the stake, she will send a signal. The girls leave him with the raccoon warrior and go away. They ran a little and saw huge apes rushing towards them. Combining their magical strikes, they direct them at the monsters and defeat them. Kai and the warrior Kun see lightning in the distance and understand that it is a sign. He thinks about the girls. She says that there were more monsters than she thought. The young man believes that despite the dense forest, it is easier to pass through it. They walk through the forest. Kai says that it is very dangerous in the cities now. Then he realizes that they are walking in circles. Ren encourages him and says that they will soon reach the summit. Kai thinks that they are lost. The guys suggest finding a place to set up camp. The red warning is something falling from the sky. Kai thinks that a large bird is approaching them. The girl does not think it is a monster because she does not feel any intent to attack in it. They cannot take their eyes off the creature. It is half bird, half human. The creature asks them if they know that the mountain is a forbidden zone. Kai says that they did not know about it and adds that they came from other islands. The young man says that they were looking for the city and thought that if they climbed the mountain, they would find it immediately. The half-man asks if they got lost. The creature asks to be explained something. Kai is ready to do it. She asks, pointing at the girls, if they are slaves. The young man replies that they are his family. Kai says that Ren and Ibis do not belong to the group Beast Miner Slaves, and the creature explains who he really is. The half-human asks Kai about their plans. Kai replies that they were going to stop near the summit and then look for a city, and the creature invites them to its village. She says the village is right there, on the mountain. Kai thinks it is not as scary as a demon. The creature offers them a place to spend the night. The young man agrees, states his name, and introduces his companions and the Kun warriors. The creature turns out to be a siren named Rebel. She tells them to follow her. Tai remembers reading about sirens in a book from her father's archives but has never seen them live. Ripple asks if she seems strange for a traveler. Serena says that the mountain became a kind of refuge for them. Most people in the village have never seen other people. All villagers keep this a secret. Kai is worried whether everything will be fine with Ravel because she told them everything. Serena says he is good. The young man considers her naive. Ripple asks them to wait a little. Kai looks around and thinks that this is a very neglected village. Ren believes that they should refuse the invitation. The young man disagrees because that way they will repay for being saved. Finally, Ripple returns and asks to explain the situation to our parents and discuss it. Kai explains that they came from overseas and that Ren and Ibis are not his slaves. The sirens offer them a good rest, and he thanks them. Kai wonders what kind of village this is and why. Besides Rebo, there are no other girls here. Seren says that you can rest here, thinks Kai. Ren and Ibis are again taken for slaves. They say they are not slaves, but family. Rebel says that they are werewolves. Kai does not seem like a bad person, so he was able to tame them. The young man watches the sirens and realizes that although they live secretly, it seems they are not afraid of strangers. The inhabitants hide the fact of the village's existence, but inside the village there are no secrets. He notices something like coal under his feet and picks it up. He weighs it in his palm and realizes that it is too heavy to be a stone. Maybe it is iron. He looks around for other stones. Sierra notices his interest in the stone. Kai asks how it got there. The siren says she found this iron stone while plowing the land, and the young man offers to exchange it for something equally valuable. Seren says he promised it to someone else. Kai is sure his offer will be more profitable. Seren refuses because he gave his word to another and cannot break it. The young man wonders why the deal is so important to the siren and where the other girls in the village are, while Rabal has prepared wheat porridge for them. The friends are surprised because there is no wheat porridge before them, only plain water, so out of politeness they pretend everything is fine. Kai gives Rebel a sweet potato as a token of gratitude. She plans to eat it together with the others. Tai and Ren discuss how good it is that they did not bring Cade with them, although she behaves quite maturely. The evening porridge turned out salty. In the middle of the night, the siren wakes them up and says they need to go. She says they decided to take them closer to the city because people are forbidden to be in this village. Ripple asks that nothing about them be told to the city residents. She says she will wait until they come down. Kai takes out a pot with sweet potato. He wants to please the bird people. Now they won't need food for a long time. The sirens below are waiting for them and warn that there will be some shaking. During the flight, the friends are scared and try not to look down. When they landed, Abyss says it was fun, and Kai is silent with horror. Rebel says goodbye to them and asks them not to say anything about them. Kai, thank you for everything. The sirens point towards the city and fly away. When they say goodbye, Kai loudly tells Rebel that a gift awaits her at home. The friends approach the city. Kai first suggests the girls have a snack. They learn that the city of Zaz is one of the 4 pilgrimage sites of the Feria teachings, so pilgrims from all over the world gather here daily. A young man says they would like to trade here, but it turns out that a traveling merchant cannot just open a shop here. The merchant tells him that if they have goods, they can contact the Merchants Guild, which has a monopoly on buying goods. Does he understand that there is only one government building here? The young man suggests to the girls to gather information while they cannot trade. He asks to cover him. Bison Ren cover him with cloaks. Kai disappears for a moment and returns the next day together with Kai. The girl is happy that she has never been outside the island. Kai says that the city in front of her is called Zax. He asks if she remembers anything about it. Kai Denads, a young man, suggests finding someone who knows something and asking him. Kai and the girls went out to the trade union street. He said that here they can look for information and trade. They suggested splitting up. The guys did not separate. Only Kai moved a little further because he was not sitting with the girls in the cart and was looking for something informative. Kai, moving away from the girl, asked Ren not to let the oxen escape. She assured him that everything would be fine. Kaede suddenly declared that she can talk to animals, and this surprised Kei. Maybe she really is the Lady of Animals. Kai noticed a man who looked businesslike for that time, and assumed that he was a member of the traders' union. Kai approached the man to offer his goods. The hero showed all his property and asked if a member of the traders' union wanted to buy something, and the man was surprised that all the goods belonged to the boy, because there was so much of it. The merchant continued to consider Kai's offer, and noted that the quality of the goods was good, after which he asked where the boy got such goods. Kai stammered and said that all these things were brought from Scorpia by ship. The man was surprised and remarked that Scorpia was quite far away. Satisfied with all the answers, the member of the merchant union agreed to inspect Kai's goods. While he was inspecting them, at the other end of the square, Ren and Kaede were asking people about Godia, but no one had heard anything about her. To make sure they understood, Ren continued to explain that Godia had a huge castle, and the men replied that on one of their islands there was only a temple of similar size. One of the men said that in their area there was no building larger than the cathedral. The man also said that the cathedral itself stood right in the center of the city and pointed to it. This cathedral was a symbol of Zox, and one of the 4 pilgrimage sites of the Faria doctrine. It was called the Cathedral of St. Rukia. Hearing this name, Kai became very upset and tensed. The man said that the pilgrims followed the teachings of the pharaoh and honored the saint who was enlightened in the local mountains. They believed that if you circled all 4 pilgrimage sites, you could receive the blessing of St. Rukia. Ibis noticed that Kai had a very tense expression on his face. She asked if he was okay. He replied that everything was fine but could not explain why he reacted that way. Kai reacted because he remembered his younger sister, who had the same name as the saint of this temple, and the boy thought that their father had deliberately named them after the saints Kai and Rukia. Ibus suggested looking for the country Kais, but he replied that this could only be done if the boys did not find out anything about the city Kanade. The girl was outraged. She said that it was possible to look for both at the same time. Kai replied to her with a proverb that if you chase 2 hares, you will catch none. After some waiting, a member of the trade union finally evaluated all the goods and issued a receipt. Kai did not know how to fill it out correctly. Ren and Kaede returned to Kyanabis, upset that the information gathering did not yield good results. The girls asked how he was doing with the goods. Kai replied that he managed to sell ordinary mandarins at the price of rare artifacts. It turned out that those fruits were a luxury. Kai said that today he was persistent and earned enough money to build a new house. So Ebis was surprised and asked if they would then be able to buy a house. The boy refused the offer to buy a hut, saying that they needed to buy iron and medicine, and that first they needed to buy medicine and send it together with Kaede to the island, and the hero added that as soon as they exchange the money, they will seriously start gathering information. The boys walked around the city and asked everyone they met, but no one gave them the needed information. Only the pilgrims, who sat down to rest during the journey, pondered this when they heard about Godia. Go to you somewhere earlier. The pilgrim began to think and realized that Godia was the name of a city. He remembered that when he left the army, most of the pilgrims were from Godia. Suddenly the pilgrim recalled that Godia was a city of the Reimarig Empire, and the boys were very surprised. The pilgrim continued describing the city. He said that Gaudia was an ancient imperial city, and once even the capital of the empire. Kai asked the pilgrims to show on the map where Gaudia was. The traveler admitted that he did not remember the exact location, but indicated an approximate area. Kai thanked him for the help. Out of gratitude, Ren gave the pilgrims some supplies, and the joyful Kai told Kaide that they had finally set off on the road. The girl seemed embarrassed, as if she did not believe in a good outcome, and Kai tactfully asked if she would meet with her mother and father. Kai replied to her that although not now, they would definitely find a person from the empire to follow him to that country. The girl thanked Kai with tears of joy and called him her brother. She was full of hope. The hero noticed that they had already made some progress in the search for the truth. In the temple, the boys took medicine and sent it to the island together with Kaide. The next day, the boys were without Ren, because she stayed to wait for them in the village of Kitoku. When Kai asked where to buy iron, a member of the trade union gave an ambiguous answer, and he was both frightened and surprised. The man said that in their country only the church can buy materials and produce metal. Therefore, any raw materials and metal products can be bought or sold only through the church. The merchant was embarrassed, but he was given such an order. Kai cautiously began to find out whether their state really had a monopoly on iron production. After all, it very much resembled a religious state. The man whispered that the boy was right, but it was better not to say this out loud. The merchant also said that their church has connections with many regional heads on various islands of the Monty Federation, but they keep this a secret. The man advised Kai to ask about this directly from the representatives of the church's trading company. The hero thanked him. Kai thought that he did not like the current state of affairs. He realized that it was even easier to buy iron from the winged ones than from the church, and, looking at the city, he noticed that the church was very greedy because nothing was sold cheaply here. The next day, Ibis was left to guard the room in the hotel because she resembled a demon and could not be taken to the temple. In the temple, Kai approached people and asked to buy at least one thing from them. The hero was told to go buy at the city market, and the boy tried to convince them that he wanted to buy raw materials, but they no longer listened to him and drove him out of the temple. Kai sat down and thought about what to do. Suddenly, Garnest's horses stopped next to the boy sitting at the foot of the temple. Kai thought that it was a church cart. The temple servants reported that someone had arrived, and that the bishop needed to be informed. The hero became worried. Kai noticed a vase in the cart and recognized it. The boy noted that it was the vase he had left as a thank you in the village of Rebel A. The hero thought that the box under the straw further inside the cart contained iron from the village. The bishop asked the taxi driver what the results were this time. Tai entered Kitoku and was immediately met by Ren. Ren emotionally began greeting the boy. Said she was tired of waiting for him. We heard someone stop the girl and ask her to calm down, while he himself was rewinding something on the monitor. He found the right moment and stopped when someone told the bishop that they had returned. The man told the bishop that the winged ones would continue to bother them if they did not return the hostage. The bishop asked when the final deadline was. Fantold informed the bishop that the deadline was next month, but people said that the birds had poor living conditions, so they could be deceived. The bishop asked what the living conditions of the birds were this month. He was told that the winged ones would somehow survive. The man concluded that more birds would survive than before. He was told that this was not the best idea, but no reasons were given. The subordinates asked the bishop if he wanted to see the hostage. The bishop angrily replied that he did not want to be shown that hostage. He thought that only the taxi driver had met the winged ones, and since they had already taken the shaman's daughter, it was worth taking advantage of this. The bishop ordered Fawn to make an action plan. Suddenly the man noticed a vase, remarked that it did not fit at all with the bird village, and asked where they got such a luxurious item and whether it was stolen. The bishop shouted that the townspeople believed that the winged had long been extinct, so it was very important to find out where the birds got the vase and from whom they could have stolen it. The boys learned that the church wanted to destroy their winged friends. They became very angry. Tai was also angry. He felt like the angriest person. The hero ordered Ren to act. The boy made the worst conclusion about the representatives of this church. Kai and Ren found themselves near the church carriage. Ren found where the rebel was by the smell. The girl with wings was immobilized. Kai rushed to his friend. The fan noticed them. He headed towards them, outraged by what they were doing, since it was a church carriage. The hero ordered Ren to scare the people, but asked not to overdo it. The girl understood him. The man approached the girl, dissatisfied that she was ignoring his words. Ren used magic that scared the church servants. She said she had shown only part of the power of the Hellfire Mage. The fan realized that before him was a half-human who used magic against him, and Ren was very determined and angry. Ren did not let the man to Kai, who was freeing Ripple. The servants were frightened because the werebeast turned out to be a magician before them, and the bishop, irritated and scared, quickly moved away from the place where the events were escalating. Kai shook Ripple and asked if she was all right. The girl woke up and hugged the hero. She was very scared and crying. Rebel thanked Kai and he was glad that she was okay. The noise near the church carriage gathered ordinary people who were curious about what was happening there. People could not understand where the unusual fire in the holy place came from, and suddenly someone noticed the werebeast. People began to look at Ren. Some were scared. Then they noticed the winged beast man and realized that such still exist, but could not understand why the divine soldiers did not react at all. The crowd began to shout that this place is for people, and demanded that the werebeasts leave. People threw stones at Ren. She was upset and looked at them with contempt. Ren began to shout and complain about these people, saying that they do not see who is bad here, and Kai tried to calm her down and said that nothing can be done with them. Better to leave them alone. The godly warrior ran up and asked the crowd what happened. They pointed to the werebeasts. Kai asked Ren to distract the people's attention from them with some bright magical trick. For example, a smokescreen. The girl said that she could not create a smokescreen, but she could make something bright, something special. The hero said he had a bad feeling, but still allowed Ren to do it. Ren made a hand gesture and moved towards the crowd. The girl used the flame of the district and stunned the people with sound. While the people were confused, Ren climbed into the carriage with Kai and the girl with wings. The sound disappeared along with the carriage among the heroes. Soldiers, priests, and the crowd remained in the square. Those present did not understand what was happening and where the wagon had disappeared to. The bishop ordered to summon the divine commander. Someone was watching everything that was happening from a window on the upper floor of the church. Frightened, Ripple screamed. She did not understand what was happening, where she was, and where this place had come from. Kai noticed that she reacted quite well. The hero tried to calm the girl and said that nothing threatened her in this place. But Ripple did not calm down because it was important for her to know where she had ended up and where she was now. Kai explained that this place was Tenochera Kitsukowari, a world created by his ability. Suddenly, Enel came out to greet Kai and said that she had watched everything on television and was impressed that in this chaos, the hero even managed to get a horse and iron, and he noted that it happened by accident. And El asked if Kai had set the exit. He replied that he had set it in the tavern where Ebi was waiting for them. The boy noted that Ren did well. He said he didn't think the crowd noticed them. However, the girl was sure that they definitely noticed her. Ren remarked that if they had noticed them, she would have just killed everyone. The hero warned the girl that she was turning into an angry Ren, and she needed to be cautious. Tai returned to Rebel to check if she had calmed down. She replied that she had. Rebel realized that Kai was also happy. She asked to look around. She was interested in the new place, but the boy asked to wait a bit because he wanted to return to the hotel before everything got out of control. He called the girl with him. She was puzzled. The boys returned to the hotel to see Ibi. The girl greeted them. Ripple was scared again when she found herself in a new place, and Ebi tried to calm her down, saying that they were now in the city. Kai asked the girl what had happened in their village. Ripple said that as soon as the boys left, a man from the temple came to their village for iron, inspected what they had collected over the month, and ordered it to be taken to the cart at the foot of the mountain. Then the beastman asked the man if the term was not over. He did not understand them. The birds said them there were only a few days left until the deadline, but they had to gather the required amount for a whole year, and the entire village was already at the limit of their physical strength, so it was enough to take iron from them. The man arrogantly replied that they were suffering here together with him. He said that the city also lacked materials, so even such scrap metal was inexpensive. Then the bird people wanted to know if the city was in danger, and if their wives and daughters serving in the temple were safe, and the temple servant replied that they were under his protection, and tried to calm them by saying that the relatives were fed even better than the peasants. The winged people asked to see their wives and daughters, and the man replied that it was impossible because he himself still had to go to work and simply could not let them into the city. Ribel added that the man again ordered them to wait until the last moment. While the church pastor was still in the village, Rebel again began to miss her mother. Then her father asked the man to at least allow her to see her mother, because they had not seen each other for 6 months. The beast man said that it was the monsoon, and he thought everything would be fine. The man thought. Then the church servant agreed to take the girl, but on the condition that only she would go with him. The man invited Ribal to go with him, but when he was leaving, he noticed a bowl of sweet potato that Koi had given to the birds and asked what it was. The beastmen wanted to explain. The man said that this ceramic vase is completely unsuitable for this village. He asked if they made it. The birds replied that they did not. Then the church rector decided that they acted according to an ancient pagan custom and stole the vase. After these people made their statement, they said they would take the item and dragged it to the van. People threw all the contents of the vase off the cliff. The beast's wing could not believe that people were capable of such a thing. The man arrogantly asked why the birds were so upset. He said that sweet potato is food for rays, and from under the hat inquired whether they really consider it food. The man then grabbed Rebel by the hand and pulled her into the city. As soon as the carriage left the village, the church servants tied up the girl. After her story, Ripple sadly cried and asked if they had really been deceived all this time, and Kai agreed with her. Then the girl asked why it happened. Was it because they were weak? The boys stood next to the upset girl. Suddenly Kai felt that something was happening outside the window. The hero said that after all this, the thought of bird people began to annoy him. Kai said that in any case we need to leave the city and go to the village of Rebel. Yes, Abby, go to the nearest village. The hero said that it would be far, and the girl asked him not to worry because it would be easy for her. Abby gently hugged Kai, saying goodbye. The hero told her to walk through the city to avoid suspicion, but she could use magic if absolutely necessary. All these words and actions of the heroes caused a storm of emotions in Ripple. The guys said goodbye to AB and she went to Palm Development Village. The girl ran, hiding around the city, to deliver the message. Frightened people turned to the bishop. The crowd shouted to him that the winged beast man, thought to be extinct, was in the city along with another beast man. And the bishop replied that it was terrible and indifferently said that God's warriors should be sent there to drive the inhuman creatures out of the city. People panicked and argued whether the winged beastmen really attacked due to low intelligence. Others said that the birds were secretive and stole crops, and someone believed they carried an ancient plague. The bishop laughed, called the people together, and asked them to calm down, then asked if they had seen anything else. The bishop assured the crowd that he would not allow disrespectful remarks in the holy cathedral regarding those involved in the incident, and said that God's warriors were already on the way, and the criminals would soon be caught. People still doubted the words of the respected man, but he insisted on his position. The bishop said that winged beastmen do not exist and never have existed. After talking with people, the man quickly disappeared into the cathedral. Alone, he seemed angry. The bishop ran into the room in panic and called for some Mariella. He was asked what was the matter. The man asked the girl to go with the divine soldiers to take the blessed girl, but Mariella replied that she was not interested, and reminded that for such a matter they would take a high-ranking priest. The bishop replied to her that they thought the winged beast people were hiding a mage beast person and some blessed individual, so the divine warriors alone might not be enough. Maria felt something, comparing the beast person and the flame she saw in front of the temple, watching from the window. Suddenly the girl said that she was very interested in Ren, the girl who created the flame. The guys who analyzed Ren's actions in the cathedral found out that she accidentally burned her clothes in anger. Having arrived in the village of winged beast people, Rebel immediately rushed to her father. Her father hugged her and asked if she had seen her mother, and how she was feeling. The girl told her father that people constantly deceive them. The winged one began to ask what the word rival meant. She said that people never intended to let them go from the very beginning. The girl said that she was also captured, but Kai saved her. The bird asked again what the word caught means. The hero asked for permission to explain everything. Kairi detailed everything that had happened to them. In short, the hero said that this whole situation could no longer wait. Kai said that they must save the wives and children of the winged beast folk and leave this place forever. The villagers began to look at each other and ponder. They could not believe that everything was really unfolding this way. They admitted that the temple gave them work and a safe place to live, especially those who had lost their homes. Kai asked again about which place the bird was talking about. The beast folk began to explain, and he said that since the times of their great-grandfathers, humans hunted them in the forest, and then the bird folk became slaves and animals for display. The winged beast folk were not completely exterminated only thanks to the Farley doctrine, because the temple gave them shelter. They were settled where humans were forbidden to live. After the bird's words, Kai pondered. He recalled that the doctrine itself forbids quarrels and persecution between different species. He noticed that despite all the commotion in the city, there were no pilgrims among the outraged crowd. The hero asked the winged ones what they intended to do with the hostages. They replied that they were not hostages. The birds explained that the church officials asked for a few more assistants to work in the temple, and it was agreed that this would be for 1 year. Ripple objected, saying that it was all lies, and addressed her people to notice what was wrong with the agreement. The girl began to protest, saying that she was kidnapped and from the very beginning they did not intend to let her go. Ripple knew about it because she heard it herself as soon as she was caught. She recalled that this bishop was told about her as if she could find iron, and that is why they needed Ribble. Kai began to think. He remembered the words of the servants that they brought the blessed girl, and that meant that Ribble was her. Rebel told about her blessing. It was Mithra, the god of search. The birds began to protest and scold the girl for not naming this god so lightly. The winged began to justify people and their actions, as if there were valid reasons for this, or people acted of their own will, which was not connected with the intentions of the temple. The girl's father said that if this was really so, He would never forgive the one who did this to her. Kai thought that the situation with Ripple itself was not that serious. Ripple said that she no longer wanted to live as before. The girl shouted that she was tired of flying and carrying heavy iron, that she was sad because they were only allowed to fly at night so that people would not see them. She was angry that even when her father and uncle worked to exhaustion, their people could not afford even a small potato to satisfy hunger, and said that she did not want to be far from friends and mother. Ripple cried. Her kinder father tried to calm her down. Ren called Kai. The girl warned the hero that people were approaching them. They were several people in armor. Ren heard the clinking of their armor. She said that soldiers in armor could only be from the temple and that divine warriors were approaching. The boy asked how long it would take for the soldiers to reach the village. He was told it would take half an hour because they were moving quickly. The winged beastman asked how she knew this, and Kai replied that Ren had a good sense of smell and hearing. The birds began to consult among themselves, discussing whether it was bad that soldiers were coming to them, because they might allow them to see their relatives, and decided to ask again the man who had come earlier about this possibility. These words saddened the hero and his friend. Kai said that the winged ones should try to talk to the divine soldiers, and he and his comrades would watch unnoticed. They turned the boy's head so that they could clearly see the village. A bee asked Kai what they would do next, and he said they would monitor the conversation, and if they saw that it was going badly and threatened a clash, they would help the winged people. The boy also said that, if necessary, he would send a warrior, although he did not want anyone from the temple to see them, because if someone bearing the blessing of Alamer noticed them, sooner or later the temple would come to the island. Ren suggested that Kai simply kill them all. She said that if they eliminated them all, no one would find out about them, and the bodies could be thrown into the mountains where the monsters would take care of everything themselves. Kai said he would not kill anyone, but Ren said that with these people they would now have to deal with somehow. However, Ren agreed with the boy's position. Kai admitted to himself that he was not really ready for a harsh confrontation. He understood that the world was not so kind, but he could not bring himself to such evil. The hero spoke about a problem that could hinder them because there was already a blessed person in the temple. So if the enemy were an ordinary magician, Kai and Ebi would handle it easily. But with a blessed person, it would not be easy. The guy said Ebi should apply electroshock in case of an emergency, because the Blessed One most likely has to say the ability out loud to activate it. Ebi asked what Kai was going to do with Ribble. He called the girl. She was crying. Rebel was embarrassed because her father and others did not understand them, so she apologized to Kai. The hero comforted her and asked her not to be upset. The boy said that if the conversation fails, they will have little time, so tomorrow he will help the others who were caught, and the girl sighed. Ripple clarified, not daring to believe that Kai wanted to save her mother and others, said that this is exactly what he plans. But the girl, stammering, said that they would have nowhere to go if they opposed the temple. The hero said that they could go and live with him. Ren and EB began praising the island. They said there was a lot of greenery, food, and one could live there. Kai said that all the peasants and all the women kept in the temple could escape from here to there. Rebel was impressed by their words. The winged girl began to ask why the boys were so kind to them, since they barely knew each other, and the beastmen did nothing good for them. The hero replied that they were just lucky because the Ribosi met him and Kaya and nothing more. The girl asked if she could help with anything. The boy pondered. Kai had an idea. He asked Rebel if her blessing could seek not iron, but, for example, a blessed person. The girl said she had never tried this before, but she would try. Rebel shouted words so that her blessing would work. The chicken eyes turned into hawk eyes and became the eyes of the god. The girl saw people walking through the forest in the film. She closed her eyes to concentrate. Kai asked if it worked. Rebel said she saw blessed people. She said that one of them was standing before her. Kai admitted that it was him. The girl also said that about halfway up the mountain there were two more like them. It turned out that two blessed people were coming to the village together with divine soldiers. One of them was Mariella, who did not like the heat and the wild forest. Mariella was outraged that there were so many insects in this forest. Everything annoyed her. She could not believe that the saints practiced in such a disgusting place. The soldier told her that they were almost there. Suddenly, Mariella felt that the monster was sneaking up and attacking her. The second blessed one activated the warrior's sanctuary and neutralized the wild beast. The beast calmed down. Mariella laughed heartily and knocked down the attacker. The village noticed that people had arrived and informed everyone about it. Birds and people lined up for negotiations. The winged beastmen greeted the arrivals and noticed that there were more people than usual. Marie-Elise said that she did not need greetings and that she just wanted to finish this quickly. The girl said that she was looking for a beast woman, a mage, and their master, and asked if the winged ones were hiding them and if they would hand them over. The bird hesitated a little, then replied that he did not know them. Mariella was dissatisfied with the answer, noticed Rebel hiding behind a tree, and asked her if she understood why they had come. The girl from the temple asked her where those who took Ribble from the cathedral were, and she replied that she did not know. The winged one, as if offended, replied that she had been captured, and after that she only remembered lying at the foot of the mountain. Marilla screamed, asking if the girl was mocking her, and the girl sarcastically replied that she was not mocking at all. The girl from the temple seriously asked her why she was wasting time, because it was the worst thing that could happen. Then Mariella said that in that case she would simply take Ripple with her. The girl's father was outraged and asked where they intended to take his daughter. The fighter blocked the girl's way and told the rebel father not to worry, because in the Temple of the Blessed they consider her holy, even if she is winged. Ribble said that she refused to go with them to the temple. The girl shouted that she would not leave her family and that the soldiers should leave the village themselves. Mariella was dissatisfied that everything turned out to be too boring. The girl from the temple said that then she would take Rebel by force. The divine soldier wanted to bring her to her senses. He reminded the girl that Mr. Bishop ordered that she be accompanied only with her consent. Mariella replied that this was Mr. Bishop's hypocritical excuse. She turned to the soldiers and reminded them that they came in armor not just to watch over the girl. Mariella sarcastically suggested the soldiers start doing their job. The commander-in-chief was dissatisfied but did not object. God's warriors attacked the winged creatures. They did not understand what was happening and appealed to the common sense of the people. Ribbo appealed to her father. Mariella told her not to take anything personally. The girl from the temple was upset that she could not find the mage, so she wanted to vent her anger on the rebel. Meryl's blessing was unknown, but she spoke about the bound soul of the puppeteer. Mariella began to use her gift as a puppeteer who binds souls. Kai ordered Ebb to act. Electric current struck Mariella. The second from the temple did not understand where the attack came from and shouted a battle cry. The soldiers began to threaten the birds, ask how they do it, and block their way. Winged said that he did nothing, so there was no reason to run. Suddenly the boys came out of their hiding place. The commander said that the birds deceived him because they hid a mage in the village. The Windy did not answer him. Kai smiled and answered instead of the birds. He said that the temple servants lie much more than the birds. The soldiers began to protest due to the lack of evidence. The hero answered that he knew. He knows because he has the eyes of truth. The soldiers understood that Kai was blessed. But the eyes of truth turned out to be Kai's bluff. He did not have such an ability and just wanted to scare people with this joke. The winged one asked what Kai meant. He replied that the people came to kill all the peasants and do not intend to allow them to see their families. The birds began to ask the soldiers why they had done so. The soldiers were indignant and said they knew nothing. Kai replied that this is the bishop's order. The commander ordered to lock up the boy. The archer aimed at the hero. Ren and Ibis intervened to protect Kaya. The girls used magic. The soldiers got scared because there were 2 mages in the village. Kai ordered the people to surrender, and the girls to kill those who break free and try to escape. The soldiers were confused. The blessed people froze. After the victory, Kai asked the commander if the girls from the winged race were okay, and the commander replied that he did not know because only priests and bishops have access to the vault. The boys said that, although the man did not know, he came to the village to kill the winged ones by the order of the people, and the man replied that the winged ones need to be calmed. Kai asked him again what he meant. The commander said that the birds cannot cultivate their fields and harvest the crops. At least, that's what they were told. Therefore, the winged secretly live in the mountains and steal all the people's harvest. The man asked Rebel if it was true, and she emotionally replied that they had done nothing of the sort. The girl said that their people live in the mountains and have to hide. She said that people judge the winged because of their selfish flaws. Ravel was outraged. Her father calmed her down. The boys decided that they needed to talk to the priests, although they were not sure that they would tell the truth. Kai asked where Ren was. Ebby replied that she went to the empty house to take the priest's belongings. E.B. recounted Ren's words that these things might be needed later. The hero noticed that the girl was repeating after him. Kai decided that it was necessary to find clothes for the priests instead of the ones the mage was taking from them. Suddenly the boy noticed fire magic near one of the houses. He rushed there to find out what happened to Ren. Mariella immediately appeared and said that Kai had become careless. The girl said that Ren was now her magician. The hero said that he was mistaken. Ebby replied that now they needed to be more careful. Tai asked Mariella what she had done with Ren, and she answered that she had made her doll. She explained that she suddenly woke up and pretended to be unconscious. She wrapped Ren with her threads and turned her into a doll. The boys learned that the girl from the temple had hypnosis abilities. Ebby thought about how to help, noticed something, and told the master about it. It seemed that Ren was winking at her friends. Kai tried to understand what was happening. He assumed that his friend was actually not hypnotized. He decided that Ren was just stalling to find out more. Mariella ordered the mage to get rid of the heroes. The boys began to wait to test their theory. Ren attacked Kai on Abis. The girl with horns covered the boy with her body. Mariella praised Ren for her excellent work, because she did not know that Beastman could use such power. Kai was in despair, because without Ren they had no chance to win. Mariella mockingly and hotly asked what the boy would do, how he felt about the idea of dying for some birds, and how he felt now. Kai decided that this girl was crazy. The boy asked her even before his time came why she kept all the girls with wings in captivity. The girl from the temple found it strange why the hero needed such information, but he was serious. Mariella asked if he had other answer options besides selling, and Kai did not understand what she meant. The girl replied that she had heard there were people here willing to pay well for winged ones, because there were very few due to constant hunting. The winged beast people were angry. Mariella replied that birds were not so expensive compared to a girl like Ren. A strong mage could cost about 10,000 gold. However, Kai still did not understand why they needed to be kept locked up for a year. Mariella replied that bird girls could have special abilities if they were well fed. Then they could be sold for exorbitant prices. The hero asked what kind of properties were meant, but Mariella no longer wanted to answer. She said that she wants to return home soon and learn more about Ren. Kai told the woman of the fire beast to act. Mariella was confused. Ren laid the temple servant in bed. Marilla was frightened. Ren said that now she is again on the light side. She thought that Mariella would have talked for a long time if she had not been ordered to act. Kai asked his friend how she felt and whether the powers affected her. Ren answered casually. She explained that since she was born with a blessing, the power of one god does not affect another. Kai did not know about this. The birds bowed before him and began to apologize. They apologized because they did not believe those boys. And if it were not for the heroes, their entire people would have long perished. Tsai replied that it is indeed difficult for the birds to believe their words, so there is no need to apologize. But the winged also asked the heroes to protect the women from their village. The birds said that the winged will die anyway. They said they can stop arrows. The peasants said that they could no longer remain weak and uninformed, so they too will fight. Rebel was happy for her father. Kai said that he understood the birds' decision. The boys announced a rescue operation in which everyone would participate, but Kai warned that they must try to save everyone's lives and avoid bloodshed. The hero was scared and said that he had never done anything like that before. Ren and Kai sat in the cradle, which was being pulled through the sky by birds, and the girl said that if the master pressed tightly against her, Abby might start to get jealous. The boy assured her that this could not happen. She jokingly asked if it was true, and Abby was watching them. The birds carried the boys. Kai told Ripple that it was time to look for enemies. The girl activated her searching ability. Ripple's ability found 28 blessed in the temple and not a single mage. The girl found a building where her mother was together with other girls. Ripple felt that everyone there was alive and asked what to do next, whether to quietly move closer and rescue them before the guards noticed. While the girl still saw several blessed and soldiers in the temple. Ren used her power against the soldiers on the wall. They realized they had been discovered earlier and assumed it was because of the blessed eyes. Kai noticed that the cathedral's guard was very good, because they had been improving the temple throughout the year. The hero asked the girl to arrange a light show for him, and she said she would do it only as a distraction. The girl gained knowledge and created the power of a fireball. There was a flash above the temple. Kai shouted to the warrior Kun to remember this place, and behind the bush in the cathedral there was a wasp. After that, the boy ordered a retreat. In the village of Wing, everyone was preparing for an attack. Ripple asked her father if he was sure about his decision. An affirmative answer. He said he had long considered it the only way to survive. The father admitted that when they were hiding in the mountains and not showing themselves to people, he thought it would be the best way out for the people in the city and for the winged themselves. But if people do not want things to be that way and strive to take everything they have, the birds will no longer have any reason to stay in this place. The rebels suggested that everyone go to Kai's world or another safe place so that mother and friends would no longer suffer. Dad agreed with his daughter. He told her that someday they would all fly to a place where they would be free. He concluded that this was exactly why they had to fight. The children ran through the bushes and shouted because of the wasp. They were still talking about the wasp and, having set up that magical thing, ran away. In the taverns, they talked about people with wings who were still alive, although they should have been destroyed long ago. People confirmed their words, saying they heard that yesterday birds were with a werebeast. They were told that the bishop himself stated that people misunderstood everything, and this caused fear. Someone said that this could really be true, but the soldiers had to deal with them soon, because they were stealing crops and attacking people. One of the men expressed hope that the soldiers would be able to completely exterminate the winged. Suddenly, one of the pilgrims stood up and asked for permission to ask him a few questions. She asked what he knew about Farley's technique. The pilgrim said that Farley's technique completely forbids discrimination against non-human creatures. The girl said there was no evidence that the winged actually behaved as they were said to. At the end, the pilgrim said that this was the holy land of St. Lucia, so they needed to stop talking nonsense. The man began to justify himself, saying that he did not want to offend anyone. But he did not finish the sentence because everyone noticed a strange noise on the street. The winged beast-like man was shouting all over the street, demanding that his wife be returned to him. The birds came out into the city to protest and demanded the return of their daughters, to stop discriminating against them and robbing them. The townspeople were frightened. They saw the winged ones for the first time and did not understand what they were doing. Kai called the pilgrims. He said that in this city the beast people are discriminated against, and this is deeply rooted itself in the consciousness of the people. The guys said that the beast people had to hide deep in the mountains, and all their women were taken by the church and forced to work hard. Tai asked the pilgrims if they knew that the church controlled all the iron supplies. The church wants to kill all the winged ones because that is how it hides the traces of its crimes. The pilgrims were impressed by the hero's speech. Kai remembered how he explained to Father Rebelli the power of demonstration. After all, it was not a rebellion, but an open speech. Then Ren doubted that it would work. But the hero said that the people in the city are afraid of winged creatures, and he and his friends could not ignore this. Kai added that in every misfortune there is a ray of hope because the city will be visited by pilgrims. After all, most likely pilgrims will come from other countries, very religious people, and if the guy remembers correctly, there will also be those who use Farley's technology, who are against hostility between humans and non-humans, and the only one they consider a heretic is the devil. Those guys had to turn to them. The pilgrims admitted that it was hard to simply believe what the beastmen said. They realized that the whole performance of the birds could also be a deception. Kai said that it was not a lie. Both the wives and daughters of the birds could simply be sold. The boy said that he would not allow it to happen. The pilgrim woman said that they would have to interrogate them. The hero asked the pilgrims to tell others that the winged ones do not want a battle. They just want to return their relatives and nothing more. To sound more convincing, the boy said that the birds also believed in Farley. After these words, the pilgrim woman rejoiced and agreed to help. She promised that they would unite with them. The pilgrims began to tell others the truth, and soon people together with the beastmen at the rally began to demand freedom for the winged ones. Panic broke out in the church. One of the servants ran to the bishop, and the bishop asked what had happened and why it was so noisy. The man insisted that we look outside. What he saw made the bishop nervous. You saw a mixed crowd in front of the cathedral. The bishop was informed that the winged ones want to return their wives. Pilgrims advised everyone to gather in front of the shrine, and the townspeople simply gathered for the commotion. The ministers called the gathering hell on earth. The bishop asked where Mariella and the holy warriors were and why they had not dispersed the crowd yet. He was told that they never returned and that morning winged creatures were seen over the cathedral together with a mage. Church officials said their plan to expose this had failed. The bishop expressed himself gloomily. The rebellious father said that this was their fight. The birds said that now everyone here was free. In front of the cathedral, they shouted for the winged ones to return their wives and daughters. Kai called to stop the discrimination against winged people. The people declared that the church wanted to rob them. The bishop stepped out before the crowd and asked what was happening here and why the uprising had begun. The people did not expect that the bishop himself would come out to them. He urged the people to calm down because this was a holy place. The winged ones told him that a whole year had passed since he promised them. Now the birds wanted their women and children back. The bishop pretended not to understand what was being talked about, because he did not even know these winged creatures. Father Ripple shouted at him not to lie. The bishop asked people not to believe tales about birds. The winged ones began to protest. They said that the Blessed One, whom he sent to them, told them everything. She said that the bishop was going to sell the bird families, and in general, he does not serve God. The bishop was offended when he was told that the saint does not serve God. He said that force would have to be used. Divine warriors appeared. Kaibi did not even think. He realized that the bishop would pretend not to know them. The boy understood that the bishop would have to be forced to come down from heaven. The hero asked the bishop if it was true, as he said, that there were no winged people in the cathedral. The bishop replied that they could not have been there. The boy seriously asked if the bishop would admit that the church did it if there were winged beings in the cathedral. He replied that he could not confess to a crime he did not even commit. He said that Kai was telling an unreal story. The hero turned to the crowd. Kai said he would go check and asked Ebis to protect everyone if something bad happened. The girl said she was ready to act. The bishop ordered his men to be support and keep the guards on alert. He was assured that there was no place for unrest in the temple. The building where the winged creatures are located is well guarded. It will be very difficult to get there. The hero found himself near the previously established portal. When it rained, the children came with Kai. The hero ordered to act quickly to break through the defense with a single strike. The appearance of the boys was unexpected for the soldiers. The heroes defeated the guards. Ren said she feels girls with wings nearby. Kai began to worry if Ren herself is okay. They found the girls. The winged ones asked the boys who they were. The boys replied that they came to rescue them. The girls agreed to help. However, the winged one replied that they had nowhere to go because they were told that their relatives had died. Kai was not surprised. He told them that it was just one big lie of the bishop, and that everything was fine with their families. The girls initially did not believe the boy. He assured them of his words, but said that they still needed to hurry. The soldiers were still standing and did not allow the crowd to approach the temple. People said that in the city everyone knew how widespread discrimination against beast folk was. The bishop replied that the city was large, so there could be such people in it. The pilgrim said she wanted to make sure there were no people with wings in the cathedral, and the bishop replied that he would agree to that if there was no strike in the church, and he doubted whether he could let a random traveler into the temple. The bishop expressed his concern about the uprising and began to retreat. He said that the church does not discriminate and asked people to maintain order. Otherwise, they would be held responsible for the caused chaos. People were worried that the soldiers were well armed, but the birds cried out to have their families returned to them. The bishop shouted and repeated that there were no girls with wings in the church. The poet had to leave immediately. He was going to threaten, but suddenly feathers began to fall from the sky. The winged girls flew out from behind the cathedral and amazed the entire crowd. The joyful birds hurried to embrace. Rybel found her mother. The winged families are together again. The bishop was displeased. Kai was leaving the temple. He addressed the bishop and said that the girls were locked in the building behind the courtyard. The boy demanded an answer from the bishop. He replied that he did not know about it. The birds said they would not allow Bisha's crime to go unpunished so easily, and he replied that it was most likely one of the schemes of his subordinates, which he himself did not know about, and that he deeply regretted what had happened. Kai got angry that the man wanted to escape. The pilgrim woman told the hero that he had done an excellent job and was himself a person of justice. The boy thanked the people who helped him expose this. Kai feared that the bishop in the country was so influential that it would be difficult to convict him. The hero was assured that justice would punish that man. Kai did not quite understand the girl. The pilgrim explained that now every temple in this city would be officially inspected because the land of L'Aquila was desecrated, and they could not allow that. The bishop asked Kai if he really wanted to hand over the bishop to those who were to judge him. Since the boy had no strength for this, the hero agreed to it. The pilgrim introduced herself. Her name was B.A. Clauser. She asked the bishop if he had heard anything about her, and the bishop immediately recognized her as an inquisitor of the BOS. The bishop asked her why she was in this city. She replied that it was just a coincidence. She said she had heard that the empire was planning to invade Revold, so they decided to evacuate. The bishop could not believe what he heard. Kai tried to connect two new details, namely the special class of inquisitors and the attack on Revold. The boy remembered the evil god. Kai still did not know how to react to what was happening. He realized that one of the inquisitors had sent him to the island. He was very upset because the empire attacked his homeland. Kai remembered his father and sister. The inquisitor returned to the hero and said that he resembled Saint Kai from the tales because he was also the most just person. The boy began to justify himself. He said that he met winged people in this city and could not ignore it. They replied that it was amazing. Because the gods watch over the blessed, like him, look at them and admire. Kai stumbled, thanked her, and said that it was better for him to leave. He turned to the winged ones. Ibi said that they had worked well. Kai agreed with her. She asked if they had done well and why the master looked depressed. He denied that he had feelings. The hero admitted that he had found an unexpected detail, but there was no need to worry about it. The girl was confused. Ibi hugged Kai. She told him that he was a good boy, and that everything would be fine with him. He felt awkward, not understanding where she could have heard such a thing. Kai thought that so much had happened to him in the last few days that if it continued like this, he might go crazy. He looked back at the happy birds. The boy told them that now they would live in his country, and he told himself that he had to be strong. Ripple called Kai and said that underground rivers run right beneath them. They are located quite close to the castle, and there are many of them. Katie said that the rivers were very close to their bathhouse back then, and the girl said that hers was a bit farther from the dining hall, but she would prefer that to constantly carrying buckets. Kai said that this time the boy has to do it properly, and suggested digging. The winged ones had been living on Kai's island for a week. Yari and others warmly welcomed them. There was plenty of food on the island, and even those who were starving felt much better. But Ribla was worried about something. She was looking at the hero, Cade called Rebel. The girl suggested to the winged one to gather firewood together if she had a free moment. The girls went to the mountains. Rebel found out that Kaida was also exiled to this island. The girl said she had been here for a whole year. The winged one concluded that the people from the church were very bad. Cade said that if it weren't for Kai, she would have died. Rebel agreed that she would have been in danger if she hadn't met the hero. Something was bothering the girl. Ripple told her friends that since they returned to the island, Kai seemed to be feeling unwell. She was worried that the population on the island had grown and was now a nuisance. Pity thought that was not the reason. She said that the hero often has to do everything himself, and most likely he is just tired of everything that is happening. The girl said that her brother might be worried about his family. Rebel thought about Kai's family. She said she would find the boy's family. It was unexpected for K-Day. She tried to stop the winged creature, but it said that Kai is her savior, and if necessary, she would fly around the entire ocean and use her blessing to search again and again. Cade shouted that this was madness, but Rebel did not listen to her. Ren stopped the winged one. Ripple tried to object, saying that she could not be stopped. Ren asked her to calm down. Ren told the girl that if Ripple suddenly disappeared, Milord would only worry more. The girl started crying and said she wanted Kai to get better. Ren asked Kay if the bath was ready. She replied that the pots and bath were ready, but they had not quite finished with the firewood yet. The fiery girl decided to hurry, but still offered to check them right now. Kai was fishing alone. He was thinking about the Inquisitor. The boy remembered that he had read about Inquisitors in one of his father's books. Then he learned that since ancient times the church had been purging heretics, locals, books, and other writings related to it, and all this was done in the name of God. I will mention here the Inquisitor Bah, who was supposed to perform similar duties. The boy realized that if she found out he had the blessing of the evil god, she would understand that the abandoned child survived, and the church would have to return him to the island. Kai hoped the Inquisitor would not recognize him, but Bah's gaze embarrassed and frightened him. Her eyes seemed to pierce through and look at a person with contempt. Kai had felt such sensations before when he met Inquisitors. The hero recalled this girl's words about the imperial invasion of Revald, and that she decided to evacuate. Kai tried to reconcile the fact of the Inquisitor who sent him to this island with the Empire in Revald. The boy wants to help his father and sister escape from Reveld, but he must answer for those who brought him to this island until the very end, because he is their king. Kai was returning from fishing and on the way met Kai 80. He did not expect to meet a girl. Kaid ordered Kai to follow her and not to ask unnecessary questions. The hero did not understand where they were taking him. He led him to the bathhouse. The boy said that the building was not yet finished. Kay ordered the hero to undress. The hero objected and said he would do everything himself. He found himself in a room full of naked girls who greeted him and said they would heal him. Kai asked what all this meant. He was told that in the country of Kai Samas there is a culture called naked communication. At least Ren told this girl so. She claimed she heard about it from her older sister and Nell. Ren said that the older sister belongs to Mellard, so everything she says is true. At least that's how the girl felt. Abby said that Kai does not like the cold, so they would warm him in the bath. She also referred to Ren's words. The boy said that it was the first time he had been in such a large bathroom. The girl said it was an amazing feeling. Kai wondered if there was shame in this world. Kegi asks the hero if he liked the water. He praised both the water and the bath because Kai is skilled at this. But the girl told her brother not to rush because today he was the star of their show. Kai did not understand which show they were talking about. Yuri ran up to him and said that the boy was first and foremost hers. Ibi said that the owner belonged to her. Ren also jumped up to the boys. Ren said that it was all part of Anel's payment to lift Kai's mood, and so that everyone would hug tenderly. The hero noted that Enel's knowledge was very superficial. At that moment he realized he looked very sad, so they decided to cheer him up. Ripple confirmed this. She said that it all started when the winged ones came to the island, and not only she noticed the mood change. Kai said that he was happy, so there was no need to do all this. But Yuri told him that everyone loves him. The girls told the hero that no matter how things turned out later, they would be with him until the very end, so he could trust them more. Ripple asked Kai to say what he was worried about, because he was not alone. The hero decided that he had to be honest with everyone, because support makes him stronger. Abi and Kai were waiting for someone. Someone was supposed to come. The girls said that sometimes they are absent for a whole year, because once they were absent for 6 years in a row. The boy recalled that when a child's chest shows a holy sign, the church in spring conducts a blessing ceremony in the temple when the children turn 2 years old, and these are the rules for all peoples. But if the child has the seal of an evil god, the infant will be thrown onto this island full of monsters and left to fate. Ibis. If an innocent child is thrown onto the island again, they will help him. The hero answered affirmatively. He said that the reason for their being here was the same. However, the boy did not understand when it would all end. Abby believed that it would be like this until there were no people left at all. She was sure that such a tradition existed even before her awakening. Kai guessed that this had been going on for more than 60 years. He decided that what was happening was not the intention of one person, but of an entire organization. The boy pondered Farley's role in the religion. The rustle of wings was heard. Ripple returned from the morning reconnaissance. She did not find any ships, only blue water. Kai asked her to make sure she hadn't missed anything. The girl understood his concern and said everything was fine. She explained that the island was completely covered with trees, so ships usually did not come close. The hero explained to her that they could be seen by the smoke during cooking, and Ripple agreed. Kai told her that when spring ended, she could stop trusting so much. The girl said she went to wash. The boy noticed that Rebel often used the bath since it was built. Abby said the girl probably really liked bathing. The girl said the bath after the flight was very pleasant. Kai had to agree. The hero noticed that it was much colder in the sky than on the ground, even when it warmed up there. The boys noticed that Ripple could now fly freely without restrictions, and she really liked it. In the Pioneer Village, Anel showed Kai something and assured him that he had never seen it before. Seeing the object, the boy understood what it was. The elf said that this iron was from the Pioneer Village. It was not bought from a merchant. What Kai brought to the village took root. The boy rejoiced at this news. The girl said that the villagers call the iron amafugen. She wrote the kanji word. The hero found it unreal that a blonde elf girl wrote in Japanese hieroglyphs. Kai concluded that amafugen means belongs to the meteorite, and explained that what he brought back is meteorite iron. But nothing fell on the residence. It just began to emerge from under the ground, as if it had been there from the very beginning. The hero noticed that this historical moment would be studied by his descendants. Kai explained the appearance of Aaron by saying that he does not want meteorites to destroy the village. The elf supported him. The boy asked if metalworking had started in the village, and the girl said that the villagers have many ceramic kilns, so they will make the perfect ingot by trial and error. But Kai noted that they do not look like blacksmith's furnaces. At that time, Rend was outraged at the people because they did not shout spells. More spells were needed. The great mage of Hellfire was teaching in the village. The elf noticed that Ren was trying too hard. Kai found it funny. Suddenly one boy was able to ignite a bright flame. The hero was frightened, and explained that the peasants who could use magic had already started to learn a little, but still did not know how to use it. Kai was embarrassed. The hero said that it was a wonderful spell, and he also wanted to learn to control fire and light. He was told that his technology was already too advanced, but he asked for more, and he asked if he did not have enough of them. The boy began to justify himself. Kai noted said that magic would not take root in the village, and El supported him, because Ren's fire and peasant magic are completely different abilities compared to the magic of the outside world. She said that they could not teach the peasants anything that Kai himself did not understand. The hero secretly tried to create a fireball, but was embarrassed in front of the elf. Rebel suddenly flew up to the boy. She said that everything was very bad. He asked what had happened. The girl said that the ship was heading to the island. Rebel asked what they should do, but Kai was confused along with her. He began asking her what kind of ship it was, how far it was, how many people were on it, and if there were any saints aboard. The girl grabbed the hero and ordered him to calm down. He admitted his fault and decided to calmly discuss what they knew. Rebel said that the ship was one and so far away that it was barely visible. The boy said he wanted to see it himself first. The girl suggested using Sky Swing. The wings were already ready. The hero set out on reconnaissance. Kai had not yet seen the ship, so he asked to fly closer, but not too close and not too far. They looked at the ship. The boys saw that people were throwing a net into the water. Kai asked Rebel to check how many people were on the ship. The girl used the eyes of Balkan, the eyes of a hawk, the eyes of the gods. Kralady said that there were only 5 people on board, neither blessed nor mages. It could have been a fishing boat or a church reconnaissance vessel. The girl looked closer. The birds asked whether to attack the ship. Kai ordered not to attack but to watch the ship. The hero returned to the village. He was asked about the situation. He said that the ship looked more like a fishing boat. The girl said that the problem resolved itself. The boy agreed with her, but added that he used to think it was a shrine that only the church could reach. It turned out that a private ship, which sometimes enters these waters, could have also sailed here, and its crew might not even have known that there is an island here. In a few hours the ship disappeared. It did not even reach the shore. Kai began to think about how to protect the island, because if they attack, it will be their end. The next day, the hero knocked on Enel's door to have her synthesize a few more seeds. No one answered him, and the front door was open. The boy entered. The joyful elves ran out to meet him, and informed him that Kai had finally reached a new level. The hero could not believe that he had reached the 30th level. The boy went to check the updated table. The sign indicated the next level, the appearance of magical tools. A welcome message also arrived, stating that the Pioneer Village had transformed into Hellfire Mage Village, and special goods for sale would be prepared soon. Kai was stunned and thought that perhaps the Pioneer Village had turned into Ren's village. Ellen and Kai were surprised because they never thought the village could become a village of the Hellfire Mage. The boys thought it was due to Ren's influence, as she called herself the Witch of Hellfire. Try to find out what special purchases were mentioned on the sign. It turned out that when the village grows enough to sustain itself, a place for experiments will appear, and people called craftsmen will emerge. I will explain that craftsmen are people who intentionally or accidentally can create a special type of items called special purchases. Kai asked if they needed to pay for them. The elf confirmed that they would be bought with gold coins. The hero did not immediately realize that this would be with real money. Kai asked if he could buy something already. Aino replied that not today and would let him know when new items appeared. Although there were already a few iron ones, the boys went to take a look. They found the forge. There was a blacksmith's training going on, and someone was shouting that it was time to start forging the metal, otherwise it would cool down. The workers were hitting with sledgehammers, and their foreman praised their work. The blacksmith used the power of fire. The apprentice admired the blacksmith, but Kai did not understand who this person was. The boy tried to understand whether he was a blacksmith or a wizard. The elf said he was both a blacksmith and a wizard. She explained that besides blacksmithing, they also protected the village from all external enemies, so everyone in the village respected them. It really was a village of hellfire mages. The hero asked if all the items of the forge were part of special purchases, and he was told that he could freely take items from the forge if they were available. The elves suggested taking offerings from Kai's statue. The hero began to worry that a cult had formed around him. The boy found a knife near his statue. He analyzed how, in 3 years after emerging from the Stone Age, they managed to reach such a level. Someone recognized Kai. People noticed that the knife was flying by itself, which meant that Kai himself was here, so they decided it was a good sign. The hero was confused. The boy decided that Kai was very pleased. The hero understood that the inhabitants considered this some kind of new faith. The king knew that the village had reached level 30, so even more work awaited him. He needed to listen to everyone about their future. On the island, he addressed his friends and said that the main thing now was to protect the island. But he added that there was one more important issue to discuss. The hero said that if the church attacked them, they would defeat it. Now their island had become a place of seclusion, but it could turn into a battlefield. He thought to find another, better place and start over. People replied that they would follow Kai wherever he went. The hero stopped him. The boy said that he and Abus could not leave this island. He explained that they were supposed to meet the children whom the church left on this island. So O and Ebus found themselves in a difficult situation. Kai said that he would start looking for a safer place so that in the future it would be better for all of them to live because the boys did not necessarily have to stay on this island. At these words, Yuri sighed. She said that they would do exactly as Kai said. She asked to find a place where they could hide until the church found out about them. Sarah told her that the boy had already done so much for them. Yuri made the girl be silent. She said that she could not believe Sarah's senseless interference. Yuri said that Kai did not know what it was like to be a king, because kings had to tell their people to follow them. She asked if the hero wanted to leave his country. Kai said that as the king of this country he wanted everyone to live in peace and prosperity, because that was the most important thing. Yuri said that if there were a fantastic place where there was never war or reasons for anxiety, they would definitely move there. She asked what Kai thought of himself if he was ready to live on the island knowing that war could be declared against them. The girl asked everyone to close their eyes and raise their hands if they wanted to stay. She wanted people to decide for themselves, guided by their own opinion. Everyone raised their hands. The girl asked who did not raise theirs. Kai replied that all 49 people raised their hands. The hero warned that their choice went against the church and they did not know who might attack, and Kai began to scare them with those who could throw meteors and destroy them with one shot. They replied to him that no matter how scary the church was, they would follow Kai, because he was the one who saved them all and created his own country. Ripple emotionally confirmed everything. People began to say how well they live now on the island, that the food is very tasty and the warriors are friendly. They could have died if it were not for Kai. He was told that there would be wars everywhere, and if the church attacked them, they would fight. The boy was impressed. He tried to calm everyone down. The hero said he would do everything in his power but could not guarantee that they would survive. He called on those who wanted to follow him. People were in a state of excitement. Kai admitted that he was the only one who was not ready. Yuri agreed. She told him that if he was a king, sometimes he had to do what was necessary. The time would come when the boy would have to make a ruthless decision. But at the same time, Kai was tired of following his ideals. The boy told himself that he did not ask for much. His most cherished wish was simply to be happy, just to live. He decided to live to the fullest to make up for his past, and for this, Kai would do whatever was necessary. The boy thought again about the defense of the island and realized that almost the entire coast was covered with mountains, so there were few places for landing. The hero ordered to fortify the landing site so that it would not be visible from outside. Rebel asked if they would fight if attacked, and Kai replied that if the attack was unexpected and they did not have time to prepare, they would have no choice but to fight. Considering the organization of the church, eventually they would have to flee, so the island needed a defensive line. The boys arranged a backup exit in a safe place in case of an emergency escape, and now they had to defend the place where ships could dock. Kai needed a detailed map of the island. The boy prepared materials on which AB was to draw a huge map. She began. When the map was ready, Kai decided to take the winged ones to do a topographic survey. This way they could also explore the northern part of the island. The hero asked Ebi if it was true that magic in that part of the island was unstable. She replied that she would go with them. EB said that she woke up in the northern part, and the place where she was created is a copy of Bis. Kai thought about the Millennial Laboratory. The boys were brought to the foot of the mountain near the center of the forest. Ibis warned that everything there was destroyed and it was dangerous to enter. Kai said he wanted to see it with his own eyes. The hero asked if these changes had happened before. Ren said that they were definitely made by people. Ren said she could go first and wanted to ask Ebi if she could use the power of fire. She looked back at the girl. The boys rushed to Ibis. She said she was a little worried but generally felt good. Kai disagreed with her. He knew that magic here was in a miserable state. But when they were hunting buffalo, it was not so bad. The hero told Ren to ferry Ebi to the other side of the island before it became too late. Ren carried her friend because carrying her across Tenohiru was not a better option. Kai returned through Tenohiru. Kai said that the castle was only 10 kilometers away, and Ren said she would run as fast as possible. The girl ran. In a few minutes, she was already there. Ebi said that if she stayed there, she would become a burden. Kai asked how the girl was feeling. She guessed that it happened because of the ruins. Ebi said she did not remember what happened 1,000 years ago, but remembered that she was created in these ruins, and that she was a clone of a mage named Ebis. Kai thought about amnesia. He believed that the girl initially had no memories. The boy guessed that those ruins were a place for combat equipment because EB was created for battle and this place could protect against various invaders. Kai decided to continue exploring the island without EB. The girl apologized for her helplessness. Ren comforted her friend. Kai said that this year they would not return there because they needed to prepare and build a defense system, and then perhaps leave the island. The girl was upset. The boys planned to place a defensive fortress using a map, and Kai asked Yuri for advice on where she would go if she found herself on the island. She pointed to the forest. Kai decided that it was better to move the attack to the ships. The boy suggested digging a ditch for defense. Yuri doubted it because the ditch was too far from the village, although inconspicuous. Kai hoped for help from warriors and golems. The hero suggested using a defensive wall to shoot arrows and magic at the enemies. Kai thought it was like in strategy games and cheered up. The girl noticed this. The boy realized he lacked mages, so it was necessary to create a new weapon that would protect the entire defense line. Anel was working on this. She already had something ready, but Kai asked her to finish it. The boy created a seed that could camouflage itself. He repeated the skill once more and created a transparent seed. The elf suggested planting it. The next day the seeds had grown significantly, and the girl suggested digging them up. They were Sorcerer Kun, and used fire, water, wind, and earth. These were the main elements of magic. Ninja Kun used various weapons from the shinobi arsenal and conducted secret operations. Angel Chan could use enhancement and support magic, but could not cause physical harm. Kai wanted to befriend them, but they went to greet the first warriors who had appeared earlier. The hero was upset that they did not even approach him. Ren said he was just the final boss. The wall was almost ready. It was 600 meters long, 20 meters wide, and 10 meters deep. The boy was worried it would not be very effective. Kai wanted to ask Ren for help, and Ren said she could burn all the trees in this area and get rid of the roots. The girl also suggested that Kei had revived the trees, and they would flee the territory on their own. Kai did not believe the girl was capable of that. Ren said that form was very important in this. They hear opinions on this matter. The boy wanted the power of K-Day to act on the soil so that the dug earth would be delivered to the fortress directly from underground. The boys decided to try. Kaya succeeded. Kaya asked her to animate something with the depicted form. The girl tried temporary life. It did not work. The hero suggested giving this land a name. Kei tried again. The experiment succeeded. The experiment succeeded thanks to the painted face, and Kai decided to use it in the next expedition on the ship, where they were going to look for needed things in Keti's family. The boy said that if this territory belonged to the Empire, they could find at least some information. Kei began to dream that she would meet Mom and Dad. Kai-Dai was upset because she dreamed about how she first met Homo-chan and Mary-chan. The toys also remembered that moment because they were given to her on her 5th birthday. The girl admitted that she still thinks her dad will soon appear over the horizon and look for her on a boat. The girl dreamed of meeting her parents again and telling them that she was okay. She was worried that she only thought about herself when everyone else was worried about the church ship. But the toys calmed her and gave hope that her dad would look for her because he loved her very much. Kei was worried because Kei said there would be no help, and she did not understand why he was only a year older than her but thought like an adult. The girl admitted that if the hero said no one would come for her, she would have believed him, although she still had hope. Her toys calmed her down. She was offered to start doing what she could right now. She said she would do everything she could. The girl asked Kai if he was sure he was taking Scorpio with him on the expedition. She agreed with the boy's choice but warned that the slave trader might still be in the city. The hero said he preferred that outcome. Kai wanted to find a way to untie Sarah's collar. He said that he recently met Mariella, a priestess who turned people into dolls. But she could not subdue Ren, and the skills of different gods cannot be copied. They tried many options, and Kay once tried to take Oshaken from Sarah by force, but she couldn't, because although she could revive various things created by the powers of Kai, her power did not affect the seeds of creation. The hero concluded that the collar belonged to a divine being, but to find out everything, the boys decided to interrogate Mariella. Kai asked her if she knew anything about the slave collars used by mages. The hero promised to release the girl if she answered. Mariella said that the collar was magical but had nothing to do with her blessing. She said that it was an artifact of an ancient civilization that could break human hearts and subjugate people, but it was nothing compared to her powers, which were much weaker than the artifact. The hostage confessed that she tried to find out what blessing is embedded in the collar. She thinks it is about what makes it truly unbreakable. The girl was intrigued that even in the temple it was considered a secret. Mariella said that the collars were very expensive and were worn only by mages and those who could be well bribed, and to remove them certain conditions had to be met. The girl said that the spell had to be used and the one who put on the collar knew it. Kai realized that Maureen from Scorpion knew this spell. Sarah really wanted to take off the collar. Kai promised to help her while he was looking for Cade's family. Sarah was worried that she wouldn't be able to fight for this country because mages are valuable people. The collar deprived her of the ability to fight. Kai said that he really wanted to see Sarah's magic. He wanted to take her with him on the expedition because Ebby and Ren stood out too much. Kay ran up and said she wanted to try what Kay had recently talked about. Ebby and Ren asked all the residents what they wanted brought from the expedition. They were offered alcohol, and the girls said that grapes had not taken root here before. They wanted to bring the stablemen to the horses. The girls gathered all the orders and wanted to go to Kai, who was already on the ship. Ka revived the ship, which the hero named Santa Maria-chan. The ship turned out to be very fast. The girl said she wanted to go with Kai on the next expedition. She was not afraid of the sea, and threatened that if she did not go with him, the ship's blessing would disappear. Kai agreed to take the girl. She decided to increase the ship's power. All this was observed by Ebyan Ren. Katie promised herself that she would do everything to find her parents. The elves watched on the monitor as Kai left the island. They noticed that the ship moved as fast as the boat from the hero's past life, especially since the boys had put propellers on it and the journey seemed dangerous. The boy asked Kay for a break and went to the pioneer town. They greeted the hero. He felt sick from the shaking. He wanted to stay in the village, but Enel threatened to expel him. Kai understood this. Although the elves offered him help, El ordered Kuromo to feed the boy, and he was surprised that the elf herself did not do it. This time the boys reached the sushi very quickly, in 4 days, whereas last time it took 11 days. Kay explained that because she could sleep at night in the pioneer camp, she was not so tired. Kay was tired. This time the boys decided to be more careful and not make noise in Scorpius. Kai asked Ebby to stand guard while they went to the market. He left a sign so they could escape quickly. The girl agreed only on the condition that it was an important task. Kay wanted to support Ebby, but she stayed with her because Kay was going to Morin's house. At the city entrance, people noticed the boys' carts. The men said they had too much cargo for 2 children. They decided that these were the children of a rich merchant. This reminded them of an incident a year ago. They went to the market. Ren noticed that there were too many people in the square and warned Kai to be careful. The hero was offered 4 gold coins for the bull he was selling for 10. The men were outraged and began to bargain. Kai did not lower the price. The bargaining was futile because Ebby was already waiting for them. Another man was satisfied with Kai's price. The first entered into a dispute with him so that the market price would not rise too high. The first really needed the bull, and the second did not want to overpay. The hero sold 2 bulls for 7 coins. The boys thought that those men had conspired. Kai did not like that they were wasting his time. After everything was sold, the heroes went shopping. The elves were given goods, and you will want to show Kai 1 item in return. It was a sword, a special item, made to order. Kai asked what made it special. The weapon was called the fire sword. The hero found it funny. The sword was bought for 5 gold coins, and El said that the magic of the one who wields it creates flames, but the user himself does not burn. The boy said he had no magic. They replied that he did. But for Kai, the most important thing was to believe in it, and Kai, as Anal commanded, spoke the words, "Flame, come out," and the sword activated. The hero noticed that the sword was too cruel a weapon against people. They left all their belongings in the village. Kai said he would return to the island from the north and bring Sarah. The girl noticed that the city had not changed at all. Ibis returned to the boys, as Ren called her. The heroes came to Marina's house. According to the plan, everything was ready. They had to neutralize the mercenaries with magic, and if they resisted, stun them with it. The boys entered the supposedly empty building. They were told that the house owner had gone for supplies and would not return for another 6 months. He left about 2 weeks ago and was already in the port city of Nomel. The boys found the town of Noel on the map, which was on the way to Godier, the hometown of Kai. Kai apologized to Sarah that she had to walk so far in vain, but she did not complain. She asked to stay with the boys so they could continue traveling with her through the cities. Kai was uncomfortable sleeping in a cramped space. He asked the girls to use the neighboring bed. Before going to Nomel, Kai wanted to go shopping. The boys entered a cafeteria around the corner and tried to remain unnoticed. But one of the soldiers recognized the boy's face. The man recognized Kai. The hero tried to understand who was in front of him, the mercenary Marini or the Mage. That man said that the road was too close to the Imperial camp, so they had to take a detour, because it would be too troublesome if they met someone familiar. In the canteen, the man asked Kai to get him a job because his previous boss had fired him. He saw cool guys in the heroes and was sure he would be useful to them. The boy wanted to find out what happened to the other mercenaries. He replied that the former Imperial Mage could not go to war. Kai said that mages were in demand. The Imperial replied that the boys were beaten brutally, not by accident. The hero realized that it was a trap. The boy said that, listening to his intuition, he would go against the boys because he had defeated him. The warrior felt that this turn of events would give him the fight he wanted. Ren considered the situation interesting. Kai asked the mage, as an expert in imperial geography, to lead them through Nomel to Gadia. It turned out that this man had even lived there for some time. Sarah was worried whether the Imperial could be trusted because he was a mercenary. The boy admitted that it was risky but trusted him. Kai said that if that boy needed money, he would have stayed in the country. Moreover, he was a mage from a noble family, and the hero did not recognize such a person in him during their first meeting. The boy reminded them to beware of the followers of the temple who consider themselves righteous, and those who deceive people for money. To govern the country, one must trust where possible. Kai realized that first of all, he needed to believe in himself and not perceive everyone as enemies. Otherwise, they would have to live their whole lives on the island, and he did not want that. The hero noticed that he was dealing with a man somehow connected to Mondial. Sarah said she was not offended by all mercenaries, but this man intervened in the fight at the last minute. She just wanted to remove the collar from herself as quickly as possible. After 10 days, they were back to normal. The size of the city amazed Kaya. One man explained that it was the largest port of the empire. He asked if they remembered it. Another man stood and did not know who was being talked about, and the mage went to the bar to find people who would help organize the army. The soldier was upset that the empire's army was not yet ready because it did not have an official fleet, so it was difficult to prepare the ships that were still on the other side of the sea. A mercenary burst into the bar, whom the friends recognized, and they did not believe that their older brother really fought with them, but he said that his employer wanted to see them. Kai appeared in a mask. The warriors recognized him and ordered to capture him. Faisal said he works for the hero and stopped them. Kai suggested talking to Mr. Marini. They went together with the mercenary. The man was asked to say the spell for the collar. He refused to answer and tried to return Faisal, but Faisal said he was already busy and basically could not defeat Ibis. Marini tried to hire the girl, but he was told that she belonged to the master for free. The man said that Kai was just as much a slave owner as he was. Marini said he was ready to sell the spell. The hero began to threaten him that he would obtain the knowledge by force. He called the spell Corsa Corta. You touched the collar and spoke the words slave or free. Ren said he did not feel any lie in the man's words. Ebi was ordered to watch Marini. Kai ran to Sarah. Kai decided to try the spell. Sarah asked if the boy would allow her to be near him if she lost her mind after the summoning effect wore off. The girl could belong to Kai. He said it was terrible. The hero calmed Sarah. He was ready to fix all the terrible consequences no matter how long it took. Kai promised to take care of everything. The boy said the spell. It worked. The hero said that now Sarah would be able to live peacefully. The girl said that Kai was very kind to her. She asked him if he loved her. He said yes, but immediately added that she was like all the other girls. Sarah confessed her feelings to him. The girl said that she was truly in love with him. She did not care how Kai would show his feelings for her. Faisal said that they came out alive and unharmed. He wanted to know if they were sticking together. Marini asked the main hero if he was happy and asked to return the collar, but he replied no and added that giving it to such a person was too dangerous. Faisal smiled and said that it was very unfortunate, but added that life can be worse, so it was better for him to take care of himself. Later, he and the girls walked around the city. The man added that it was scary, and he did not even want to think about the fact that among them there were 3 mages. Ring said discontentedly that she was here too, so he was surprised that she was the same. And Kai smiled and said that she was the strongest of them. Faisal added that the man was actually the most terrible, because his mysterious blessings gave him power comparable to a country, and Kai replied that in that case, they would have nothing to fear on the road. He asked the man if he was sure that the empire was at war with the kingdom. The man replied that the empire would not have engaged in a naval battle, because the kingdom was on the other side of the sea. He wondered if he could do something to prevent this. The man noticed something and apologized because he had to leave. Kai said he did not mind, but he was curious about what had happened. The man replied that he had just seen a familiar boat and decided to go there. Then another suggested meeting at the hotel later, and the man agreed. Later, Sarah asked him what they should do. He replied that she needed to go to the market for shopping and at the same time gather some information. The shopkeeper said he knew nothing but had heard that the sides in the war were still recruiting soldiers. Sarah wondered how many people they had. At that moment, some man began to flirt with her. This upset the main heroine. Then other men joined him and began to harass her in various ways. Kai tried to protect her from this. He was pushed away and told not to interfere. The boy replied irritably that he was the one advising them to stop now. By their clothes, he understood that they were active soldiers of this empire, and he noticed that all these women were with him. The men approached the boy and said that they would deal with him first, then take all the girls and make decent people out of them. However, he could no longer speak, and an enraged Sarah struck him in the face with her magical devices, throwing him aside. She said that they were too insolent and should behave better. The main hero tried to calm her down, but she considered it unforgivable. She decided to deal with them, but the soldier wanted to respond to her with force. The girls skillfully began to deal with them, and at that moment a man approached them from the crowd, who said that they had been informed that some imperial soldiers were bothering the citizens. He wondered if they had dealt with them. The man said it was self-defense. He apologized and added that this time the troop deployment was unexpected. Many soldiers were poorly trained. He approached the soldiers and told them not to stand up and to stop slandering the general's name. He informed the boy that this time the war was being led by the famous imperial mage, General Edward Enfield. Ren remembered that Kaid had the same surname and thought that it might not be a coincidence. She said that her father worked in the castle. 12 years ago, mages fought among themselves. One could not believe how he played. Another replied that he had the makings of a genius, but for now he was like an uncut diamond, so he would take care of his cutting. Edward said that he should go and let the pious man treat half of his wounds, but he replied that he did not want to and would never lose again. This scar would remind him of that, and at that moment Edward was called. He was informed that his wife said their daughter had caught a cold. He shouted that he would return immediately and prepare thousands of elixirs. Faisal smiled, remembering this. He recalled that someone said he would not fight until his daughter grew up. He approached the man who was wondering why he was here. He replied that he had business. Axel said sadly that he had nothing against the meeting but was a little tired, and added that he did not know if he knew, but the general had lost his daughter. He asked him again, stunned, because it seemed impossible. He tried to find out how it happened. The other replied that he did not know the details, but it happened last spring. Since then, he was no longer the same. The atmosphere became unfriendly. They communicate with him only through priests. He was a father who did not want to leave his daughter. Faisal realized that this was why he refused the state's request to go to war, inventing various reasons. In any case, he needed to talk to him. Later, Axel returned and said that the general did not recognize him. The man could not believe it, and decided that he had gone crazy, but he could do nothing. After some time, he met the main character in the hotel, and he asked if he had finished his business, to which Faisal replied that not yet. Some man asked him if he had previously served in the imperial army. He replied that he had a zubul, and Kai inquired if he knew the general, which surprised him. Faisal replied that, of course, he knew him. The guy gladly suggested meeting, saying maybe they were looking for him, and the man asked what he would do with him. At that moment, Ren hit him hard on the back and said he was funny, and she replied that they would do nothing to him. The man said she should not laugh. They wandered all over the empire, searching for the general so persistently that it looked like they had something planned. The guy replied that he just wanted to make sure he was not the father of their ward. The man asked him again tiredly. Kai asked if he had met her. Faisal replied that he had just heard that Kai Age was no longer there. Hearing that name, they realized they were right. The guy asked him to wait a little. Ren asked if he was happy. He asked her to address him differently and asked what she meant. At that moment, they heard someone say that he knew him. When she was little, he often came to their home. He behaves rudely, but in his soul he's very kind. After that, Happy Cade rushed into his arms and said they had not seen each other for a long time. The man was stunned by this. He could not believe that a real girl was in front of him. Tears welled up, and he asked why she was with them. Kai replied that now they were in danger. They all pretend as if they don't exist. No one can be shown that they are fine, and he wants to secretly meet her father. The boy added that the girl belongs to his large family. He asked if the man would help them. The man replied that it was clear. If he finds out that his daughter is alive, he is sure he will come to his senses. He asked Edward to wait. The girl suggested to the main character that she write a secret letter to her father. If it is him, he will recognize her handwriting. She will definitely run when he finds out that she is fine. That man said she is a genius. They will stick to that plan. The knight waited for how they would deliver the letter. He was sure that the priest would find a flaw in any letter he tried to pass. They did not want the temple to find out about it. Kyra replied that he still does not know his name and that everything is under control, wherever he goes. Because they have people who will find him and deliver the letter, and Faisal was interested in who he was. He added that he promised not to interfere in other people's affairs but was interested. Cade replied that if he lived with them, they would tell. He pondered. The main character thought that she likes to tease old people. Later, when she wrote the letter, the boy tried to look, but she hid it from him. The main character teleported with the assistant. He brought one of the little warriors to the general's estate. That warrior brought the letter to the general, and the general read it. But when he finished, he crumpled the paper. The children gathered in one place and waited for the general. The girl thought he had already forgotten her. The boy replied that it could not be so simple and probably something had happened. He asked LaBelle where the general was. She replied that, as yesterday, he did not leave the building at all. Ren hugged Kaede and said she would always be with her. She was sure Milord would do something and everything would be fine, and Faisal watched him. Later he entered the castle, where other knights tried to stop him because they said he was bothering them. He angrily replied that he needed to talk to him. A priest appeared to find out what was happening. He replied that there were too many companions for one person. The priest said it was obvious because Edward would become a general in the future war. Faisal noted that they lacked regular troops for this. Edward replied that they had enough mages, and they were ready for war. They had to leave in a few days, and he had to go. Then the man told the main character everything he had learned. He replied that it doesn't work. There is no point in approaching him that way. They need to find out how to meet him directly. The bitch said that he could rely on her. She would follow him anywhere and would not yield to anyone. The other girls also supported her and waited for his orders. Kai asked the soldier if he had any objections and why he was asking about this now. And the soldier replied that from now on, they were going on the offensive and could act against the will of the Empire. Faisal asked if he would face Edward one-on-one. He is a genius, fights perfectly. Even if he has 4 mages on his side, he had a bad feeling about this. But he was ready because he would not calm down until he defeated him at least once. He did not need to worry about the kingdom. He had already severed all ties with it. He was thinking about how to get this recluse out. Ren said he would come out when it was time to leave. The boy replied that they could not wait that long. They would figure out how to make him come out. The boy asked Label to check if there were people on the ships. She replied that searching for people made her dizzy, but if it lasted only a second, she could handle it. The boy apologized and said he trusted her. Then she focused and used her skills. She reported that there was almost no one there, only a few guards. He thanked her again. Ren asked if he would really do it. He said he would, and called the warriors. He ordered to sink all the ships except the one docked closest to them. Ibis was to stand guard, and Ren to distract attention. The girls understood. Then he and the warriors went to the nearest ship. After some time, the girls in the village were shocked that he teleported the ship, and the boy said that their loot was now truly bigger. It was a whole ship, so they should take all the useful things they find inside, and he will ask if it is possible to leave the island. The boy replied that they still needed the help of Yuri and others. If they manage to lure him out, they will somehow bring him here. Here he will not be able to use magic. If this escalates into a full-scale conflict, they must protect the girls. Until then, everyone here will stay except for Abiz, and they will smile and say that since they were expecting guests, they should brew tea. At that moment, the priest panicked. The leader asked what had happened. He asked everyone to calm down and explain the situation. They said that all the ships were burning. This stunned him. At that time, all the ships were blazing with bright flames, and Abis said that the girl was too pitifully distracting attention, so they would not be able to start a war with the master's homeland like that. At that moment, a bright flash burned her clothes, and she was surprised. The priest said that because of the force of the fire, he thought it was a mage, but it turned out to be a witch with silver hair. A man with dark evil eyes appeared before the girl. He was ready to attack again. Looking at him, she realized who he was. Meanwhile, others watched what was happening through the monitor and understood who it was. Priests were around him, and mages stood in front and behind. They brought all their forces there. Koto was upset about this and ran away. The main character realized that things were bad and needed to act quickly. At that moment, the girl teleported to the pier. With all her strength, tears in her eyes, she called her father, who returned to her and looked as if not seeing. The girl looked at him from afar and kept calling. At that moment, the main character and a soldier ran up to her, and the father looked at her and turned away. This reaction literally froze in her and caused a flash of rage in Faisal. He jumped off the wall and rushed at him, and Kai decided that it was just recklessness. The man rushed to attack fiercely. The priest did not understand what he was doing. They decided that it was betrayal. The same man ignored them and shouted for Edward to wake up. Ren asked Kai if she needed to help him, carefully examining the man. The main character realized that he was controlled by priests, and that this hypnosis was the imprisoned soul of the puppeteer. He told Sarah to help downstairs. They would be taken by numbers, and he and Ren would approach the priests from behind. The priest said that they still would not be able to defeat them. At that moment, Abbas also joined the attack and covered the man from behind. Sarah also quickly joined and used ice magic, which stunned the present priests. But at that moment, the general interrupted them. The main character realized that he suppressed the magic. Faisal could not understand whether he was doing it seriously. He shouted to the girls that he would take on him, and they had to deal with the other four. They replied that they would manage. Reen was worried about the outcome of the battle. Kai also thought that something could happen to them. She asked whether to suppress their resistance. He replied that it was not possible because she had too high firepower and there would be losses. Looking at the warrior mage, the boy realized that, as with Ren, if the magic was from another world, it would be difficult for Edward to neutralize it. He ordered him to use earth magic to destroy the support under Edward's and his people's feet to create a favorable situation for them. At that moment, the fight downstairs continued. The girls used a joint attack against them, and Yuri activated the sacred restrictions of the Battle Maiden. Kai realized that there were strong defenders on that side as well. The priest tried to find out where the earth magic came from. Edward found the source and attacked the building. However, Ren managed to grab Guy in her arms and jump out without sustaining any injuries. Edward immediately began attacking them. Faisal stood right in front of them and took the hit himself. His face twisted in pain from the blows that struck him. They did not understand why he did this. The priest decided that it was time to end everything. They attacked the girls with a powerful strike. One of the blows was aimed directly at Kade, but she was protected in time. Kai said that if this continued, they would lose. Ren had to buy time to heal Faisal, but she could not use much magic to avoid destroying anyone, so she asked him to trust her. After that, she raised a wall of fire around them, and the boy became worried because even if they retreated, they would not be able to evacuate everyone. At that moment, the girl asked Keat if she was injured. The girl replied that she was fine, but her face darkened. She became angry that he used magic against her friends and wounded Faisal, and shouted that she simply could not believe how foolish her father was. After that, she raised her hands and loudly declared that she would destroy everyone with one strike, and use the magic of fleeting life. A gigantic creature with round glowing eyes appeared before them, and those present literally gaped in astonishment. It was made of stone and, ignoring everyone, immediately struck Edward. After that, she looked sternly at the others, who decided that it was impossible and had to flee because they could not win. The main character told Kayade to cancel the ability. They would take her father and leave. She agreed. Meanwhile, the man lay unconscious in the middle of the destroyed sidewalk with his arms outstretched. He thought that his daughter was calling him. He laughed and decided that he was still asleep and did not want to wake up, because at least in a dream they could be together. Then a small hand barely hit him on the head to wake him up, because this was not a dream. He woke up and looked at her. Looking at her sadly, he decided that he had ended up in another world. She hit him again and said that it was not so, that she had returned, and she offered to introduce him to his mother. Faisal smiled and said that it was too luxurious here. The magic had fallen asleep, and his daughter had woken him up. Kai said that it was so. Edward asked who he was. The boy said that his name was Kai, and this was a pioneer settlement. The girl thought that she knew everything about her older brother. When she was 10, she was given the blessing of Idea, the goddess of truth, and she secretly used this ability on her brother. They were actually foundlings along with him, and her brother remembered him from childhood. He was not like other people. He was special. She wanted to learn more about him. After 12 years, the blessing ceremony took place. The priest called Rukia to come in. She thought that he had gone to the ceremony earlier and had not returned. She was looking for him. The man told her to remove the holy cloth. She showed the mark with an eye on her body, and the man shouted that it was impossible. One of them ran up to her and shouted that the day had come. The priest wondered if it could be that there were two of them in a row. He replied that he must remain silent. The god inside her did not even compare to them, and it was also strange that there were 3 pillars in her body. The Inquisitor thanked her for the meeting that day. The gods and she were Idea, Eternity, and Diet. She had to try to call them by their names. She thought that she had already received the blessing before. It was not worth showing it. She pronounced these words, and the symbol lit up. The priest was surprised that she named them immediately. The Inquisitor said that everything was fine. She probably understood that it was better this way, so that later she would not have to pronounce the names of the gods. The girl asked him where her brother was. He was supposed to conduct the ceremony right in front of her, but he did not return. He told her to forget about him, and she did not understand why. He looked at her again with his wild eyes and told her to forget about it. The priests surrounded her and said that she had a bright future ahead and there was nothing to worry about, but she did not understand why. She could not forget to take him because she was sure they would never see each other again, and she did not understand what it was when the Inquisitor called her. She took his hand and used the eyes of truth. They shone. The man did not understand what she was doing. She apologized and said that she heard the voice of God and decided to try. She added that everything was so confusing that she did not understand anything. He replied that it was normal. If he practiced, he would learn to use the blessing correctly. The priest said that one should not waste strength. She replied that she would not. She saw the essence. The god who blessed her brother was evil. The church expelled this evil god very far, right into the body. Then there was another special inquisitor in this room. He dragged the brother somewhere. This man knew nothing else. For some reason, they are afraid to destroy the consecrated. The Inquisitor told her that now she would live as a nun for 2 years and study under the priest. The girl smiled and said she would try. Even if such a child made a scene, she could not compete with the church. Even an ordinary father would find it impossible. So she began to study to become a clergyman and simply looked for clues. She also began to look for that special Inquisitor. If she finds him, she will learn the whereabouts of her brother. She is ready to check any crack. She was sure that only she could save her brother. At that moment, the main character woke up and remembered that he had not dreamed of those times for a long time. He remembered Rukyu and wondered if she was all right. Abbas asked if Rukia was the younger sister of the master and how she got here again, and she replied that he told her it had been getting colder lately. At that moment, Faisal entered and apologized for disturbing them. Seeing the girl, he asked if they were having fun so early in the morning, and the boy replied that it was not like that and he did not understand what he was thinking about. The man said it was good that they woke up. Chi irritably replied that he would come to wake him up if only he could sleep a little. He really wanted to intervene at such a critical moment. But the girl deliberately comes to him to sleep now that she is an adult. It would be awkward if they were misunderstood. Almost 3 years have passed since the blessing ceremony for 12 years. In this world, a person is already considered an adult at 15 years old. The man added that he was called by Edward's people. After the riot in Nomeli, Kade with his parents and Faisal began living on a deserted island. Edward and his family are now building a house. He asked the man what that flat thing was, and the man replied that it was a tile. The roof needed to be covered. The man realized that the roofs of the houses were tightly covered with exactly that. He saw this form for the first time. Kai smiled and said that where he used to live, there were many of those, and it was called roofing tile. He said to take her because she was from the village, and the man thought it was a wonderful blessing. Although they were from the same god, Kaidi's blessing was of a completely different nature, and Kaid replied that they were special but still worshipped the evil god. Edward pondered about the gods of good and evil. The boy did not understand him and replied that no priest had ever personally met God. A sacred seal appears on the left chest, and a person will be able to use abilities. They are told this briefly, although in reality there is a difference between evil and good gods, but once there was only one god. He thought he was reincarnated, and since this was another world, there must be gods here, so he stopped digging further. He said that this was new information for him. Perhaps there are people who seriously doubt the existence of gods. The man replied that no one doubts this. In any case, abilities are abilities, and no one thinks it happened by accident. But outside the church, no one was searching for evil gods, and his daughter could not receive a blessing from an evil god. Kai realized that in the end, parental foolishness won. Faisal told them to stop talking and go help. She added that they planned to have many rooms. Edward said that it was necessary so that 3 of them could live together. He was constantly busy with work and hardly played with his daughter, so now they will always be together. Faisal replied that yes, but Qaid said that she would not live with him. This shocked the man. He did not understand why, because he had already prepared a room for her. Another man told him to ask her himself. Edward asked the main character if he knew why it was so. He replied that he had not heard anything about it either. He added that the royal guards are currently cleaning the bathroom, so maybe he should ask them. Faisal was surprised that the strongest and invincible Edward also could not be strict with his daughter. She replied that it was not about that. Earlier she always followed him closely and called him Dad, but recently she had become strangely mature. Perhaps life on the island made her much wiser. He decided to ask the heroine why she did not want to live together. He was surprised by this and agreed. Faisal suggested that it might be because she hates her father. The main character approached the girl, who asked what happened and said that he and Edward were building a house, but she refused to live in it. She replied that she would live in the mansion as before. The boy said that she finally met her parents. She could feel free and live with them. She asked if he refused because she was a girl, but that did not mean she would simply agree to return, and the boy thought that now might be the period when she rebels against her father. Kai said that Edward would be upset. It seemed he thought they would live together. She replied that they saw each other every day, and she was no longer a child to be with them. The boy noticed that she was sleeping with Ren, but she said it was different. She added that she would live there. The boy thought that Edward said so, but it still seemed that she was still a child. When he was again with the family and lived on a deserted island, it became easier for him than before. When she only thought about growing up quickly, it was good. Edward should be told that she is just pretending to be strong and can live independently. The main character approached Kuromo and again asked her to help with winter coats. She asked how many she needed. She also asked him to bring people to her for measurements. He said it was Edward, his wife, and Fazel. Then he asked how much time she needed. She replied 3 days. The boy was surprised how quickly it happened and thanked her. And Elle said that someone came. She saw it on TV, and they all watched it together. Edward said that this place would do. Yuri replied that they had already gone far away. Apparently no one would come here. He said he heard about her situation from the main character, and if there was contact, it would be on her side. The girl did not understand why. He replied that they were a princess and a general of a destroyed country. He was afraid that the source of evil still remained. She said it was a bit unexpected, and he, although trying to pretend as if he hardly thought about their past, replied that he was smarter than his age. She said she agreed, because the main anomaly was not in the blessed ability, but in himself. The boy wondered if he could do it. Kuromo said that he was emotionless so he could listen. She added that by hiding it, the princess helped him in many cases. Einel added that, for example, during negotiations between guards and winged people, this was important because their culture and way of life were different. Meanwhile, Yuri said that Kai was wonderful, but he was so soft that sometimes he did not think with his head. Edward replied that it was possible. Despite his military might, no one died in that battle, and given the circumstances, it would not have been surprising if he had killed the priests. The princess, however, called him to ask him to train her. Perhaps he should apologize for the attack on the city. She laughed and said that he didn't even take part in that quarrel. She wouldn't be happy even if he apologized. She didn't want to cheer herself up by blaming him, and she didn't want to dilute her feelings. Edward asked if she wanted to take revenge on the Empire by using him. These words tensed the heroine. She replied that she only wanted one thing: to be allowed to forget. He didn't understand what she was talking about. She replied that she knew well that she couldn't take revenge on the Empire, but that doesn't mean there is no way out. After all, she allowed the country to be destroyed, fled, and simply lives on. You won't be able to forget this until you fill your heart with something else. She didn't care whether he knew about her feelings, so she decided to hide them. Edward understood what she meant, but the main character did not grasp the meaning of her words. She added that everything was fine. In any case, she didn't call him to talk about this. First of all, Coyote's father, and generally she trusts him. He didn't understand why she trusted him so easily. She replied that it's hard to doubt a man who came to the island for the sake of family, and he didn't seem like a man with ambitions. Edward replied that he was glad she saw him that way, and said that this is the only place where he can live as a calm daughter so he wouldn't do anything bad to the main heroine. Yuri asked if he was his enemy. He replied that he distinguishes between priests and God, and that it was not God who gave them power on their side. She replied that probably so. The man asked what she wanted to tell him. She replied that it was about that soldier. She doubted him. Indeed, it seems he pretended to be a mercenary in service, so he understands why it is hard to trust him. A mage like him can afford such a lifestyle. Probably he came here only because he likes it here. She added that he did not look suspicious at all, but gradually became too close to the main character, and the main character behaved friendly towards him. Edward noticed the age difference, but they still got along. The girl said she thought so too, and the man decided it was just jealousy that led to a misunderstanding in the girl. She finally understood what that feeling was. The boy smiled at the man differently than when he smiled at her. The main character said that it was simply easier for him to communicate with people of the same gender, and that their characters were similar. Edward said that if she was worried, he would watch over him for now, although it was unlikely that he was a spy of the Empire. Above all, the Empire knew well that he had participated in the same battle. He spread rumors that he had destroyed him and his wife so that they could live here peacefully. And Yari understood this, but in reality, everything was not all right because they eventually had to leave the country. He said that at first he did not have the best relationship with the Emperor, so he did not think he would miss it. Yuri fully supported him, especially after the former Crown Prince proposed to her a few years ago. Edward said that he already knew about it, that he confessed and was harshly rejected. He got angry because she took it as a joke, and maybe the target of this war was her. The man said he could do it. Now he understood why he attacked. The prince was proud, so he did not say that he fought for a woman. Probably he captured the royal family so the princess fled. If the goal was destruction, escape was impossible. Eventually, she was caught on the way, although she tried not to fall into the hands of the Empire. She doubted whether he was an instigator and did not want to believe that because of this her country was destroyed. But the main character told her not to even think about revenge, so she decided to take revenge. But the demon inside her whispers that she should not forgive the one who gave this order. He must answer. Edward said he understands her feelings, but there will be a thorny road ahead. She understood and asked to keep it a secret. The main character turned off the television and wondered if it was okay to eavesdrop like that, because he doubted whether it was worth listening to unnecessary conversations at all. Yale understood that she had not given up on the idea of revenge. The boy thought that the fact of her agreement meant nothing, and in reality it concerned not only her but also other residents. They should discuss everything thoroughly. In the hall on the first floor of the castle, people gathered and discussed what could be prepared, which building materials, craftsmen, and knowledge were lacking, as well as their concerns about the princess. She worked tirelessly while he was away, so she was probably very tired. Kai was glad to hear their opinion. They will try different options in the village and will be able to find a solution. He teleported to Anel, who was glad that they had recently grown grapes. Kai was surprised that they could already be harvested and said that they could because they were very tasty. The boy tried it and noticed that the skin and seeds were large, making it difficult to eat. The taste was sweet and sour and quite rich. The girl asked if he liked it. He asked if it was possible to make drinks from this. She replied that it was possible and not difficult. So they immediately went to change clothes to try to prepare a new drink. Then they began jumping on the grapes and trampling them. Kuromo wondered if she needed to change clothes for this. She smiled and replied that this very rustic style creates the mood. The main character watched as they joyfully jumped and soon turned all the grapes into liquid, after which Elle took some and asked him to try it. I told him to calm down because they were clean. They made pure grape juice from the sisters. When he tried it, she asked how he liked it. He said the juice was cold and the taste was weak. The girl also tried and thought it was worth adding sugar. He replied that there were no problems, so it was possible to pour it into the barrel and see what would happen. She felt that they had forgotten something important. After a few days, several weeks had already passed in the village, and they were worried if everything was all right. When they approached the barrel, the boy asked the warrior to open it. But immediately after that, the barrel exploded and the girl was splashed with this liquid, which upset her because it was her favorite outfit. At that moment, Anal remembered that barrels explode. And the boy also remembered that if you suddenly open a barrel where fermentation is happening, the compressed gas will burst it. The boy and the girl decided that it was a test barrel, and thanks to this, they learned something new. After that, the girls started pressing grapes and preparing the barrel again. After some time, they were able to try the deliciously prepared drink, and Neil informed the main character that the village level had risen again. Before this, they had already reached level 35. The girl said he came back with a knife, so the production of cutting items thrived here. Now cold weapons also became a local commodity. Also, locals can travel abroad, learn new things, integrate with locals, and acquire necessary skills. The guy decided to check the stability next time he goes there. If the technology and the village improve, the island might become useful. The boy also noticed that a new elf girl had been added. The girl replied that she had finally appeared and now there were 3 sisters. She is the oldest of them, the second is Kuromo, the third is CL. Of the 3 basic needs, she is responsible for housing. The guy asked if she had already arrived. The girl replied that she is a homebody. She needs to be at home, so she probably will not come. The boy understood that she seemed closed off. He wondered where the name that was responsible for food came from, and they also said that if they had such an opportunity and went to her personally, she would introduce them. The next day they approached the house. They were surprised by the large building, and they could not believe that it was her estate. The last time they were there, it was not so luxurious. When they entered, they called someone and said they came to greet their new sister. The boy saw that Inol was sitting and playing games on the television. After the defeat, she apologized for getting a little carried away and not coming out to greet them. Kai replied that it was okay and asked where the game was from. The girl said that CL brought it and asked CL to introduce herself. The girl said that she was an assistant responsible for housing, asked to take care of her, and thanked for caring for her sisters. And the boy also introduced himself and the princess. He asked if the house grew so large thanks to her ability. She replied that she did it by flying on gnomes. Although they were spirits, they resembled a funnel. Kai said he did not think they would understand such a metaphor. The girl said that the mansion could be rebuilt, but he should not interfere in the village affairs. The boy asked what kind of games these were. She replied that these were her own games. It is a unique game recreated from his memories. She asked him to play. He gladly agreed. He suggested that the princess join as well. She was surprised and did not understand why. He explained that this device allows moving images with buttons on the panel and that enemies must be destroyed. Then he handed her the joystick. He added that although he loved simulators, such things were also interesting. The princess asked if he played such games. He replied that it was part of his blessing. CL advised that some characters are better suited for beginners. She started playing but was completely confused and did not know what to do. Then they began to explain to her in detail how everything worked. After that, they began a fierce battle, constantly discussing the details of the game, and after a few hours, they managed to win. The princess was very happy about this. The boy realized that it was a good way to let off steam. At that moment, the next part of the game began, and they started a new battle. In the open space, the men competed with the girls in magical attacks, and the girls were already very soaked because of this. They tried to defend themselves, but they were doused with water again. The men said that it didn't work again. Ren ran up and said she wanted to join. Faisal said that he was teaching them the technique of dispelling spells. Fire and ice can be dangerous even in small amounts. She replied that she didn't understand magic at all. But she was strong, so it didn't bother her. At that moment, the wet girls decided to go on the attack. Now it was their turn to shoot. He got very scared, said it was unfair, and asked Edward for help. And the main character came and said that the preparation was finished and it was time to inspect the place. Faisal didn't understand what he meant. The boy guessed that he hadn't told him yet. On the northern side of the island, there were ancient ruins. They were 1,000 years old, if not more, and Edward had not yet properly studied them. Edward assumed they were from a war era. The main character thought it was about a battle between the heavenly army and the underworld. The man said that all the ruins from that era were recorded. He didn't believe they could have missed any. The man said he didn't know himself because he hadn't inspected the place yet. Maybe it was previously under the control of a temple. When the demon woke up, this island had already become a place where the blessed were thrown. They probably investigated and found the girl still sleeping. She is a product of an ancient civilization. You can't just forget about this place and not learn more. Tai said that the last time he was there, everything looked as if no one had entered there for a long time. Faisal was interested in the place. Edward also wanted to know what secrets were there, and that man told him who would go with him. He decided not to take Sarah with him. He wanted her to take care of everything here if something happened to them. The girl didn't understand why it had to be her. The boy thought that if he wasn't there, the warrior and Ren would also disappear, and the abyss would only do what it was told. Yuri might run away. But Sarah leads everyone on the path of a peaceful life. After that, they decided to leave immediately. Later, they did not reach the entrance to the dungeon. Faisal said he felt traces of strange magic. Eldar added that it seemed someone's peace had been disturbed. He was beginning to understand why the girls did not like to come here. It was clearly something unusual. The main character asked how they were feeling. Edward said he could use magic, but was a bit irritated. Kai told him to go if something happened to him. Faisal did not understand why he was so tense. That man said that mechanical soldiers might be hiding there. Ren said she would protect him. That man also thanked her. He did not consider himself overly cautious. The girl said she was a battle doll. If she was created, he doubted they would stop at just one. If an army of androids attacked, no one would save them. Edward said that he would also protect him, but if he dies, he should be given to the family. Ren noticed that it sounded scary. The boy decided to express his wishes just in case. When they entered, they realized the air was normal. The fire was weakening, so the air here was rarefied. If the torch flared up, it would mean there was danger in the cave. Kai thought that the air in this world could be different from his own. And if the wind blows from the cave, then there must be an air duct somewhere, and Ren shouted that there is a room ahead. They entered a dark room with mechanical constructions. The boy realized it was some kind of experimental installation. It did not look like a weapon. There were no security robots nearby. They were interested in what material it was made of. The boy said it looked like vinyl or other waterproof materials. This place is in the mountains, but thanks to these materials, the ruins have not been flooded for 1,000 years. They used very advanced technologies. He illuminated the boxes. Faisal said that it was impossible to pass here. Everything was covered with earth and sand. Even if they clear the debris, a new pile will immediately appear. The main character said that it could be dangerous, so do not touch anything unless necessary. At that moment, someone appeared. Everyone got scared and shouted at him to pay attention to what was happening behind. He returned and saw a girl who looked very much like Biss. They began to guess who she was. She did not smell like a living person. He teleported her to the village. NL ran up and asked who she was. He replied that she was found in a cave. He thought that if she was an android, it was better to bring her here, away from the mana in the ruins, and looked for a way to wake her up. The girl replied that it was a doll, just empty. The boy did not understand how she felt it. She said that all living beings emit energy, even androids, but this girl had none of that. The boy explained that maybe she was just tired and fell asleep, and the girl replied that she would understand. She holds all living things in her palm. No one slips away from her. The boy was impressed by her confidence, and she added that under any circumstances she would take it for herself. He agreed, and said he would see what else could be taken from the ruins. Inside, they examined devices they had never seen before. Although it was a laboratory, they found no records. Maybe it was closed and all documentation was taken away. Kai thought they might have used digital media. They did not know what to do with the cases. The man was curious about what was inside, but he was afraid to open them himself. Ren said she did not feel any danger in them and would open them herself. Inside, they saw clothes exactly like those worn by Abyss, and they wondered if it was spare clothing. Pulling out another one, the girl noticed it was lying on a doll. They opened other drawers and saw that all of them also had clothes. The boy did not understand why. Faisal replied that the young father always wore the same clothes, and Kai thought it was because of some strange technology and her clothes did not get dirty at all. The man added that now it could be confidently said that she was somehow connected to the ruins, and asked who she was. Another man replied that she remembered nothing. Faisal smiled and thought that maybe people of that time blocked her memory. And Edward recalled the 1,000-year sleep, and would not be surprised if the technology of that time still worked after such a long break. Besides, the ruins were still functioning. He felt that there were many unsolved mysteries on this island. After some time spent in the ruins, winter finally came, and spring was already approaching. During this time, they entertained themselves as best they could. He wondered if they would see a ship this year, and he was told that sometimes there are none for years, and sometimes several come at once. If a new child appears, he might want to go look for a family, like Katie did. The boy told her not to worry. If that happens, he will go, because that is exactly what he wanted. The girl asked if he wanted to see his family. He said that the ship has not been here for 3 years. Probably everyone has come to terms with its absence. If the ship appears this or next year, it will not change the facts. He was no longer in a hurry. The girl took his hand and said that he was lying. She was not very good at this, but she understood him. He replied that it was not exactly a lie, rather a half-truth. He just wanted to say that if another child appeared, his desire would be more important. But he also wants to see his family. The girl said that if there are no new ones this year, she will look for the master's family. He replied that then he would ask others where Laverda is. He wanted his family to meet her. She wanted that too. The girl smiled and added that it was a promise. The boy thought that his father and Rukia would be surprised when they saw how big their family had become. A few days later, flying high in the sky, Labelle noticed from afar that something was approaching. She flew up to the protagonist and started shouting that a ship had arrived. Hiding, they saw that it was not a child but an adult. They could not understand what was happening. In the last 60 years, no adult had remained here. They asked Kaya what they would do. He decided that they would stay here for now, and as soon as the ship sailed away, they would go closer. Reina said that if they tried something strange, it would cause an explosion. The boy did not agree with this. They approached the tied-up girl and said that everything was fine, that they would untie her and that she should not attack. The boy began to remove her gag and blindfold, but it was a magical instrument, so it could not be removed so easily. She asked to tell me if it was a forbidden island where imprisoned witches were held and who they were. The boy did not understand and asked the girl to check her symbol. She shouted confusedly that it was very rude. Ren said that her symbol was different from his and asked what her blessing was and what the name of God was. The boy heard about him for the first time and did not understand why they brought an adult to the island, whom not even the evil god marked. She replied that she had been in the temple for a long time. She never had time for herself. 3 years ago, they finally found her successor. When she taught her, she decided that she would finally become free. But she was sent here. She dedicated her whole life to the temple and did everything she was told again and again, even when sometimes she wanted to howl and fall into despair. She cried loudly and said that she had been working tirelessly for 500 years, and these words shocked those present. She screamed that she had had enough of this, and that she did not understand why all this was happening. The boy asked Ran what she thought about it, but she replied that she was not lying. The woman continued that at first she thought she was being taken to a resort, so she boarded the ship without suspicion. The man replied that it was actually not so bad. There was a village and people lived there, which surprised her. She replied that she had heard it was impossible to live here. She wondered if they were really human. Kai asked her to say what she meant by witch. She said she would answer everything because she had already finished anyway. Ren decided that it was somehow unpleasant, and the guy said that this is how overtime work for 500 years affects a person. She asked if they had heard the legend about witches, and the boy asked if it was the same as demons. She said it appeared about 700 years ago. They had powerful blessings that brought chaos to the world, and the boy asked her to clarify. They could share their powers with others and bless anyone who wanted it. So they tried to become like gods, and the temple did everything possible to catch and seal them. Kai explained why they were sealed. A bunch of children were thrown here, including him, and it became clear that they did not need them alive, but instead of doing everything themselves, they just gathered them here. And it is unclear why the temple itself does not deal with such blessings. She said they were afraid of God's response. The boy asked her again, and she began to tell, surprised that he knew so little. When a blessed one is destroyed, their grudge is released from the body and becomes the power of God, so there is a strict rule that strong blessed ones cannot be destroyed. Kai asked what would happen if it burst out too strongly. She replied that it was better not to do so, otherwise the power of the god of time would burst out of her body, and the whole city could freeze forever. The boy recalled the city he had seen earlier and asked what would happen if a monster destroyed the Blessed One. She replied that the impulse would be much weaker. The boy understood why the temple itself does not destroy the children. For example, Kaede could revive inanimate objects, and her grudge revived an entire column. On a remote island, the damage from God's response would be minimal. Only monsters would suffer. The children would not be able to truly activate their powers. God's response might not happen at all. The boy realized that the temple had taken care of everything, and Ren asked where the witches were sealed, and the woman replied that the energy from 4 cathedrals still had to flow here, where there are no monsters, and the witches would be sealed. He thought about it, and she said she had told him everything. Now they needed to answer her question and ask who they were. He replied that they were just locals, after which he and the girl introduced themselves, and the woman said her name was Rosalind. The boy took her by the hand through the forest, and she asked if everything was all right, since the magical threads on this island were in such disorder that even an ordinary person could feel it. She was told that there were monsters here. He replied that he had lived here for 3 years. They defeated all the monsters. Kai asked her about the bandage. She said it was a magical item. The bandage was put on her before she started serving in the church. Since then, she had not taken it off. The masks are 500 years old, so no one knows how to remove them anymore. Kai said that was irresponsible. He thought that if the mask worked like a collar, then a password was needed to remove it. After 500 years, everyone forgot this second password. He asked Rose if she was really satisfied with the church's teachings. After thinking, she replied that all the priests just did what they were told, but only the inquisitors understood the church's teachings. The boy was surprised. It was the same with his father. He did not speak a word to him if he did not attend classes in the temple. Rose had been doing this for 500 years. It was impossible to keep track of everything. New young faces appeared around her so often. There was even a bishop who considered her a saint. The main character asked her what she did in the temple and why she looked so young, and she replied that it was because of a blessing, because the god of time blessed her, and time stopped around her. The boy asked her again. She replied that her duties included maintaining the spell over their patron, who slept in the depths of the temple. She called him the eternal sleeper. She stopped his time with her technique and slept with him. This went on year after year. It was quite sad there. Ren asked if those years should not have passed unnoticed if they froze in time. and she replied that during the use of the technique, the consciousness of the one who applied it was alert. When she uses this technique, her body freezes in time, but consciousness remains active. It's like a dream, but not quite. The boy thought it was hard for her. They did not understand why they needed to do this. Rose replied that the temple kept this information secret. It was a saint who protected their world with his dream. She herself did not know the details. Eventually, the temple also expelled her. Kai said that on this island he is building his own country for those who were expelled from the temple so they could live in peace. If she has nowhere to go, they will gladly accept her. All the villagers gladly welcomed her and showed her how everything in the village was arranged. Later, Ren brought Kid and others. The man said that everything was as agreed. He wanted to check if the mask could be removed. Sarah could not remove the collar because of the power of the blessing on it, but maybe this time it would be easier. Rose had not used her eyes for a long time, so he wants her eyes to recover as soon as the mask is removed. After that, he called the girl. The girl recognized his voice and happily said that Yuri told her a lot. It turned out he was the king of this island and had already saved many lives. The two of them started talking about how wonderful he was, and he asked them not to call him sir. He said he wanted to try something, but it might seem strange. The girl took his words negatively. Kai said they would now try to remove her mask. She replied that if they tried to do it by force, she would destroy the mask. He told her that everything was fine, and asked her to just trust him. She did not understand whom he meant. Katie asked her to close her eyes. The girl cast a temporary life spell on the mask lock, then asked it not to harm Rose, and it gladly agreed and unlocked the lock. The mask fell from her face. She touched her eyes and was surprised. At the same time, they began to heal her. She slowly opened her eyes. She looked at the sky, wide-eyed, tears flowing from her eyes, and sighed. She began to loudly describe what she saw. When she saw him, she said she thought he was older. He smiled and welcomed her again to this land. She said she heard many voices, but did not think there were so many people here. Yu replied that it was time to rest and have a snack, since today there was meat. Meanwhile, the girls began to set the table with various dishes. Rose was incredibly happy. The boy asked if she really was given cold food in the temple. She said she lived deep underground, so when food was brought there, it was already cold. Now she was freed from duties and exiled here. She could even take off the mask. There was delicious food here, and she could find many friends. Credit must be given to Rukia. Hearing this name, the boy froze and asked her again. She replied that she was her successor. For the first time in 500 years, she received the blessing of the god of time, and her blessing was much stronger. He began to ask her name, where she was from, and how old she was. Rose did not understand why there were so many questions, but the man shouted for her to just answer, and she told him everything she knew about her. He asked if she would also do work in the patrons' rooms, sit alone and wait for a replacement, with a blindfold in a cold dungeon. She replied that she thought so. The boy asked where these chambers were. She did not understand why he needed them. He said it was necessary to save Rukia. She asked why everything happened this way. He said she was part of his family. She realized he was the older brother. He was surprised that she knew about him. And Rose said she was told this in secret. The girl hoped that the temple would have information about her brother who disappeared after the ceremony. She searched everywhere and even used the blessing of the God of Truth, and the boy realized that it was quite reckless. She added that her words would hardly help him. She was in the cathedral where the patron was, and the passage to the dungeon could only be opened from the inside. She had been asleep for 2 years. The boy asked if she could have escaped 500 years ago, and if she wanted to take that chance. The girl clenched her fists and agreed with him. She was screaming that she wanted to run away, but it was an important matter that someone had to do. No one offered her to run away. Kai said that is exactly why he will save his sister. Yuri did not want to say this, but according to Rosa, she was already asleep. He replied that he could not just give up. Maybe now she is crying and waiting for him. He felt it like a blow to the chest and realized he could not leave her. Looking at the map, he decided that only he could save his sister. They quickly sailed the sea on their ship. Cade said that the ship was comfortable. The ship was large, so everyone fit on it. The protagonist asked the Abyss how long it would take them to get there. She replied that at this speed it would take 7 days, considering stops to replenish supplies. He told Rose that he had a question. She wanted to know what exactly he wanted to find out. He asked if she could stop time. She said that she can control the flow of time, accelerate or slow it down, but cannot travel through time. She asked if he had fragile things. He pulled it out and said they found it while clearing the village. Ren realized it was her. Rose said it would do. She applied the principle of eternity to it. The boy was surprised that the figurine became golden. She stopped the time of this figurine. Now it is impossible to destroy it. This way you can make a weapon that will never break. The boy said it was incredible. RNA honed their technique by manipulating the time of various objects, and now with one spell can stop time for about 4 years. The boy thought about things that even the blessings of the temple could not destroy. He asked if she had accidentally enchanted magical items in the form of a collar, and she replied that she had done something similar. Taking his hands, she recognized the feeling. She was almost sure that she had cast a similar spell before, but then she used an earlier technique. The boy understood her. A magical item, consecrated in the temple, somehow ended up in the hands of merchants. It seems something dark is happening here. Rose asked what he wanted to know. He wanted to learn about the people and those who know him. She replied that there were few of them: the Pope, the Archbishop, the Cardinal, guards, and inquisitors of a special rank. He asked how close the inquisitor's connection to the temple was. She said that only one inquisitor was connected to the temple. The man was surprised by this. He asked if his name was Bai. She thought he was well known. People said he was unique and had a special blessing. He was the one who sent her to this island. He looks cheerful but does terrible things. The boy asked what blessing he had. She replied that she did not know. In high circles, he was called the Blessed Child who read the stars. Kai decided he was some kind of astrologer and asked if he was currently in the city. The girl thought so. He is not assigned to the sacred city and usually travels the country, but it seems he was appointed to look after the new child of time. He will stay in the temple until he personally sees her enter the bedroom and apply the time restoration technique. The main character asked who else could be in Maluku. She replied that the Pope and the Archbishop might be there. It seems she did not even remember their names. In fact, no one really talked to her, and she was blindfolded. Year after year, she woke up and fell asleep again. She communicated with one girl, but last saw her about 20 years ago. They changed faster than she could get used to them. The boy apologized for asking, but she said not to worry because she had already come to terms with it. He thought that there are situations that one cannot handle alone, so it is better to just give up and go with the flow. But he would not delve into that. In this life, he would not think only about himself. If someone needed help, he would help. He received a hint, so he began to look for it. He wanted only one thing: for his sister to wait for him. Meanwhile, the ship continued moving through the open sea. After 7 days, they began approaching the shore. Koto reported that according to the map, the city was directly to the east and the Federation to the south, where there was a cathedral. Edward said that to the west was the territory of the Empire, and to the north the Northern Alliance. Despite the fact that the city separates entire countries, only pilgrims can visit it freely. This testifies to the power of the temple. Ren at that moment understood why they asked to close it even to pilgrims. The man replied that judging by their conversation, he doubted they would be let through so easily. Perhaps she was just a person with a special blessing at the rest post who noticed spies, and Edward said he was right. If the soldiers told the Inquisitor about them, then they were already wanted. Ren decided that he probably did not fully understand how the blessing of search worked. And in any case, the most important thing now was to gather more information about the city. He asked if anyone knew about the holy city. The princess thought that Rose might know. Rose replied that she was last in the city 500 years ago, so it made no sense to ask her. The boy decided that Yuri would go with him first because, in his opinion, pilgrims would be more willing to talk to blessed people, and with her protective blessing, they would feel calmer. Prerva tugged at the edge of his clothing and asked to be taken with him, and he replied that she would stay as a spare. Many wanted to go with him, but Edward thought it better for the mages to stay here. The arrival of one mage could already put the whole city under pressure, and he would be closely watched. Yuri asked if Ren was staying too. He said that the abilities of the God-Seekers do not affect her. She is different from the mages of this world because she has the blessing of Aramir. He asked for someone from the Imperial Guard to go with them, preferably someone who understands the religion of Farai. The princess replied that she would take care of it. He said he relied on her. After sunset, they would launch a small boat and sail to the city. When it got dark, they docked at the shore, dressed as pilgrims, took a narrow road, and soon reached the gates. Before them appeared a large city with various multi-story buildings. It was the sacred city of Maluk. Kai was surprised by the large number of pilgrims at this time of year. Yuri thought that maybe it was always so crowded here or they had come for some special event. Leah decided to find out everything from them. The heroine realized that she was a true merchant's daughter and completely fearless. She returned and said she had learned everything. This year they are holding the Millennium Festival here, so there are so many people. The city has 2 temples. The first is dedicated to Saint Arthur, the founder of this religion. The second is dedicated to Saint Pari. In the city, the two temples and the art gallery are most often visited. These are the main tourist attractions. The girl realized that the more people there are, the easier it is to remain unnoticed. Kai confirmed her words and said that they would not be recognized, and the security would work worse. There were too many people, so they needed to stick together. Before the new year, people visit famous shrines. He watched this spectacle on television in his hospital room. An endless sea of people. It seemed they were having a hard time. It was like another world. But he did not expect it to be so difficult. They walked the streets among a huge number of people. The main character said that most festivals will take place in the summer, so there will be even more people. Rent noticed that they said this was the festival of the millennium. This meant it was held once every 1,000 years. The princess had never heard of such a festival before. He thought that 1,000 years ago there was a war against demons, the era of the Great War, and this might be a commemoration of that war. He was told that first they needed to book accommodation. Pilgrims are given free lodging. The boy did not think they would have a separate room. They would have to sleep all together in one large room. And he thought about building something. Ren said that hiding from prying eyes would be harder, so it was better to rent a hotel room. The princess decided to look for available rooms. They started looking for a place. Having chosen a hotel, they decided it would be their base. After resting, he and the princess would go to see the temple, while the rest could manage as they wished. Everyone agreed to this. Kai gave them a pouch of money, told them to go buy something and listen to what the locals were saying, and they realized he had thought of everything. The princess angrily told them to stop because this was not a game. Her husband scolded her and said everything was fine. At that time, they were actively discussing what they had seen. The boy thought they had been near the island for a long time. Everyone wanted to rest a bit, and the princess asked not to get involved in dangerous matters and to talk less. Everyone agreed with her. They left the building and went to the temple, joined a group of pilgrims, and the main character noticed the princess, who asked, "What are you thinking about?" She said it was her first time walking like this. The boy was surprised that she was thinking about this, but she confirmed it again. She said that when she was not there, only Sarah took all the cream. The boy blushed and said that maybe she misunderstood something. She asked him not to underestimate her observance. Sarah would soon move to action, but whatever she planned, she knew about it. Ren said that Abyssa would vomit, the princess shouted back at her, and the main character said that he did not understand what she was hinting at. But he was not hiding anything, and was sincerely grateful to her for the help with the collar. The girl blushed and said that Sarah was like a sister to her, and she was also glad when her collar was taken off. He added that she needed to leave quickly because there were many people here. Chibushka said she felt deceived. Ren asked if Milord had a weakness for Yuri. He told her not to chatter. He was about to say that she was from the royal family, but she interrupted him, grabbed his hand, and asked if he wanted everyone around to know who she was. He answered no. The protagonist saw the crowd and realized that the road led to the temple of Saint Parier. He became curious about how it differed from other temples because it performed the same functions as the Temple of Lucia and transmitted energy to the sealed witches. They say Saint Parier and Saint Lucia sacrificed themselves to create the witch's seal, but now it doesn't matter. They take care of the Temple of Saint Arthur, the founder of the religion. It is truly magnificent. The Templars told her that this temple is worth visiting at least once, and the place is indeed impressive. The hero looked at the sculpture, considered it a god, and thought about how many children they had killed, hiding behind the purity of faith and their power. For the suffering of their world, everyone in this world will pay in full. The main hero looked at the smiling priests. Ren suddenly approached him with an empty gaze and took his hand. He was surprised and called her by name. Her eyes sparkled when she said that if he wanted, she could turn this garden into a blazing hell in a minute. The princess and the main hero grew gloomy. He told her that she did not need to do anything. That did not mean he did not hate them, but destroying them would not bring back all the lives they took. If she makes the first move, their small country will be under fire. They just want to live peacefully on their island, so he asks not to be noticed. He asked God if God hears him. A year ago, a carriage arrived in the holy city. The children were amazed at how big it was. One girl asked another to behave properly. Yves asked Claire if she had been here. She replied that when she was little, they lived in a town nearby. She recalled that their famous dango were very tasty, and Yves said he also wanted to try them. Claire asked Rukia if she was okay. The girl smiled and replied that she was fine. Claire said that they would definitely deliver her to the city safe and sound. This is their main responsibility. She must tell them when she felt unwell. If something happens to her, it would be a loss for the whole world. She replied that there is no need to worry because she was just thinking. She thought about her father because she had not seen him for 2 years since she lived in a monastery. And then she was called to Moloke and did not even have time to go home. She feels very lonely. Claire realized that she values her family very much. She replied that her father is now completely alone. Claire said that he is probably worried about her because she was his only daughter. The girl confirmed her words. She thought she valued her family very much and hoped to finally meet the Special Inquisitor Bai Krauser, the person who definitely knew where her brother was. They arrived at the place, and Rukia looked sad. Claire asked if everything was all right, and Rukia replied that she was just thinking a little. She said it was cruel because today they were saying goodbye. She loved flying in the clouds as a child. She could always write to them and tell them about her impressions because they were friends. The girl thanked them and said that she really did not want to part with them, and the girls were touched by these words. They hugged her and asked her to take care of herself. They would definitely come to visit. At least they would drop by during the pilgrimage. She said they didn't need to do that. She thinks the Archbishop called her again because he has a task, therefore she will not be here next year. The girls were upset when they found out they would not see each other next year. She replied that they would see each other and that she would come to their hometown. They said that was their promise and that they would wait for her. She watched them leave and thought that maybe they would never meet again. She spent a whole year there but still did not know where her brother was, and if she knew where he was, she would immediately go to him, and she would not care about the opinion of the temple. She did not understand why they ignored her blessing, but they could not forget her brother's blessing. Looking at the statues in the temple, she thought that everyone would get answers. A priest met her and said he was glad to meet her. He was an inquisitor of a special rank, appointed as her observer. She realized that he was the one she was looking for. He decided to explain to her what she would have to do. First, he told her to tie a blindfold. The girl did not understand why. He said they were now going to a secret place. She could not remove the blindfold without his permission, and speaking was also forbidden. She tied the blindfold over her eyes, and they went. They walked for a long time, and she did not know exactly how long. With this blindfold, she could not use the eyes of truth. The man called someone and asked if she was not asleep. He asked her to open the door. The door opened. Rose came out and asked if he had finished inspecting all 4 cathedrals. He apologized for making her wait. The bishop insisted on the cleansing, but he brought her the long-awaited replacement. She has the same name as the saint. Rose ran up to Rukia and said that she had long been waiting for her appearance. Then they exchanged pleasantries. Bai said that she has the blessing of time. Rose replied that she did not expect her successor to ever appear. Rukia realized that her work would be connected with the blessing of time. Rose said that for 500 years she had managed well. Rukia was surprised by this, and Bai said that in the depths of these rooms sleeps the patron, and as the mistress of the blessing of time she will maintain his sleep. Everything is very simple. She only needs to cast a time stop spell on him. The same sleep spell can also be applied. The main thing is to wake up before the spell wears off the object, to cast it again and so on, again and again. He will periodically visit her. Rose will teach her everything so that she can stop time for at least a year. The girl wondered what she had been doing all this time, because every time they went down, she had to tie a blindfold on her eyes, and it confused her. In the end, she learned nothing about her brother, and could not escape because the temple watched her every step. She was bound to this holy city, and a year passed like this. Rose admired how the girl cast the spell. She managed to stop time for 2 years. It was incredible. The girls wondered why they trained on their father's cloak. Rose replied that this is part of the work of the blessed time. She had to keep the priests close, and the works of art and ancient magical instruments frozen. From now on, this is her job. Recently, Bai came to visit Rose. It seems she will finally be relieved of her duties. Next time, Rukia will completely get out of control. Until the next chosen one is found, she must do everything in her power. In the sacred teaching, it was said that only the living pave the way to the future, so as long as she is alive, she will be able to get the key to her future. Rose finally got the key, and wished the girl good luck. A few days later, the Inquisitor took Rose away. Rukia could not just sit and wait for her key. She did not care what the temple would do to her if they found out she was looking for her brother. She had her own plans for that. Uncle gave the girl a pen and paper. She had to write a letter to her father that the temple gave her a great mission, and she would not return home. He had to forget about her. The girl took his hand and used the eyes of truth, seeing everything that happened to her brother, who was tied up and thrown onto the island. She was shocked by this. The Inquisitor understood what she could see. He did not expect this from her. The girl did not understand why everything happened this way. Bio noticed that with one touch she could see so many memories. She has a special talent. 3 years ago they lost the blessing of the evil god, and her brother is no longer there, and his blessing could bring disaster. To protect the world, they could not leave it as it was. Rose also knew too much. She said he was terrible. He said that under no circumstances could she leave this place and her duty. If the patron wakes up, the world will end. All innocent souls will go to hell, and she will go with them. Glancing at her angrily, he added as he walked away that when she officially takes the position, instead of a bandage, they will put a magical device on her and she must not forget to write a letter. She was left all alone in this small room where there was almost nothing. She thought that her brother was no longer there and that she no longer needed the world. Tears flowed from her eyes. She could do nothing more, and thought that there was no more light for her.